Hi handsome and welcome to my 40th video. This time we are once again doing something completely different for the channel, a podcast. I have to do this intro here now because I forgot to introduce everyone during the stream. So alongside my voice, you will also hear the voices of none other than LunaCrimzonVT, an awakening tamer main and a PvP guild leader from NA, as well as Papalicia, who is also a PvP expert from NA, but plays awakening Dosa right now. Both of them are veterans of the game, so they bring a different view on the game compared to me, which I think is cool, and I hope you guys agree as well. Alright, don't forget to give these guys a follow and subscribe on their social media, which will be in the description of the video, as well as on the screen right now. The topic of the podcast is going to be talking about the Calpheon Ball, which did kind of devolve into a broader discussion on the direction of the game, and as a result, the podcast is quite long, but I was told to still keep it in as is. So you will have a almost 5-hour podcast. So if you are grinding or doing the dishes or some other chores around the house, this might be something to keep you company. Final thing before I let it roll, do let me know if you want us to do more episodes like this on other BDO contemporary topics, or if you have guests you would like us to invite to talk about things that they know more about than we do. Finally, enjoy the video and also enjoy your grind. For you.
Do you want to play the ball out on your stream and then we view your stream and then we like pause and take comments on it, like basically a rewatch, or do we want to just take like bullet points of things that like we noticed during the ball and just kind of like ramble on through the discussions of that?
I kind of like the rewatch if you have the time for it, because I know it's not exactly short.
I have the time. I'll be on for another 4 hours molding about BDO, so.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god.
That's what I like to see.
The rewatch is probably the better idea.
Alright, let me just jump on a fucking AFK Fisher
and we can always just skip all like the dev commentary and like all the filler stuff to actual content as well.
The PvP talk we can skip entirely.
I will yeah, do the rewatch. I will.
You will?
I won't be able to rewatch it with you guys, but it's fresh in my mind, so I'll know exactly where we are.
Okay.
Not gonna lie, that shit happened at 4 in the morning, and I like fell asleep on the first half of it.
Oh my
and
god!
I was just like,
oh. I had to wake up for it.
No wonder you want to do the rewatch.
I don't know. I was actually with a watch party watching it.
Oh yeah, same. It was 7 a.m. my time when it happened. It was good.
It was 8 for me. Yeah. I missed the most important part. I missed the fucking K-pop group singing. Okay, man. What the fuck? Why does YouTube not want to load for me? There it is. It's Black Desert Mobile. Is that the same thing? You can assume it's not.
No.
No. Do the game.
I think there should be one on YouTube.
Yeah.
If you can share YouTube, they streamed it to YouTube this time as well. That's where I watched it off of, because for some reason the quality off of YouTube was so much better than the quality off of Twitch, I felt.
Really? It was the same for me regardless.
I don't know, sometimes Twitch gets like bitrate-y. It might have also been
Speaking of bitrate, I feel targeted right now. How dare you?
I feel targeted.
Okay.
Why am I watching somebody play Roblox in my game that I love? I thought this was BDO.
Wow.
Is that Minecraft? I see that you've only enhanced your gear to tet. That's crazy. You know, if you play BDO, things go all the way up to deck.
Now, yeah, Tuvala. Can we talk about it? Let's talk about it.
Wait until we get the fucking plus 15 in Latin.
That's funny though.
We'll be enhancing to plus 40 soon. Okay, there's the fucking Festa thing. Can you guys...
Well, in the past, like,
yes.
when they first did BDO, they limited the enhancement to plus 15, and then afterwards, I think like they added a pen system much later. I don't even know if it went up to pen initially.
I don't remember. It was at that point
then,
BDO was really pay to win, and I kind of just logged in and like ran around and got beaten up.
At the
During that
time,
time, I didn't really start playing till after the pen system got incorporated and stuff. I was not that much of a what was the blue gear at the time? That's like when I joined when the blue gear. Yeah, Liberto. The
Liberto,
game
yeah.
now.
Runo, all those.
I think I was there for the pre-Cacao servers. I don't remember the company that had the pre-Cacao servers, but those were awful.
Wait, wasn't it Cacao?
No, there was a company pre-Cacao.
Yeah,
Really?
there was one,
was...
but it was for a very short time.
Yeah, very short time. It was those were awful days.
Yeah.
And then I really started playing again after I played for like a year before the server transfers and before the new marketplace changes.
Oh, that was a
before
very long time ago. Yeah.
I started playing when Ninja was released. It was around when like Blade and Soul was going down the drain.
Oh man, Blade and Soul was fucking poggers.
And then it was like a year before LON release, because I was like a Valk main for the longest amount of times, and I just remember complaining like every other Valk main that like my only good features were my 100 BSR, but I'm just in a fucking wheelchair 24/7. Like,
oh my god, yeah. Oh, like, by the way, Mal, Luneye does play Tamer, main Tamer.
Yes, Mr. Luna as well. We are both Tamers.
I play the actually good part of Tamer, which is Awakening.
Awakening Tamer?
Yeah.
I wanna play Awakening. Well, I don't really want to play Awakening, but I could be an Awakening Tamer main. You never know.
I just want to feel like a special little snowflake, so I play the class that everyone doesn't like.
What are you talking about? Faffy's probably like top 5, maybe even top 3 Tamers that day, and she plays Succession.
I am top 5 Succession Tamer as well.
Absolutely disgusting on NAL.
Yeah, I am also top 5 Succession Tamer. That's because I'm the 5th one.
Because I'm the 5th one.
Okay, we probably
you know what? I've been in that scenario. You know, top 10 T1 Node War guilds, but there's only 8 guilds that T1 Node War every single week.
Hell yes. That's what they like to see, man. Okay, we probably don't need to fucking watch the what's it called, fucking.
We don't need to watch the K-pop intro.
I want to watch the K-pop intro. She was hot. The girl was hot. What do you mean? I need to fucking combat the ideas that you know. She's cute. She's cute. What do you mean?
We should focus on the changes and.
Yeah, she's coming into the game, and so am I. Something. Where was it? Where's the change? Where's the start?
Changes. There's so many.
Oh yeah. One thing before we even begin.
Like anything that they added to the game.
Before we even begin, can we play fucking GeoGuessr to see where the fuck Jay is hiding?
Oh yeah, that.
Can we just leave Jay out of it? I feel like if we talk to him, we'll spawn him in. You know.
Where is he?
Well,
which fucking basement is hiding him?
Basically, like, say that they're going to not do things with Jay anymore, and that other guy they introduced is going to now be doing all the Jay-related things for showcases. So that was interesting.
Poor guy. Like, I guess he really fucking doesn't like the fucking videos of Blue Squadron saying that he should lose his job and that he's the fucking 2nd or 3rd worst thing after Hitler and Stalin. So like, I don't know, man. Like,
why would is that really what he said though?
Oh, he just said that he needs to be fired.
Yeah, but
and like, I don't know what you guys think about it. Like, it would
I
not
don't
change
really
anything.
care for who is the lead. I just care for more. Certain things need to come to pass, and it doesn't matter who's the lead, because even if the lead changed, it could still be the exact same mission, quote unquote, that they have going on.
Yeah, I don't see like a branch director, the CEO changing very much without bringing it to board members or like the people that actually hold the power to vote for changes to the game, because like, you know, the game runs off of money, so like
yeah, that's fair.
his one opinion, you know, like clearly he has a lot of sway if he has like a lot of hold in the company, but like it's not going to be the end all be all.
Yeah, so now
like it's more or less just a scapegoat and kind of just you know, he's been here since the start of BDO. It is a thing, so
I guess
I don't think it's all at fault towards him.
Yeah, I agree. I think that people just use him as a scapegoat. So.
Yeah.
But it is funny that
yeah,
he's fucking hiding them.
Because you're not going to get all the names and personal information of all like the lien holders, you know, of the company that are pushing forward these changes, because they could have pushed those changes and like with the company aspect, it's like, okay, they want to make this change. How will this affect the game and how long will it take to make these changes? And they're pretty decent, you know. They're not the best at pushing out updates, but they still push out updates for like a 10-plus-year-old game.
Man, they
you know,
push them
we're still getting
every week as well.
Basically, get no updates or shut down because of that.
I mean, I think that like for the run that BDO has had so far, like it's still quite impressive that they are still adding fucking content every week basically, and like of course not every patch is going to be equally as large, but like I don't think there's any other MMO that like pushes content out this frequently, you know. Like World of Warcraft is very notorious for having like 3 patches in a expansion run. FF14 also does like a handful of them every like expansion. I don't know that much about the other MMOs that much, but like...
Yeah, I think New World, like, they go through patches maybe like once every quarter.
What? No.
I know that FF14...
I know it took them a while to get like Ethereum out and stuff, like...
Yeah, I know that FF14 it's basically a schedule. They release a new patch. They usually release 5 large patches that have like the 0.1, 0.2 treatment every 3 to 4 months, and then they have like usually a month after one of these large patches they have like a smaller patch that's like balancing and like smaller like quality of life / like cleaning up stuff. But they usually only like add large content every like 4 months. Sorry.
Yeah.
And even then, like raiding content is only like every other patch, so it's more like 6 to 8 months that they like add actual like meaningful endgame content for the game.
Right.
But yeah.
Yeah, I do feel BDO is pretty decent about just like, you know, at least trying to change, you know. Or at least making promises. Like, I guess talking's better than like, you know, getting the hand of like shame of like, we're not going to tell you or anything.
Yeah.
And it is one of the few games that early game and the time invested into the game still feels like it matters a lot, even in the end game. Like, I know there's a lot of games out there to where like the beginning of the game, you know, not a lot of like all the progress you made doesn't really feel worthwhile in the end game.
I think that it's like BDO is like one of the few games. I think like the only other game that I can even think is like relatively close might be RuneScape. But like I've been doing this shit recently, like for the last like week or two, where I have a fucking Wheel of Fortune basically, or Wheel of Pain, whatever you want to call it, and I put every single grind spot and like activity that you can do, like hunting, gathering, fishing, etc. onto there, and whatever it lands on I just do for an hour. I don't think I could do it for any other game, right? Like if I want, like of course, like I'm not gonna make as much money at like Centaurs as I would at Elvia Trolls, but I'm still making some sort of money, I'm still making some sort of progress, so it like still feels somewhat meaningful, right? Whereas if I go to like an old raid in World of Warcraft outside of Transmog and maybe like a mount or two, there really isn't that much that you really gain from it in terms of like progressing your character, right? You really need to go to the end game raids and like end game content to even like get any sort of like increase of power. Whereas in BDO is like you can literally go anywhere, do anything, and yeah, it's not going to be all equal, as it probably shouldn't be, but at the same time, it's cool that you can still do it.
I guess that can be something that we save for end. Do you want to add like a little notepad for just like discussion topics at the end of the
Sure.
the VOD? I guess like a meaningfulness of like older grind zones, like things to do other than just, you know, do your like little ecology grind to like S+. Because I feel like that happens a lot to players where they're trying to be so efficient to where it's like there's not really a point to go back to the older zones besides like titles and ecology, which is fine, you know, but if there was like some other reason, it would be interesting.
Okay, I made it to the point where we have the fucking Deadeye trailer and Deadeye commentary. So yeah, what do you think about Deadeye? What do you think about the 29th class in BDO? Also known as Black Desert Online.
How long did it take for them? Well, I'm not even sure. They didn't show her like actual skills being used, right?
They did. There's like a I think she's grinding at Sawsons.
Oh, they had the grinding at Sawsons. I did not see that part. I think I just saw the other parts of like the trailer. I might have.
Yeah, she's grinding at Sawsons, and I think after that she's in the dungeon.
I think she's interesting. I mean, I just find it weird that we are now isekaiing people from the real world into the BDO world. Like, who's smoking crack and made that possible? How did we get here?
Yeah, I'm okay with that because E7 does that, and like as long as
okay. So you play E7? Okay, I see. Sorry.
Best friends.
But I say all that. I mean, right? Yeah, I know, right? Anyway, but like I say all that to say that yeah, other games do it, but it's already built into the game, and BDO has like rifts that can like spawn people in, so it's a similar concept to Epic 7 specifically. But outside of those games, like BDO has never done something. Oh, okay, I guess I can't really say that because there's been like the Bugatti thing, for example. They've done a lot of things that are based off of like real world.
We did Bugatti, we did the Zerker thing, or the Berserk collab.
We did the Netflix thing. We did the oh god, okay, yeah, okay, fair, fine.
And then plus it's like we have classes. What was it? The Hammer Lady Scholar. She's basically a time traveling mommy. And then
so is Sage, but like they're already built into the world of BDO, right? Scholars and alchemists, and was it Sage is a scientist or genius or something? But like Gunner is just out of thin air a bit. It feels like.
My only question is, does that mean that we will one time in the future have like a America expansion and we just go grind in like Texas?
We already have.
No,
I
don't
think we'll go that far though.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any actual like. I think it's more. Think of it this way. Now that they've done this with one class, in the future classes that they feel like. Maybe that's what it is. Like, Gunner was never meant to be in BDO, right? Yeah. According to their development standards, they were never planning to add a Gunner. We're gonna just forget Corsair exists for a second, right? Yes, and so, with how impossible it is, we decided, okay, well, this is the only feasible way to add this class to the world because it's so out there. So, to follow that theme, they're probably going to start using the isekai method to pull out like random classes that just don't fit well within the theme of BDO and make it work. Like a Gundam class, for example. Oh, yeah. Right, that's a possibility now.
Or like some magical girl class or something.
Yeah,
their transformation.
Listen, I just want the next class to be Jay riding a Bugatti. That's gonna be his awakening.
Oh my god. My friends and I have been talking about like them adding a voodoo class from like Africa or something, and now it's like completely possible with this. Still think it's weird that they decided to isekai some chick from America when they could have just said, "Oh, Marnie made this. She did not have to be from America." That just felt like a bit of fan service.
Yeah, like from what I know, like the cowboys are pretty popular in like Asian countries and Korea as well, specifically I would say. So like if you look into other Korean games, they usually have a like gunner class, like Lost Ark had it, right? I think like Elion had it as well. So like
well, any steampunk game usually has a gunner class. I feel like gunner is the epitome of a steampunk game, but BDO has never been a steampunk. It has steampunk aspects, and that's all just Marnie. Marnie is a steampunk of BDO. Outside of Marnie, steampunk doesn't really exist in BDO.
Yeah. So why the fuck does she have an RPG again?
Oh yeah, like
why not?
Maybe that's America. Fuck yeah, I don't know. Like blow shit up. I guess I don't.
Okay.
I can't. I don't know. Yeah. Also, but hey, you know, let the memes flow. Let the memes flow.
I mean, I'm just sad that she doesn't have like a, you know, like the typical southern like redneck accent. You know, she's just like a general American.
No, she does. She has like a very subtle like twang to how she talks.
Does she? Maybe I'm just bad at recognizing that shit then. Also, what do you think about the outfit?
I feel that's how all Asian countries view most American.
Wait,
so I feel like it's very fitting for a Korean developed game to view Americans in that type of sense, especially Western Americans.
Yeah, the basic outfit that she comes with, Mr. Papalicia.
Oh, I think. Yeah, same.
Yeah, I was like thinking,
especially
you know,
if they take inspiration from just like Google or like Pinterest or something, and they type like cowgirl or something, that's probably like a lot of the pictures that they
Probably don't want to type in cowgirl too much in there though.
Okay, you know what? Not everybody is as sussy as you are. But like, yeah, basically, yeah. Like I could definitely see it.
Yeah, I mean, like to me, it just looked like. So I don't know, like in the Czech Republic, it's quite common. Like Walker Texas Ranger with Chuck Norris is very popular here, or at least it used to be back in the day. And I just feel like she's like one of those, like, you know, when they go into like the strip club in that show, I feel like one of those girls like hanging around the poles could be Deadeye, you know. It is like the same. I don't know. It's just weird to me. She looks like a you know, like a cheap girl, I guess, not like a hardened like veteran gunslinger.
I'm not sure. I don't know. It's like there's a lot of classes that's like that are kind of like that. Like honestly, it looks like everybody should be able to just punt a tamer across the map. Like that thing just shouldn't do damage to anyone.
Hey, she's a magical girl, okay? This one is just a regular chick from America. Okay, but yeah, that's.
But they have guns. That's the difference.
And
they have guns in an RPG.
True. Fair enough. She's like the isekai hero, you know, with like her superpower is that she has gun, and everyone else is running around with swords, I guess. But yeah, that's about it. Like, what do you think about the gameplay as well? Would you will you try her?
Interesting.
Yeah, probably. I've been interested in an actual range class. I like playing range class, rather than assassin.
What about
so I'll definitely be trying her out. She might not be my main, but I'd probably give her like a really hard go for it. I do like her skills.
Okay. What about
I think she's cool. I don't think I'm gonna main her though. Like she's not in my purview. I've never been a big gunner person at all.
Mm-hmm.
My immersion. So yeah, I'm gonna season her and then just like leave her to marinate and probably never look at her again.
Fair enough. Yeah, I like personally, I'm kind of sad that that Pearl Base didn't go with the more like Devil May Cry, like Dante, you know, or like Samira from League of Legends. I understand that it would be probably way too like overplayed, but I was wishing for more like you know, guns, like 2 guns or maybe 3 guns and a sword as an awakening, or like an ascension. Which I do also feel like it's kind of weird that it's another ascension class. I thought that those were supposed to be like semi-rare.
I don't think so, because I feel like they created the ascension classes as a way to ease character creation. Not character creation, but like class creation in BDO. And there's a possibility all the classes that have been released so far were probably going to be ascension classes after, because I don't know if you've noticed this, but there's a very specific era in groups of classes, right? Like the beginning era of BDO is like the first 8 or so classes. They play a very specific kind of way, and then after that, the next set of classes play a similar type of way, and then the new set of classes all play a similar, again, type of way to each other. So like in this era, you have Megu, Wusa, Dosa. They all play very similarly, right? And then before that, it was Corsair, Sage, Nova, and I think it was, no, it wasn't Dracania. What class was there? Some other class. They all play very similarly to each other. So I feel like the Ascension in and of itself is just supposed to be an easier way for them to make and release everything all at once. And
I'm okay with that, mainly because I feel like a lot of the newer players have a really hard concept of grasping like C-swap and stuff, and I feel flow skills just make the gameplay a lot better. I know that there's just a lot of niches in C-swapping, especially when you get to the nitty-gritty of your classes, so having easier classes to learn probably helps a lot of newer players as well.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I was basically gonna say. Ascension is just an easier pickup, and it utilizes everything, compared to the other classes where mechanically things work differently with, say, a warrior and a ninja and a tamer compared to like a Corsair, compared to like a Megu, and then you throw in Ascension. Ascension is like completely different from all those classes. There are some similarities though, but Ascension is easier. It's easier to pick up.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I just want my fucking Dante from Devil May Cry. It would make more sense as an Ascension too, you know? It would be, you know, you would be like swapping, you know, you would have like a style system. Be cool.
I don't know, you might be getting like, who knows, like a Ruby class, you know, like
Ruby
like
class.
fist gauntlet shotguns.
Forgot that series was a thing. Jesus, like a scythe that turns into a shotgun.
The Slate Sniper.
I wanted a double scythe class in BDO, actually. Mostly from, I don't know if you guys remember Terra. There was the, what was that class called? The Reaper class from Terra. I wanted BDO to have their version of that, but they never did. And I've been sad about it since. They had Lon instead, which I was like, I mean, fair enough. Basically the same thing. But it's not a scythe, it's a double sword.
Yeah, I'll probably still play Tamer. I like Tamer too much. I like her game style, but I might play the new class really hard.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed, so like I'll stick to my Tamer. But then again, I don't think that would be like. I think the only class that would probably like take over Tamer for me would be the Dante class with like a giant sword and two guns. But the way this is probably no.
I was going to expect more of like she just summons multiple muskets and fires them like by hand, you know? each of them like
magical class.
Yeah, like a magical class is like, oh, she's gonna summon a musket, and then it's going to like be used up.
That's fair. I think that's a fair assumption. Same kinda, but they said she had what a star system and stuff. That was weird. And then the other thing I found weird was how she has like two different bullets. One is like the regular bullet where damage is done differently based on the range of the target, and the second one is damage is just equal regardless of the range of the target, and that's the Marnie bullet.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, I get that, but like also what?
Yeah, I feel like they crammed too much into the class with like the bullets as well. Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of well, in FF14, I don't know if you guys played. There's a class. It's called the Gunbreaker, and it has a gun blade as its weapon, which is a sword.
In Final Fantasy 14, yeah, I haven't played it yet, but I do know about it. It's a tank, right?
Yeah, it's a tank, and it has a mechanic where like it can do its combos normally, but then it like puts like some special bullets into the gun blade, into the like the gun sword, yeah. And with those like bullets, it like makes its attacks stronger, basically, or like gives it like a special effect as well. I feel like it's kind of similar to the Marnie bullet, but the Marnie bullet seems to be more like it's just a toggle and you just get one or the other. Whereas with the Gunbreaker it was like, oh, certain actions give you the bullets and then you spend them, right? So you have like a resource generator and a resource spender. Whereas now, like with the gun rate, looks like it's just, you know, a just toggle this and you will do this, toggle this and you will do that. Which like it's a different type, but with like well, you have 3 weapons and each of them seem to have the Marnie bullet, so it's like 6 combinations, I think.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Okay.
I'm excited for Gunner. I'm excited for Gunner because a new class in BDO brings about a lot of different changes to PvE and PvP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And also, it's just like free PR, you know? People come back, try it out, whatever. So it breathes like some form of new life to the game. A new class is always a good thing. A lot of people would disagree.
Adding more range. But
I'm not. I want it to melee, I want to kill it.
As long as it's not like fully super armored. Like, she doesn't look like she's too hard to grab or run down. She'll probably have the same stamina management and still like the same skill set that like a good ranger is going to need, / awakened corsair of like, you need to keep your distance, like this is your kill zone. Anything that's melee with a grab that enters this like circle around you is death for you. And anything that's closer than like your outer circle of damage that you can CC from that's outranges you is also death for you. So
okay, that's fair.
I feel like it'll fit into like the same niche as ranger, to where it doesn't have ridiculous range. It still can get outranged by like certain caster classes and be closed in on super fast. To where like you just have to peel all your stamina. But like I don't feel like it'll be out of pocket to add like that type of range class, you know. Like there's always just going to be counters of like Musa just going to run you down and just ignore you. If it's a hard counter to gauntlets / more like grabby classes, I feel like it's better because they're super strong at the moment.
Yeah,
we'll have to see the passives. And maybe just have it a class that can't like kill squishies or is lacking accuracy but a lot of crit damage, to where like it's more of a counter to like DR tanky classes, of like a damage shred instead of how Corsair's kind of like a shield regen was it shred. And then there's a couple other classes that have like their own little niche, like Scholar was that a health shred or whatever. She like reduces your regen, I believe.
Yeah, Scholar is just like healing.
So
reduces. Yeah, I can't wait to fucking seize all of them. It's gonna be me and 5 Deadeyes in AOS every game, so it's gonna be fun. But I think that's kind of it. If you have anything
What do you
else to
mean? All you have to do is go to your 2-second iframe and then.
My iframe doesn't work. What do you mean? Like half of the
Your
time
your Galler works. Just hotkey it. Why aren't you hotKeying your Galler?
I
That's
have it
literally.
hotkeyed. It's on my F key because it's F for fuck.
No, you don't put it on your F key because that ruins all your other fucking skills. Oh, you're a Coomer. Do you actually play Tamer?
No, I just
You
play
might
Tamer.
as well just play off of a controller if you're hotkeying it to an actual skill. I'm done with you.
You guys are silly. Okay.
He just
But
hates
anyway,
me. He just
what's
bullies
the
me.
next part of the ball that we're at?
The next part where we are at right now is the season thing. So
Oh, the deck season to Pen Black Star.
So yeah,
Oh, that was random.
There's a lot of stuff
like...
to be talked about there because they did say the deck stuff, but there's also more. There's also the 100 Atanis elements that you now get as and like 3,000 Kafra stones that you get as a reward for Mardi stone, and some fell stacks that you can also get for graduating, I think. It was either, yeah, you get 3,000 Kafra stones, you get 100 Atanis elements, you get 40. What was that called? Don't even know what it's called. Some element.
I'm okay with all that stuff, mainly because that's like the big hurdle past seasons is really going for the Kaffir's grind for newer players. Like the C10 in your equipment is like probably one of the most annoying / hardest things of, hey, I'm going to C10 and then build my own equipment, or I'm just going to save up and buy my Fallen Guard gear at Duo or Try.
The next,
I mean, it's nice.
Thing is Okila pieces of the old moon, whatever the fuck.
And I know a lot of people are really butthurt with the fucking the deck season gear changes to what Pen Blacks are or whatever.
Well, because a lot of people went the full route, right? They went the full route with their enhancement and pitied their black stars. So those people are like, okay, well, what about me? I pitied my black star. What do I get for doing that? And that's usually the case with a lot of different things, right? Like, if you look at the free T10, people are gonna be like, what about me? Yeah. I pitied, alright, well, they didn't really pity, but I pulled my T10 the hard way. What do I get for all this? Another free T10. Shut the fuck up. Like,
yeah, I have
this
mixed...
is a win-win for everyone.
I have mixed feelings about it, you know? Like, I understand, like, the gloriousness of, like, making things exclusive and as such, but I also feel like they're like, it doesn't take away from the grind at the time. Like, you shouldn't see it as like, oh, just because it took me like 72 clicks for my Pen Black Star, now that they add the pity system, it means so much more less to me now, you know? It's like, oh,
I agree.
If you're able to sell it on the market, which new players ideally shouldn't, like, I'm okay with the tank of the Pen Black Star, mainly because I don't feel like Pen Black Star should be that much of a hurdle to players to get their sovereign weapons. Like, people should gear
especially since they're required now. Because before, if they weren't required, it would be different. Then I'd be like, sure. But like, when I don't know if this happened to you guys, but I was using full like level 20 Capra, Kazarka, and Dandy for a very long time. And then when they released Ulukita and I started grinding Tungrad Ruins, I noticed that I was very, very, very much behind everybody else that was using Black Stars, and I never understood why.
It's
I was
the
very
human
upset by that.
damage and human protection, or the monster protection.
The monster damage, yeah. I was very annoyed that, like, now I was basically put in a position where all the stuff I had before is meaningless, and I was geared, like, for the time I was very geared, and it just sucked that, like, all the gear I had basically was meaningless, and I had to change it to fit the PvE agenda. And so now the fact that they're making it readily available for everybody else, I like that better compared to before.
Yeah, because you can't
sucked.
think of like everybody, you can't please the top 5% have your game run properly. You know.
Yeah.
It's just not.
I'm just gonna.
Not everybody becomes miserable.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say like, catch-up mechanics are extremely important in every single MMO. To act like this is somehow a bad thing, that like, oh, like it took me this long to make Black Star, so it needs to take you that long to take Black Star, but like, people need to understand.
I feel like it shouldn't
that, like,
be time gated, but it should be like effort based. Like there should be some form of effort that you have to apply to what you're doing to make it feel like it's worth it, if that makes any sense.
Like to me, it's just like the best comparison I can get is like with catch-up mechanics. It's, imagine if you wanted to play World of Warcraft or FF14, and in order to raid in the current mythic raid tier, you would have to go back and raid and kill every single other boss from every single previous raid tier that has ever been released in the game. Right? And nobody would be playing those games because it would be just so much shit, and like people would feel like they are extremely behind, right? And
it's a lot of recycled content too at that point.
Yeah.
Like
it's just so much. And like, yes, it did take you, I don't know, let's say that it took you 100 hours to get Black Star. Now it will only take like 20 to 30, maybe even less. But like now you are grinding for something else, right? You are already past that point. So the person that is after you has to get to where you are now, and then has to also get to where you will be like when you get there, right? So he will, without catch-up mechanics, he would be perpetually behind, which has cascading effects on everything, right? On the PvE aspect, so like people can't be grinding everywhere, right? Because they can't get there, so the economy is in shambles. On PvP, right?
Same with PvP as well, actually.
Yeah, I was just about to make that point, that if you want open world PvP to be like popular again, the best way is to actually introduce as much catch-up mechanics as you can, so that people actually like can bypass the gear checking and they don't get like one shot every time, and they actually feel like they have a chance, so they want to like try and improve, and that's how you get more PvP, right? That's why PvP was as popular as it was back when BDO released, because everyone was roughly at the same like gear level, at the same skill level. So like, of course, the skill level is a different thing, but you can at least get to the same gear level, and if the people are not getting one shot every time, they might actually feel like engaging in PvP a little bit more, especially uncapped PvP, right? So
that is true. No, you're right. I mean, I know I have a lot of friends from back in the day that are no longer playing because there's such a disparity in gear. They do not feel the courage to play BDO anymore, and there's no way for them to catch up to it without having to grind their life away. And they're not about the grind. A lot of them are just, I want a PvP and get gains through PvP, and that is, I mean, we'll get into that later probably, but that is something that BDO lacks, like rewarding, just like rewarding people's efforts, because people spend a lot of time in the game, but like the amount of rewards you get for the effort you put in is not always matching. So they just don't feel like it's worth spending any time in the game anymore if they're not really going to be getting the worth of their time back.
Yeah, like I think like it's a completely double-edged sword. Like you can't really go around and keep telling everyone that like uncapped PvP is the most important thing. Without uncapped PvP, there is like no reason to even play the game, and then turn around and gatekeep every single catch-up mechanic that there is. Like, oh, when they gave out Pen Black Star, it's like it's killing the game. When they gave out like Jetina for the second time, it's killing the game. You know, like, oh, I had like the idea of like I had to grind at Sawsons for hundreds of hours, and now you have to do the same because like back in 2017 I had to do it. It's like, to me it's just selfish, right? To me it's just like looking only for yourself and not actually for like the other players and even the game.
The health of the game as well.
Yeah. Like nobody wants to play a game where they are 10 years behind, you know? Like, I don't know, man. If you tell me like let's play CS like Counter-Strike together, And in order to like play with you like at Counter-Strike 2, I still have to start playing at Counter-Strike 1.6. Like I don't know, it's just like it's a different game, right? Oh, what's this?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like
It's just for fun.
Yeah, I just think it's a good idea to introduce more and more catch-up mechanics. Obviously, it should not be like complete handouts, you know, like the pen black star being given like it's not for free. You still need to get level 61, but it's kind of easy to reach that nowadays. But like I think that forcing new players to spend like 20 to 30 billion for a pen black star is good enough, right? It feels achievable. And it feels like a goal in the meantime for the new player as well. It's not like I'm gonna have to spend like hundreds of hours to get my black star so I can start working on sovereign. Like I still don't have a sovereign weapon, right? To this day, and like I'm 725 gear score. I still don't have a sovereign weapon, so I can't imagine what a new player would have to like go through to get it, right? So. Yeah, I think that's it.
I guess that will go into like another discussion of like, how much time do you think it's worthy for the BDO community to deem somebody that should be endgame? Like, because like everything has its like time limits to do it. Like clearly everything's just a time sink, especially with pity system now and the places that you can grind, you will hit averages and numbers will round out to those. So like how much time are people expecting you to be like this and this gear score?
Depends on what gear score, right? I think like if you are talking about endgame, I think that endgame used to be 700 gear score. I think that now it's more like 730. I would say it's like what you would consider like soft cap. I don't know. Depends really what you ask. I think that it's kind of hard because it is comparative, right? It's like, yeah. I think that if we are talking about like hard cap, you know, like everything, I think it should be achievable within. I wanna say like 1,000 of hours, maybe like 1,000, 1,500, right? And like that's like not like 1,000 hours of like gameplay. It's like 1,000 hours of like grinding, you know, of like actively pursuing that goal, right? If we are talking about like the absolute best gear possible, right? If we are talking about like gear that makes you
like endgame, like you can grind DSR at not best, but like roughly I'd say hard cap currently would be 340 AP, 420 DP. And that would probably be agreed across the board as you're out of the gearlet range and you're to where it costs you like quite a bit of time for taps and gains, and you can actually start it. You feel meaningful in PvP.
Progress.
Like you're within the top 20%, I'd say, if not 10.
Improving more.
Yeah. You can do all the content in the game, including boss splits and that stuff. And I feel like how would you put an hour's worth of time into that, and how would you scale that? Because you're also not including the fact of like, hey, life skilling goals and other things into consideration, you know? If you're starting out as a new player, because I know for sure as a new player, you can easily, with the current system, how it's built, even without the changes being implemented, you should be able to get to around 720 gear score if you're sticking to grinding 2 or 3 hours a day. And you know exactly what your goal gains are. Granted, if that's fun for you or not fun for you is up to the player base, you know? If you like grinding in circles and doing it that route, then it's going to feel more fun to somebody that makes it feel like a chore. And grant that like any game feels better with other people to do the game with or like to progress with than you know, than a game that doesn't. That's why even though Fallout 76 was such a clusterfuck of a game to start out with, people still had fun because they had fun playing it with their friends because it was a multiplayer game. So I also feel like we have to take the multiplayer aspect into gear progression too.
Yeah, that is something.
That's something BDO is lacking.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's something that like NA specifically wants is a lot of group-based content, because guild boss splits or party boss splits is very popular, right? People actually do that consistently all the time. That proves that people in BDO definitely want group content, and a lot of people are looking forward to what's it called? The other grind, the tree grind, Dekia trees and Dekia.
Giffen.
I was also thinking about like because I've made suggestions like this before, on and off of stream, talking to other people, as well as like there's no reason why the dungeon isn't a daily thing. Why you can't just go run the Ataraxian dungeon every single day.
Yeah, make one build
because
a day.
It's like you get to hang out with your friends. It takes like 2 hours, and if all you want to do is come in, run a dungeon, and make some money and progress games, you know, it's like it makes it more viable for like, hey, I only have 2 hours to play. I can guarantee do this dungeon with like a set static group, or go find some okay people to run it through. Maybe it'll be a little bit rough, you know, but like that's the thing with multiplayer games. It's like you're not always going to find the best people to game with. It's your job to go find the people that you want to game with. And I feel like the facets of BDO, they sometimes really downplay the need for you to go play the game with other people, you know. Be a very social and interactable person, because most people's interactions in the game, if they don't join a guild, is, oh, I'm grinding, oh, I see that, like, I was told if I go grind here on Arsha, I'll get better loot drops, and then next thing they know, they just get rolled and boom.
Yeah, I was about to say that, like, the biggest problem with the open world in BDO right now is that every player interaction in the world that you get is negative.
True, Rar.
You don't get anything positive, right? It's like if you see a white square on your map, what is your first like immediate thought? It's like, am I gonna get killed?
Like, oh my god!
Like the closest thing that we got to like solo semi-group grinding was Murwalk's Labyrinth, and it was so buggy when it first came out that people refused to do it because it would break their billions of dollars worth of crystals. I guess we can also put that on the bullet point, but I also feel like there should just be no reason for certain things to break anymore, like crystal breaking. Is such an old system. Outdated. They need to get rid of that. Like, there should be, like, if a player wants to heavily invest into crystals to spread out how their character is going to grind in different places, they need to get rid of that crystal break system unless you're red. I'm okay with it breaking if you're red, you know. Clearly, we're not going to change that fact that one-sided decks and stuff. I don't know. I don't really care about that change. It's been over and done with. I feel like talking about that stuff's a dead conversation at this point because so many people cover it. So I'm trying to segue around that. But like, definitely crystal break system, old content, get rid of it. I feel like there's no need for it because you still need the crystals in your inventory page. You know, there should be no reason people should have to pay to buy back their crystals. Just like, people are willing to spend money to add more crystals so they don't have to go to the blacksmith, unslot crystals from their bag, and then put the new ones in, you know? Like, I feel like that'd be a lot more beneficial, and like a lot more people would go do that.
I think that we
basically... And you'd still like gain money from that aspect of the game, or people playing the game, you know?
I think that Papalicia killed the idea of crystals being unbreakable, or at least all of them being unbreakable the moment that they introduced the fucking thing that lets you buy more slots for them. That's
well, you need to recover them, not buy more slots. Recover the crystals. But I do feel like that was a really bad L on BDO for doing that.
Yeah, difficult. In like bad PR
because out of the three major things of grinding for like gear, buffs, and crystals, those are the three, like, I'd say the triangle effect of the things that you need to make sure you get right to grind in the zone efficiently. And it just really sucks that one of the aspects is just something that disappears, you know? Like, I can understand elixirs disappear on F, those are a consumable item, but we shouldn't be treating crystals as a consumable item.
I actually think that, like, you can treat them as consumable if they cost the same money as a consumable, you know? If a Girinsteer was 30 million or like a Makalot was like 25, like, nobody would really care that much that they break. But if you break a Makalot and it's $1 billion and it's often more than you make in an hour, then that feels terrible, you know?
Yeah.
It's not really the breaking itself, it's the cost that the breakage represents, in my opinion.
Well, that's how we get rid of the issue, is just removing the cost of the breakage itself. Yeah. I feel is the easier method than trying to lower the price of crystals or flooding the market with crystals then, because then you're messing with not just the people that are breaking crystals, you know, you're messing with the people's income per hour that are dealing with those crystals. And it's like, I know some people, like, they grind for crystals to like make a profit off of, which, you know, good for them, but like I don't feel like that should be the basis of the game. Like, it should be trash and accessories.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, making crystals cheaper is just another form of a catch-up mechanic. You know, now that Girin steers are not like 5 billion, now that Strike Lightstones are not 5 billion, I don't know if it's on NA, but on EU, like, you can get a Girin for like 300-400 mil. And Strikes for like,
hell no.
For 2 billion, I think. Strikes.
I'm pretty sure here. I'll check the marketplace on the NA servers.
I think that Strikes are like around 2 billion on EU, or like 1.8 or something like that. Like, I think that's a good thing right now, because it's easier to get those things, and like making things.
Oh yeah,
cheaper.
they're 3.2, and there's like a bunch on the marketplace.
Okay,
yeah,
it's not too bad. Like, I think that's just like another way of like making like a catch-up mechanic, right? This is the same with like Debos. You know, when Debos were dropping to like 150 billion for Pen Debo, everyone was fucking crying about it. But like, would that be such a bad idea if it like continued to drop? It would just make like, sure, it would make it easier, but it would make it easier for the people who already like, who don't have Debos yet. Like, if you already have a Debo, why do you care how much a Debo costs, unless you just want to make more profit? And just like okay, so like you want to make more money.
And you go plug it in.
Okay. It's like you just want to make more money on the fucking bags of new players, which to me just feels kind of, you know, silly. But I think we have kind of
yeah, I think that's about everything for the add-ons for the Tuvala stuff. Just general overview. We're pretty okay with the change. I'm not butthurt about it. I feel the people that are butthurt about it, you know, it's like you had your time of glory.
Yep.
Unless you recently did it, like, even if you recently did it, like got your second Pen Black Star, you're probably still needing another Pen Black Star to do it. If you've been sitting on your Pen Black Star or have your Sovereign Weapon for at least like a couple months now, you're already reaping the benefits of being able, or you should be reaping the benefits of being able to grind the endgame grind zones to push your gear forward, to where I don't feel like giving that stuff out. Like, they still have to do something for it, which I agree. It's also not just handed to you.
Also, if you are
I kind of feel bad though.
I mean, if you are the first at the grind spot, that means you are making more money, right? Like, when you were the first people at like Dekia Ash, and like Debos were like 800 million a piece, you made so much money than people make now, right? So like, you get rewarded already for being first, you know? Like, and I don't know why being first is not enough for people, you know? Like, they need to be the first, and they need to be like the first forever, basically. They always need to make the most money.
This feels like a very wholesome way of looking at it, to be honest, but I guess I agree. I don't see why people should be kept behind because you want it to be hard to get. But there's the other side of it of, okay, well, it's no longer just the art of getting something that's hard, right? It's no longer hard to get. So that used to be a thing of the past. But I mean, the same thing can be said about a lot of
another thing is you need like 4 of them or 5, you know, you need like 5 of them now. Sure, it's like if you're factoring costs and how long it takes for you to get those stacks, and then the time it takes for new players to figure out how to get those stacks. And things is like the time sink of enhancing like the debos and giving like an easy, or I mean black stars, and giving an easier way out. You know, every new account, like, to become endgame needs 5 Pen Black Star debos. You know, and it's like we already have the guaranteed Guillotina's quest for your Pen boss gear, which you just dump money into. But like the money that you dump into a Pen Black Star to get to pen is like, even just from Tet to pen is 3,600 crons per tap. What is that? 7 outfits?
Yeah.
Worth, you know, and then you're expecting them to not feel like dog water. Like it's definitely.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say it's definitely needed. I would have rather have seen them like turn more away to like crons in a sense of like being able to like keep your taps. Like I would have rather have them like, hey, we make this rare drop that like you can get pities from grinding any fucking zone. You grind 1,000, like maybe like once a month you get like a fucking free hammer or whatever that you can convert to a hammer. Non-marketplace sellable, so like people that are like playing the game or doing facets of their like life
you don't
can
even
progress
need to do
in
that
that
shit.
sense.
Like you have the fucking you have the Karlstein outfit. Why is the Orzeka outfit not chronable? Karlstein outfit is chronable, right? The thing that you get
because the Orzeka outfit can't be time gated per day. The Karlstein is time gated through daily quests.
They just make I don't know, a daily quest to like make it. Like it's weird,
I guess
no?
that is true. They basically could make the quest to turn the pieces into the outfit a daily quest.
Yeah, like I don't like, and at the same time, right? If you already have Orzeka, what is the point of getting another Orzeka? Like to put it on your alts?
Wait, can we talk about how the fucking the beachwear outfit isn't chronable, the one that we got during the beach event or whatever?
Yeah. Boudica. Oh, that's what it's the Boudica.
Yeah, but that irked me. I have so many extra like shoes and fucking shit because I want like the whole fucking outfit. Like, please, it's just I just want to get rid of those, and I feel bad for throwing it away. Like, I don't need
like if they're not gonna be
6 pairs of the same.
Able to sell it on the marketplace, right? Without like being bound
or
to
just raw silver. I would have just taken like, hey, you get like a bill raw silver for selling each piece or something, or like even 500 mil, 250, just something. I just don't want them in my inventory, and I don't want to throw them away because I
free silver, take it or leave it.
Yeah. Please, game, please.
I agree. I've
Thank you.
I bought an extra outfit just for like the helmet, and I just have it there. But I found some use for it, so there's that.
I just got the hat from the Central Market because it was the only thing I wanted. Because it's cute.
Oh my god.
Alright,
yeah, no, that's funny and true. I think underwear as well. They also should make underwear chronable.
You're not naked?
I have so many underwears on like multiple underwear on the same character.
How do you have multiple underwear on the same character?
Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to, okay?
Somebody's where are you NA servers?
I am.
Oh my god, I'm gonna catch you on comma 2, aren't I?
Yes, sir.
No, no.
I'm gonna be looking through one of them windows on comma 2 and
they say that ERP is dead in this game. Little do they know.
That wasn't the reason why. Okay, I have multiple, just like how I have multiple ghillies, I have multiple underwear because remember when we got free beach underwear? Like we keep getting free underwear on characters, right? So I opened like the chest, and then I bought the one that I actually wanted from the Pearl store, and then like I opened another chest or something, hoping for another one, and now I have like 3 pieces of underwear on one character.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
I know it doesn't make sense, but like.
Okay, here's one second. Here's one of my viewers, RAR BDO. The complaint I was hearing is the changes. Timmy Tuvala, who was only playing for 4 weeks, is suddenly as geared as the guy who's been grinding for gear for the last 5 years.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm still just like he still gets benefit from grinding for the like past 5 years. If he's grinding, like let's say that he has endgame gear. Like, if he's able to grind the endgame gear zones already, he's having more benefit from playing the 5 years. Like, there's still things that he has over the Timmy Tuvala that's been grinding 4 weeks, you know? Like, that Timmy Tuvala is not just going to roll up and fucking steamroll that guy unless he's total dog water.
Yeah,
like,
again,
the guy that's been grinding 5 years probably has his Velsart, which is still locked behind 40 bill for the Timmy Tuvala in 4 weeks. He's probably not getting that. If he's extremely carried, then he needs at least 2 Garmoth hearts. Wait, no, is it
at least one for
3
for the
Garmoth hearts,
crystals.
don't you? Because you need one for your offhand, your
I mean, yeah.
awakening,
Oh, yeah,
and then
technically
your
you need
shy.
Well, you just need 2.
You need 3, one
unless
for
you're
your
talking about
shy.
the two offhand, like one for your Nuva, one for your PVE.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean there are so many things like the entire PvP setup, like
Oh yeah.
you still
No,
need
no,
fucking
we're just
evasion and
using
accuracy and-
that as an example, but like
Yeah.
I feel like the majority of the player base either doesn't care. The only people that are bitching about it, you know, have either not spent enough time in the game to where they've made meaningful progress in the weeks and kind of just wanted more handed to them, or just be RNG carried more. You know, because those type of people are just like, you know, I hop onto the game for new content and I don't really enjoy playing the game with other people. I feel like they're complaining like that. And the people at Endgame really don't care. You know, like that's not going to affect their grind. If anything, it'll help their grind out for at least the few group grind spots that we have of like, hey, more people are geared, so it should be easier to look for a group for more people, you know.
Yeah, it's a net positive. You get more group
So I don't really see the argument for that. I could kind of see the argument for like rare pieces, you know, because they're like a special aspect of life. You could kind of argue the horse, but we'll probably get onto that later in the stream.
Yeah.
But like I could understand for like the map, the compass, or like the rich merchant ring piece, you know, because there should be something that you can grind for that's like exceptionally rare. Like it's still hard to grind for a compass, rich merchant ring, and map. Like don't take me wrong. If it was easy, a lot of people would just have multiple of them things. And very few people have multiple compasses and maps, and I think even very fewer people have multiple ring pieces. I know there's a couple out there that they like to flex the ring and then they like to flex all the pieces to their next ring.
I mean, it also is a difference between like treasure items, which are basically just an extra thing, and gear, which is essential. And like again, right, it makes it's a net positive for the game. It makes group content easier to find people for. It makes PvP better because it's more like about skill and not just about having better gear. I know that this can be a negative for some people, but those people are probably bad at PvP already, you know. And just because someone else has something that you do have as well, or you have better things as well, I just don't see that as a problem. Like the alternative is to have the new player grind for 5 years to get where the guy was 5 years ago, you know, or like whenever.
I don't.
It's just like,
I definitely don't see a problem with
neither.
the catch-up mechanics. Anybody that does see a problem, like I used to know a person that like really in my old guild hated any of the catch-up systems, and he's like, it makes my gear less meaningful. I'm like, how does it make your gear less meaningful? And it's like, I struggled for this many hours. I'm like, yeah, but did you gain a benefit for that many hours afterwards that they are not gaining currently? You know, it's like it doesn't matter. It's like the people that have that kind of mindset, you know, no one cares about them.
It's like imagine if there's a mountain, right, and everyone's climbing the mountain, and then like 5 years later, after the mountain is like completely
they put a gondola up.
Yeah, they put a fucking gondola and they like a mountain resort up there, you know? And now you can just fucking go there in like a 10 minutes. Like, does that mean that the people who climbed the mountain now have had like a worse experience, like retroactively? Or like, does it even matter that it is there in the first place? Because those people would not be climbing the mountains otherwise, right? Like, there's a reason they have not been playing the game before. So to make it easier for them to pick up, gives them another reason to play the game, right? If we take it back to BDO.
Like, the only really crappy, it's a lame fucking excuse. It's a lame excuse. I don't like using excuses. The only reason I see people being pissed off about that stuff is it doesn't teach the players how to play the fucking game. But like they'll learn eventually with the higher gear, but it doesn't like being in the shit low, you know, like Tuvala Timmy gear where you're hitting fucking trees. Like you can still die in trees with Tuvala Timmy gear and stuff. Like it should teach players how to like play the game, but giving players more gear, you know, doesn't hurt them learning how to play the game in the long run.
They can always learn, right?
I think as a community, we should not be focusing on, as a whole community, right? My personal feels is that we should not be focused. Thank you for the follow, 96 gems. We should not be focusing on whether or not who made progression first. Like, yes, with rare items like, you know, Crocodile and all those things, I understand where that comes in. But the changes to all those things still benefits everybody, right?
Yes.
Granted, the Elton piece is like a suffrage that we all have. Like, it's a scar everybody has, except for like the 1%.
Yeah, that
right?
the
Elton
1%.
piece grind.
Yeah.
That's like a story everybody has one of. So
yep,
it's something that we all suffer
me.
through. The 1%, okay, bitch. So
I am the 1%.
Oh my
Probably
God.
world record on Elton piece. Not gonna lie.
Watch them give Elton piece in Calpheon Ball 25, and
I don't think
going
you're
to change it soon.
Okay. Before I go on, what is your record for the Elton piece? Do tell. Because I've heard some crazy stories, and
first hour. It was first hour there. Probably within 30 minutes.
I have a friend that got his Elton piece. He didn't even get it from there. He got it from, we were grinding Upper Gaifen together when they were doing the event. He got it in the beginning of the second hour, and I was just like, "What the fuck?" He didn't know what it was. He was new to the game.
You want to hear something even worse? I had no idea what it was either in the game. I was just like, I need meme frags, and then my guild leader was like, you could go down to Histria and like go grind down there. You know, you can get these scrolls that you can do every week to go to get meme frags, and I'll run them with you and stuff. And I was like, oh, okay, I don't really know how to get down there. She's like, okay, follow me. And then like I followed her through the desert a bunch, and we went through a bunch of portals. And I was like, well, where do I grind in a rotation? Then she took me to like her main grind rotation room, and she was like, okay, I'm going to go get some food and then go swap servers and stuff. And then I was streaming my grind. I was like, am I doing the rotation right to another guildie at the time? And then I cheered. I was like, what's this? And he's like, no way. There's no fucking shot that that you got baby down to history. And the game just hands you.
You know who to report.
The game was like, here you go, baby.
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, I spent 40 hours on my Achman piece and 40 hours on my Vodkin piece, alright? So in total, I at least spent 80 hours on my compass.
I mean, I spent like over 100 hours on each, so, you know, it's neither here nor there.
See,
Lou said he got his both
pieces
pieces within an hour of each other. Must be nice. I don't know her. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. But like, the point I'm trying to make is, rather than focus on those kinds of things, we as a community should be focusing on repopulation. And the best way to focus on repopulation is this method right here, making the entry to BDO much easier, and allowing people who have left to return with ease, because there's a lot of new systems that they have to catch up on that they would rather not without some level of encouragement. So yeah.
Ooh, can we segue? I only want to talk a little bit of like PvP and stuff, but can we segue that into a little bit of PvP? Is that okay?
You want to talk about what they said about PvP, or you want to like have a tangent?
Wow.
Probably not, because this is just overarching changes of like he mentioned like easier systems to introduce players. Just like a little caveat of like, please, can we have like a node war practice system to where we can skirmish node wars?
I think so, yeah.
They
like,
actually,
I think that's
like,
what
why can't we have that? Like no, yeah, it's supposed to be T1, but like there's no, like, you can't practice. So like there's no practice method besides physically doing it. And if everybody leaves, you know, like, you only have an hour to go do that stuff. Like, it would be fun, besides just random GVGs, if we could like set up like an RBF or like the guild, I don't know, it could be like a guild sync dump system to where like, hey, if you complete so many quests, or like, hey, it's like 3 bill out of guild funds to go rent the like this RBF arena for a day and match up with another guild and practice regrouping, pushing, and like rotating through your classes without using like elixirs and stuff for Node War, because like practicing for Node War is super tough. Like, you only get like the one, like, you know, however many times you run Node War per week.
This is actually really interesting that you've said that, because I remember when I was making a video on like the like unfulfilled promises from like previous balls, there was one thing that they have said in like 2022, 2021 maybe, when they was introducing the AOS, they said that there will be a 10v10 mode that will have like a mini castle siege and a mini node war attached to it, which is basically what you are saying.
Oh, that was a
that's what turned.
That's what turned into
that's what turned to GVG or whatever.
Yeah, they turned it into GVG, but they said that there would be like alternate game modes, and I wonder if it's like still on the table.
But just like a practice system, you know, just to like make it more coordinated. Like, you know how like Rust has, I'm not sure if you're a Rust player, but like Rust has, what is it? They have like private servers to where it's like you can like build your little like raid house, you know, and then like at the claim next to you, they build their raid house, and then you can practice like raiding each other and stuff.
They could even like, honestly, they could make it even like like single player. Like, here's a quest line. Like, this is how you build a fort. This is how you use a Trina axe. This is how you destroy enemy forts. Like, this is a fucking
if they want people
this is this
get
is that,
into
you know.
the war, they should definitely do that, because that would
and then would be like
ease the entry
like it would not even be like, maybe it would be difficult, but make it like a part of the story. Like when there's like the war of like Serendia and Calpheon, or like Calpheon Valencia, make it be like, oh, there's an actual conflict. You're gonna get to fight with like Jordine and Lady Jarrett or whatever, right? And he's like, we need to build a fort. Go there and build a fort, soldier. You know, and you just go there and like build it. And then it's like yeah, we are pushing in.
Yo, hold up, that is. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like there's no tutorials how to do this. Like it's all based. Like, it's good that like guild leaders and stuff like take control of that stuff, but it's such a heavy burden for like, you know, the leadership. Like, let's say that you're running like a 50-man guild to do tier 2s, and then you have like 25 floaters, but you have a static of like around 30 to 50 people that will show up for node wars, guaranteed. You know, and then those out of the 30 people you have, you know, those people are ready. They can node war. They know how to node war. They know their roles. They know their jobs. Well, now you have 20 people that have like that possibly are floaters, don't do node war, that you're trying to train for. It's like, even that, even if you have like a 5-man leadership core, training 25 people, you know, or 20 people, that's 4 people per person that you have to get on the same fucking page to learn how to do node war. Yeah. It's like, clearly there's guides that help and assist for it, but like there's nothing better than having like mentors in game to actually show you and walk you through the steps of doing that. And if the game just implemented some type of system to practice those things, you know, in node wars, I feel like it helped, because like just some prime examples of why I'm going to keep like my node wars when my guild starts to do node wars again. I'm going to keep it in house. Is like, if I need somebody to pull the flag, you know, so I can place one down, somebody can pull a flag while I'm placing one down and time it to where there's no gap in between our like flag respawn time, you know, and that's a pretty important thing to have.
Yeah, I mean, they could definitely do better on this. Yeah, I absolutely like. I do agree that like node wars are, because like, yeah, node wars are one of the like big draws, you know, and sages especially, right, to the game. So to see them like, yeah, like here they are, and it's up to you. I feel like that's one of the biggest problems with BDO as well, that it is a very overwhelming game. It is like one of the hardest MMOs, if not the hardest MMO to really get into and grasp. And you have like people who have spent 5,000, 10,000 hours still finding out new mechanics, new things that have like been either forgotten or like never really used. So they could really like have tutorials, you know, like I said, like make it a quest line where like sieging a castle would not be like, it was still take some time.
Or just making an event, you know? It's like, just make a bunch of, you know how like you're a red player and the castle guards are like super fucking OP and tanky and shit? You know? We could literally have like a weekly fucking like raid on top of like Garmoth is like, oh, corruption has like the Elvia corruption has spilled over into like the real realm, you know? One of the castles is being taken over by the corrupt. Everybody like spend 30 minutes to fucking prepare and shit and stuff. And like it'll just like every single fucking server. It's like you can build fucking cannons and stuff and place shit down. And it's no cost, and it's, I don't know, you get some type of fucking reward out of it.
Yeah, would be fun, but we can only dream.
Yeah, we can only hope. I guess my last thing to add to like Node War and PvP is, it's like, I heard this, I'm okay with this. There's two solutions I see to capped PvP. I'm not going to talk about uncapped because I don't do uncapped. But like the consumables, I feel like they are fucking dreaded and horrible in tier 1s. They're good to branch people that are barely hitting tier 1 caps, you know, so they can do it. Like, I've heard the argument that, like, hey, if players aren't hitting all the caps, they should just fucking grind more, but I feel like that's bullshit. It's tier 1s. You should be able to do it with Tuvala and hit the caps. So it's either we change the AP brackets of the tier 1 Node Wars to where it actually feels like people are fighting with Tuvala gear.
They are going the other direction,
like,
aren't they?
Yeah, because if it doesn't feel like people are fighting with Tuvala gear, it's just toward like, or like AOS gear to where everybody just kind of dies. Like, you can solo everybody.
This was something that like was one of the few things I agreed on when like to complete the tangent with like the Choice and Devious document, where they said that like tier 1 and maybe even tier 2 should have basically the same gear as AOS, that it should be provided to you as well.
Yeah, and
you can,
the
like,
second thing
choose.
is we either don't have consumables or consumables don't cost anything. I prefer to lean towards the consumables don't cost anything, and if you tap one set of consumables, you know, at the beginning of your Node War, they don't expire after death. Just because that stuff gets super pricey, and I feel like it's dumb when they expire. Like that's a dumb reason to be like, oh, you should, you know, consumables should lose stuff. And it's like, if the Tuvala Timmy dies like 30 fucking times, you know, maybe he should get more gear, maybe he should lose his class, like learn his class. It's like, well, if the motherfucker only has, you know, fucking 30 minutes to learn his class into fucking large scale PvP content with the new guild that he's joining, it's really hard to learn your class when you only have 30 minutes a day, and then you're getting orders shouted at you 24/7 to learn your class. You know?
Here, see, Mr. Luna, there's this
Because,
like, immortal version of the
because the only reason I say that the brackets have to change, or they removed the use of elixirs, is because or consumables in general, there's certain classes that are just unkillable in tier 1 Node Wars with the whale tendon potions and the brackets that we're in. Like, everything's just way too tanky. And if you want the Pislow guilds to like do better and actually like feel meaningful, everybody has to kind of just be squishy to where like people are dying from maybe not like luck, you know, because clearly there's still going to be strategies, and the guilds that run it better are just going to run it better, but there isn't going to be like a 0% chance that like you can't kill this class.
Yeah.
No matter how good like or skill based, because that was another thing that was the argument that I had with that person, was it was very much like, oh, it's 100% skill based, like you should be able to just catch the suck Corsair that dives into your main ball and shit, you know. I was like, is it skill based when Alon dives in and top frags your fucking main ball when you can't see him render outside your fucking map distance? Not really.
That's hardware based.
Yeah, but it's different for a suck Corsair. Corsair can literally just run straight into your main ball and regen off of all your players that are standing next to her. It's like, and the amount of resistances and the evasion caps that you hit, you can't just dump DPS on top of her like a good 80% of the time, you know. And it's not the Corsair's more fucking skillful, you know, because I can have a Sork do the same exact thing, but that Sork won't top frag, you know, or fucking she'll survive that long, but she won't be fucking top fragging while doing it. And
yeah, I mean, that's true.
It's all about brackets. And it's like, is the Sork more skillful? You know, is the Sork a shittier player because they have to play at a higher APM to stay there and not get any kills, but the Corsair that's playing at a lower APM is just fucking top fragging in the ball in the same exact situation. It's like, who's the better player at that point? To where I feel like the only way to like combat that is like the consumables, because all the classes, if you get rid of the consumables and just make it AOS gear, I'd be okay with that. But if you just get rid of the consumables in general, there's too many classes with like just better stat passives that it's just going to be, you know, it's going to be a mandatory thing for certain builds, and I don't like that.
I forgot about that.
I just don't really like the mentality of that, you know, of like you have to be a certain build in order to participate in Node War. I generally feel like I've always done it to where like you can bring any class you want to Node War. If you want to fill in like a specific niche, which I think we're needing, you know, you can, but like I don't care what class you show up for Node War. I don't think there should be a reason why people should be forced to play a class that they don't want to play during Node War.
Yeah,
to fill like specs and stuff.
Nothing like forcing,
like
in general,
clearly
forcing people to do other things is not a good idea.
Clearly it's better to do that, but like any team that's like well oiled and machined should perform the same as like a fucking, you know, any other one. Like if I have like 3 Zerkers, like fucking like let's say I'm grouping up for tier 1, you know, I have like my 20 fucking random fucking classes, and then I have my 2 Shies, 3 Zerkers, and the rest are casters. Like I'm probably not going to lose very many ball pushes and fights with that many casters to heal people and PA people and shit, and that many Zerkers to engage. And it's like having like a proper roster. Like you should have it, but you shouldn't be limited to like, hey, these are the only classes that we want, you know, and these are the fill classes that we need. The same thing, I don't want to talk about that because I'm not a shy specialist, and I feel like someone else should talk about it, but like the shy buffs, eventually they'll get fixed, but it's too strong in tier 1 Node Wars, or in any like PvP scenario really. Like you can fight around it, but there's a dramatic difference between not having a shy and having a shy. Like I can look through all my like guild league matches and things, and I can guarantee you every single loss that we had was either due to the other team not having a shy or due to them being severely undergeared. You know, but gear for gear, if we didn't have a shy and they had a shy, they just won. It brings too many stats to the table, and they're not self-sufficient. I guess that's it for the PvP Node Wars things. If we want to,
yeah, I'm thinking that we could move on. Yeah, next up,
since Luneye doesn't PvP,
I do AOS.
He's a ground inspector. Same as me.
What do you mean? I keep getting MVPs. What do you mean?
Yeah, but do the MVPs come with W's or do the MVPs come with L's? You know, because it doesn't matter how high you top frag. It's for the team. It's a group effort.
But my team is garbage.
You know,
it's not my fault that my team sucks.
The team is
Yup. That's what all.
I'm not here. Listen. I play a support class. Okay.
That sounds
Succession Tamer is a support class. I need a team to support.
Exactly.
If I cannot support the team because the team doesn't exist.
The Yuumi that's hard stuck in iron definitely says that, you know. So that's all.
Yes, they do.
Wow, you gonna take that? The Yuumi stuck in iron? Oh no.
Yeah, but don't worry. Once the fucking ranked season starts, I'll drag this motherfucker. Don't worry.
Okay, I mean, I will be your Briar. I'll jungle for you.
Yeah,
that's all I do anyway.
I'll probably. Would it be cheesy for me to play Succession and outrank you? Because I could probably in Succession and Awaken.
I mean, that's what we call a skill issue in that case.
It's a class balancing issue, alright.
It's that Succession Tamer is a support class, okay, and fucking Awakening is a assassin.
It's not.
It is.
Class. You can kill people.
Yes, okay, you can kill people as Brown. You can kill people as Yuumi, okay? Just because you can kill people doesn't mean you can kill people as shy. What do you mean?
Not your Sork floor tank? What do you mean?
You can't.
Fucking Sork's OP.
No. You can 100% kill people as shy. I have a shy in my guild that's a PvP shy. He's killed me multiple times as a shy. Granted, when he farmed me, I was just learning Dosa Awakening, so you know there's that. But he's
You got
a very
killed
good
as a
PvP
Dosa
player.
Awakening to a shy.
Shut up, okay? That's not.
He
not
has to have at least
take
41
away-
gear score that you
take
there's no shot that you just got like
the take-
Wutaru'd
Oh
by
my
your
God.
own gilly.
The takeaway is that he knows what to do as a shy. He plays shy very well, and he can kill people as a shy. He's done it before. He'll do it again. He has an AP
Trying
shy. He also has like a
Sork,
DR
middle,
shy, or evasion shy or something. So
Granted, I almost killed a ninja in DSR like it was a while ago. It was like right after the second iteration of DSR or whatever. I was trying it out. I was on Arsha, and I just happened to cast my 100 BSR into the pack, and this ninja tried going through the pack and trying to kill me. And I literally saw his health go from like 90 to 10. He V'd out, got on his horse, and walked away. And I was like, yo.
See, but when I do it, it's...
Are you gonna run away?
Okay, next thing is something that's up my valley. It's
is it the life skill changes, the mastery stuff? Yeah, if that's all you.
Yeah,
yeah, same.
I don't touch the grass beetles like you do.
You don't touch grass.
Well,
yeah,
hold
I
on.
know.
Yeah,
we can tell by your fucking gear score.
I'm not over there stroking off grass beetles in the grass, begging them to dig me up some,
you're out
some
there
juicy
sucking up
enhancement
DSR.
for my
What
mana's
is
gear.
happening?
You're out there sucking up DSR, man. We know it. We get it.
Yeah,
I'm-
Luneye sucks a bunch
looking
of trees
forward-
as well.
Lord. I'm looking forward to the changes that they're doing to fishing and the boat. The Karak boat. I think that's the only thing I care much. Oh, and the horses. I mean, I do horses. That's my life skilling, so that one's fine. But mostly the Karak and fishing, because I haven't really done anything with my boat in a long time, and I haven't cared to. But that's gonna be big for fishing, for sure.
Yeah. I feel like they are really pushing into fishing, and that's despite everything else. I will say one thing, okay? I don't know what you guys think about the raising of mastery cap. I think it's a bad idea. Okay, I'm just gonna
The
put it
raising
out
of
there. The
master
mastery
cap?
cap. Yeah.
What do you mean?
From the Lifeskill mastery from 2000 to 3000.
Oh, the mastery cap.
Yes.
I mean, I am indifferent to it because I don't like that's life skilling. That's like proper life skilling, and I
Yeah.
don't do that. So.
Yeah, I think that like
How
all-
do you think? Why do you think so?
So first of all, there are life skills where mastery doesn't matter at all. For example, trading, farming, doesn't really matter what mastery you have, okay? Then there are masteries where I don't even know how they want to like change it really. It's like cooking, which the mastery, if you have 2000 mastery in cooking, you get 100% chance to do like the mass craft, right? Where you do 10 crafts at once. I don't think I think they are showing it on screen right now, but I don't think like there's that much of a change. And I feel like everything else, the biggest problem for me is that it's not really a change that actually means anything for life skills. It's only a change that increases silver per hour, but it doesn't actually help life skills in any way. It doesn't add a new life skill, it doesn't give you new activity to do if you life skill already, it doesn't even have like new recipes or anything like that. It's basically just, oh, you were hunting shadow lions, now shadow lions make a little bit more money. Oh, you were doing sniper hunting, now sniper hunting does a little bit more money. Oh, you were gathering in Chira ruins for like the scorpion and snake meat, now that makes a little bit more money, right? It's not really a improvement in like the sense of like you're gonna have something better to do. It's just like what you were already doing since like 2019. You're just gonna be doing it a little bit better for a little bit more money, which will also have the problem of balancing the central market around having 3000 mastery. So any future life skiller will have a much harder time getting into life skills because there are no catch-up mechanics for life skills as much. Anyway, there's like the fucking try manos that you can get twice. And outside of that, there's really nothing.
What were your thoughts on this? Because I had some life skill takes as well of the life skill zones that don't give profit. Like there's a bunch of hunting zones that just don't give profit whatsoever. Instead of giving profit or EXP, they just give out raw materials like Breath of Narcion. Because I know that like that if that could become a trend to where we take like the older places and put a need for stuff in there, it's like you go there because you need like Breath of Narcion and you'll just get a higher average there to where it can like supplement your other hours of like actually hunting like the trophies that you want.
So I think that like
add that to aspects on other things. Like what would your take on that be?
Like if we are talking about hunting, then Gamma Sylvia has a similar like pity mechanic for like Narcion that Mountain of Eternal Winter and Narcion have, where like you get a quest to kill certain, I think it's just wolves, right? So you kill frost wolves in Mountain of Eternal Winter, you kill shadow wolves in Narcion, and you kill feather wolves in Gamma Sylvia. Those two other places give you the breaths. In Gamma Sylvia, you get a forest fury. I feel like if they change it so that it gives you like a breath of Gamma Sylvia or whatever, it would be a little bit better. But at the same time, I feel like what the life skills need, first and foremost, is an endgame life skill. So now it would be a perfect time, right? You get 2,000
life skill to rule them all.
Yeah, like imagine. So imagine there's like a, like I'm gonna use World of Warcraft, right? Like in World of Warcraft, there's Nagrand in the Burning Crusade, right? It's a giant like a savanna, like on an island with like lush like vegetation and shit, and there's like a lot of hunting mobs. There's like a quest that you can like hunt them and kill them and blah blah blah, right? Imagine there's like a similar zone, like basically Narcion 2, but in order to go there, you need 2,000 mastery, right? Otherwise, the mobs just won't be gathered.
Wow.
Right? Make something like that. Make like a, I don't know, like a gathering spot where in order to be able to gather the monsters, right, they will have like special shit. They won't give you like the same shit as before, like red meat and blood and whatever. They will have like special items, like I don't know, like black gems, or maybe they can even drop like Manos accessories or something like that, like something that makes it feel worthwhile, but that's not just base materials. And make it like, oh, you need 2,000 mastery to reach this. You need 2,500 mastery to reach this, right? Basically something like in New World, it's kind of similar, right? You need a certain level of mastery or like levels to be able to like get the higher tier materials, right? Make something like that in BDO. Like, I feel like the idea of like, yeah, we're just gonna increase the mastery cap is, in my opinion, it's kind of lazy. It doesn't really improve anything. It doesn't really give you more to look for, because whether you are 0 mastery or 3,000 mastery, you're still gonna be hunting Shadow Lions, gathering Valencia Lions, like you're still gonna be doing the same things as you have been doing since like 0 master. There's no like sense of progression in the activities that you do, and I feel like this is the biggest problem of life skills, because like
finish up, because I had some other things to comment
because like
about,
like if you go to like if you compare it to PvE, right, you start in your fucking infinite potion spots, you go to like LVR spots, right, you have like visual progression, right, and the monsters get harder and tougher, and like you get more money and blah blah blah, right? With life skills, you do the same thing from level 1 to level fucking 3,000, and this is my biggest problem, right? And also another thing is that it doesn't actually, like the changes that they made don't actually address the main problem. Another main problem, which is the life skills are just tied to central market, so everything just gets like dictated by the central market, which like, okay, some other things do as well, right? Or like grinding does as well, but not to 100% of an extent, right? If the life skills had like a trash loot, if they had like some way to offload some of the material, be it through like imperial delivery, or be it through like increasing the like trash loot value, right? The fairy powder in gathering, for example, or like have, I don't know, have an NPC that will buy the items at like the mint
like
price.
Lifeskill boxes.
Yeah,
kind of in a sense.
like a gathering box or like anything really, right? Like anything that is not tied to the central market. Like my idea, okay, would be to have a new life skill that utilizes items from the other life skills. So my idea, okay, trademarked, okay, Perlobis, if you want this, call me, okay, we can come to an agreement.
Oh.
Make something
yeah.
like an archaeology, right? Make something like a giant museum, and the museum is like giving you quests, and it's like, yeah, we need like this like special type of rock. So they like tell you like it's like around the Valencia region, right? So you go to Valencia and you like bring them like, I don't know, 100 mithril, you bring them 100 vanadium ore, you bring them 100 like titanium or whatever, and they're like, yeah, like they'll tell you like, okay, yeah, so this is not it, like bring us like 2000 mithril and we'll pay you for the 2000 mithril, right? And you get the 2000 mithril from Valencia, right? The other items you can keep or you can sell them, right? I'm not saying that everything in Lifeskill should be just like outside of the center market, right? But like some of the like you get to give it to them. They're like, okay, thank you for like helping us with the museum. You know, here's like I don't know, some materials for like upgrading, or here's some like, I don't know, a Manos ring, you know, or like here's a.
So how would you feel about like daily life quest where like you turn stuff in, or like guild quest where like you turn that item in to get funds?
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
So
I
basically
don't think that's a
just a material quest or some type of material that you'll take the life skill trash loot that's not really worth anything and turn it into more silver, rather than just the current stuff that's sells on the marketplace that fluctuates. Like some type of hard like valuable life skill item that we can just vendor for trash. So trash life skill items.
Yeah, I'm not against that.
Or
right?
like a way to dump the current trash life skill items to make profit other than central market.
Yeah, I'm not against it. I think like the biggest problem with like life skills is that there are so many dead items that you get from life skills. Like basically every leather or hide is just completely useless. Most of the meat, that's like lizard meat, what do you even use it for, right? Like mushrooms, what are we talking about, right? Like there are only certain items that people really want, and then we also have the problem. It's like even if you go and look into the central market, why do certain items cost more than others, right? Like why do logs that you get from trees cost almost half as little or like half as much as stones, right? Like why is rough stone worth 25,000 silver and a log 15? Like
Siege. That's solely because of Node War, because rough stones used to repair forts.
But still,
so
like,
there's a purpose of it outside of, you know, just in general of building
logs you can use
lifeskill tools.
Logs you can use in making a ship, right? So
yeah, but
and
like,
you can always
if
make
you're running
new,
Node War
you can
every
always
day,
make
all those
new
people are running. Yeah.
You can always make new uses for it. Like
so new uses and a way to dump trash.
Yeah, I mean that's like basically my biggest problem, right? Because like with the changes that we have, it's like not addressing the main core issues, right? Which are that you do the same thing from level 1 to level cap, right? To like mastery cap, and everything or almost everything that you do is tied to the central market, right? It's really only like fishing.
So would you prefer that like they make more trade boxes or trade boxes to craft that material into something more profitable? Because I know that we currently like there's certain logs that like aren't worth shit that I've just been crafting into trade boxes, you know, that I'm probably never going to sell because I'm too lazy to go take that over to Valencia.
I mean, honestly, why the fuck aren't there like trading boxes for hides? Why isn't there like a taxidermy shop or something?
Yeah, so basically like just more trading boxes and
just more
make
uses
it
for
more
items, yeah.
more
and
profitable.
And
what are your thoughts?
Endgame life skill plays, okay?
Yeah,
endgame hunting spot.
So what are your thoughts on them reducing the trade value of boxes like across the map, but bringing the local trade value of those boxes up to where it doesn't feel as tedious to to where like, hey, instead of like you're losing 200% profit, you're only losing like, 10 to 25 or maybe even 30% profit just trading like those life skill boxes locally instead of taking them across the map. I know that's a really niche thing, but like, when you have like 30k trading boxes and you can't fucking,
I know.
use the,
I know.
it becomes annoying, and you're overstacking your horse, or just like a way to link your trade vendors to your storage, maybe.
I mean, what I
Like,
would do, okay? What I would do is, well, first of all, I would remove the node connection requirement, because like when it was like Grana to Valencia or Grana to Altinova, it was like okay. Now it's like it's like Valencia to Seoul or Yukja Street. It takes you way more than it ever did, and all of those like nodes in the ocean, or most of them, are kind of useless. So you are wasting a lot of contribution that you didn't have to use before, just to connect the nodes. And outside of that, like, I don't really know, right? I don't really know about like the nitty-gritty, because there would have to be some sort of like a how do I say this? Like, okay. So what I will say is that I think they should bring the fucking old trading system back, and by old I mean not the one that they removed, the one before then. Okay, and they should implement like the trading system into it. So like, let's say that you have like a item that the like trader sells, and if you combine that item with like a trading crate, so like I don't know, let's say you, what the fuck do I know, right? Like there's a herb crate, like everlasting herbs, and you can buy like a perfume that like makes them smell better, so they get like a better value, right? So if you sell them together instead of separately, you get like a bonus, right? Like something like that, something not that like complicated necessarily, make it like kind of simple, but something that it like actually makes it worthwhile to go into the wagon and just do something. Because I don't know why we didn't get the fucking trading rework mentioned at all. At this point, I'm starting to think that the soul is supposed to be trading rework, and trading crates are just completely gonna be forgotten about. Who knows? Who knows? But like, I don't know. I am not a game designer, right? I can just tell you what I think, and I feel like the biggest problem with Lifeskills right now is not necessarily the lack of money, it's the lack of activities and the variety of activities, right? Because unlike grinding, where I can go to like a completely dogshit zone, right? I can go to like basilisks and still make some sort of money, right? I can go to, I don't know, Biragide and still make some sort of money. I can't really go like gather rock crabs, for example, right? Or like, yeah. I can't go fucking moss tree set, right? Like that's completely unsellable, and it's completely worthless at that point. So like, right. Just make it just more variety across the board. That's what it needs to be. I think like the mastery cap is a lazy change. It doesn't really address any of the issues that like plague the system, and if anything, they make it worse for the new player who wants to get into Lifeskills. Because now the only way you're gonna get into Lifeskills, which is something that I didn't say, is by grinding first, right? You're gonna get a 750 gear score, and then you're gonna buy like a 2,500 mastery a set, and you're gonna start doing your Lifeskills. And then it just feels like, what is the point of all the other Lifeskills items?
Right.
What are your thoughts of them adding rares to like life skills? Like, sure. Besides just the ginseng, like something like useful, like, hey, like if you get this item, like all your inventory for like your gathering and stuff is used or like is stored in there, so it like cleans up your inventory. Kind of like niche little bags or pouches that you could add. What are your thoughts on that?
Honestly, anything is good, right? Anything. You can literally add any item, any quality of life. Like, I don't know, make an item that's like, oh, if you have this item, it's like a bag, and it automatically transfers items into storage, so you don't need like a mate, or it puts it on your wagon or something, right? Like literally any update that like would actually like make Lifeskills better to do, and not just make them pay more. Like, I love Lifeskills, okay, and I do even like pretty bad life skills as well, right? But at the same time, like I know that I'm the anomaly, right? Not everyone is going to go like me yesterday and grind fucking cuckoo birds in Calpheon for 4 hours, just so he can get like 80,000 cuckoo bird meat to make Odilita meal because he decided to make 1 million Odilita meals, right? Like nobody's really going to be doing that, right? So I just feel like there's just so much potential in life skills that did exist, but because of streamlining and because of lack of like uses for certain items, or most items, right? That's the biggest problem. So like, if I had to summarize it, right? Like, it doesn't really matter how we get there, but there needs to be a better activity to do, or like a variety of activities. There needs to be a better variety of uses for the items you actually want to go and get them, right? Whatever it is, right? Even if it's like, oh, if you get me, I don't know, let's say that you need to get a person like 100,000 of ash timber and cedar timber and fir timber and whatever, and if you do it, you get like a Trojan horse, you know, and you can put it into fucking node wars, you know, or like whatever. Like, it doesn't really matter what the result is. What matters to me is the system that is behind it, because that's how, like, it's not really like getting into the nitty-gritty. It's like what the game needs as like the most, with life skills. It's just that there is not that much to do, right? If you do hunting, despite there being a plethora of hunting spots, what are you gonna end up doing? Shadow lions, grass rhinos, and sniper hunting, right? If you want to do gathering, despite there being like a billion different combinations of items that you can make, what are you gonna be doing? You're gonna be gathering Valencia lions, you're gonna be gathering snake and scorpion meat, you're gonna be gathering snowfield cedar sap, and maybe some like dead tree essence or Delosia essence, and that's about it, right? You're not gonna be doing like that much else. Maybe some like red meat here and there, maybe some fox blood here and there. You know, if you're an alchemist, then you might maybe do something for like the harmony drafts, but that's about it, right? You're not gonna be doing that much besides that, and even then, there's not that much of a like reason to do most of it. So like that's the biggest problem, right? And then the last problem is just like the central market. It's just if there was a way to make money besides just selling things on the central market, I think it would be better as well, right?
So maybe like overall like flattening out of like the prices, or like either bringing the prices of the lower tier mats up, you know, just having a different out than just the central market for
like kind of like how they did to fishes.
Yeah. Like, you can honestly, like, even if there was something simple like the imperial boxes, right? Like, make imperial boxes for processing, make them for gathering, like make them for basically everything, right? Like, even that's something relatively simple, but there needs to be a reason to go for like certain items, right? Like, nobody wants to go for like lizard meat or for any of the like bad saps, or like when was the last time you were gathering like copper ore, right?
Yeah. Oh, I also had a hot take on this one, but let the workers like make it more easier for workers to process like the goods that you don't want to fucking spend time processing, you know? You gather them, but I feel like processing's a pain in the fucking ass. Like, I don't want to fucking cut logs overnight. I know that there are workshops and stuff that cut logs overnight, but like, can I have the EXP? Because it still took me the effort of like 4 or 5 hours gathering thousands of logs to process overnight to make the crates. But can I get the EXP for fucking like chopping those logs still from my workers, maybe at a lower rate? Like, clearly not the same if I were to do it by myself, but like, I don't know, it's kind of a fucking turnoff when like, oh, I could overnight fish and, you know, gain like, you know, a couple bill overnight, or like a couple 100 mil overnight training horses. But if I go fucking chop logs overnight, I'm not going to get fucking shit, and my returns for are going to be substantially less per hour that I do that, crafting them into crates, you know? It'll be more efficient because like I can have multiple workers working on the same crate at different zones, if I have enough CP to do it or contribution points to do that, but I don't see any value of like the levels or anything from that. If there was like a systemic way that you could convert those into like levels still or EXP gains to increase your like life skills.
Yeah, I think like the
your
thing...
thoughts about that? Or a bad take. No, people too lazy.
No, I think that like there's a lot of the game that is unused. I feel like the workers did exist, but the biggest problem with them is that they don't have the mass, like not mass processing. They don't have the like. Okay, I'm gonna explain it. Like if you normally process planks, right? You take 5 timber.
They don't.
And
they don't get the procs off of them.
Yes.
You have to go off the raw value. So like maybe you can have a choice of either it channels so all workers will have the same mastery level or like flat life skill level as you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could work. Yeah.
That would be kind of cool. And then maybe it's like you can either choose to where like those workers that work on those crates, they either proc like more of their product based off your mastery on an average, or they'll give you the EXP to increase your mastery overall. So it feels like you're actually doing something with the workers and stuff. It's like the amount of times that you log in, check up on your workers, refresh them, try to like, you know, level them up to artisan, and then reroll skills actually means something when you're specifically trying to make a worker for a certain workshop. It feels more gratifying than like, oh, this worker's kind of fucking dead to me, you know? I could care less if he was making fucking timber logs or squares or anything, as long as he's artisan.
Yeah, this is something that like I will kind of move on to a little bit. Something that I would also like to mention. Make every node and like everything that you can buy with contribution, make everything cost 1. I don't know why Land of the Morning Light is the only place where everything costs 1. Like, why the fuck does a house in Duvenkroon cost 5 contribution? Why does a house in Kamasylvia cost 8?
Or how about what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about if you're not using a house for residence or worker housing, it shouldn't cost any contribution.
Yeah. Like either that or just make everything cost 1, right?
You just pay raw silver, or there's 2 options. Like if you're poor, you know, and you're trying to start out and you don't have that much contribution, you just use the silver for it, because contribution still used in what?
Well, in farming, and if you want
in farming, contribution still needed. It's still needed. Contribution still needed for turn-ins, isn't it? For certain turn-ins, or no?
Yeah, for trading, yes. If you want to get the full value, you need to have the nodes connected to each other, like the one that you.
So maybe it's like it feels less bad if you're paying for like houses straight up, and it's like it would be. I feel like it would be a good money sink to where like people could max out their houses and gain like income that way, and like you know, it would bring up the economy of life skills, because well, besides like the other changes that you talked about, but like if people could like literally control half the town of Calpheon just by dumping 50 bill silver into like, hey, I'm going to take half of these houses, half of the workers, and just have like an actual like mini worker empire that they can like manage, you know. Do you feel like that would be a good change, or you think that's too in depth, too complicated? Like, what are your thoughts on that take?
Here's the thing: I would make it even more complicated. I would make it like, if you want to build a house in Calpheon, you actually need to get the materials for it. You actually need to go and get the fucking iron ore and the timber, you know, and like all that shit, instead of just being silver. I mean, you can obviously buy it on central market, right? But like, imagine if you want to build, like, if you want to buy all the houses
or that like increase. Or yeah, what are your thoughts about that? Like, if you do life skill, you can contribute your life skill mats depending on like the node. Like, let's say the node requests like a certain trade item, you know, and then it has like a category of those trade items. Like, let's say here for example, the Dias farm node, it takes trade crates. Let's say that like I have to make any type of trade crate to like support this node. And eventually, if I add like, I don't know, some like an okay number, like something that it feels like that I've worked towards, you know, like maybe like it'll take me a couple days to do, Like, if I really want to do it at like 3k mastery, it'd only take me a couple hours. But if I'm starting out, it'd take me like a couple of days to connect this node. But I can get this node for free without using CP. I can still purchase it with CP, but if I hit like a threshold with like contributions into the node, I'll automatically own it.
Yeah,
How about your thoughts on that? Does that sound something that like would be good and healthy to the BDO environment, especially if like, hey, the like Hollow Forest, you know, like other like the endgame grind zones, you know, that you eventually want to reach, like if they took like some type of like of their themed material in their region, like I know like fucking Ulaki is kind of like fucking in the desert and shit, you know, if like they took like stone and ore to increase their node rep rates, and like Grana and Odraxia took like timber and stuff, and then like Calpheon and Serenity and Heidel, they take like
once again we are circling back to the idea that like I don't really care how it's done. That just needs to
it just needs to be done.
Yeah. That just needs to be more uses for the item. So like if this is
more
a
uses
use,
more uses for the items and reduce rates on CP uses for houses, or totally reduce the CP rates for the houses, make it an alternative way.
Again, like
or you can just buy them with silver.
Again, like you can do it in any way you want, right? As long as you get to the conclusion where you don't need contribution as much, and you have more uses for the Lifeskill items that you get, right? Like the timbers and the hides and like whatever, right? The things that don't really get used as much. No matter how it is achieved, it will always be a good change, right? It doesn't really matter how we get it. This is a good idea. I think that there are a plethora of other good ideas, and I'm sure that Black Desert, like the Pearl Abyss, they have some good ideas as well. I just feel like what they did with the fucking Lifeskill Mastery, I will say like this is my tinfoil head theory for the entire ball. I feel like there are things that they did in a panic or like did in a very quick scramble because of the fucking choice and devious document, right? That's how the entirety of the PvP topic felt to me. That's how a little bit of the Lifeskill felt to me, because that was something that Choice talked about in the document, that was written in the document, that they need to increase the caps, right, for the Lifeskills, right? It could be a coincidence, you know, but I don't think so, right? That's just my tinfoil head theory. It's just like, it's not a, again, it doesn't address it doesn't address the most important issues, which once again are items are widely unused in Lifeskills. The Lifeskills activities are the same, and it's all tied to the central market, right? Those are the main three things. Again, it doesn't really matter to me how
I think
you reach the conclusion.
I think the hardest take on it is just there's too many like items tied to the central market, because even in the like the crappier grind zones, you know, like at least you can vendor that trash. Like you gain some aspect of like vendor trash. Like clearly if you're going to go to like Schultzgard for an hour, like their trash is 11k, you're probably going to be making like 200 mil an hour, but that's still better than like, I don't know, grinding fucking what's like the worst thing to gather per hour that has no profit. Moss tree, yeah. If you were going to go suck moss tree sap, you know, you'd be making more grinding
or
in
like
fucking weeds for an hour. Yeah, or nope, weeds. I use weeds. Fuck you.
Yeah,
I use that for my alchemy. Fuck off.
Okay, fair enough. This is something that I wanted
to... Put weeds on the marketplace, please. I might go back to alchemy.
Like, this is something that I also wanted to touch on, right? Like, I don't know if you're watching the stream, but like, if you look at like most items, there are fucking, like, this is something that I also wanted to talk about. There are no rotations for the majority of items on Lifeskills, right? Like, if you look into fucking, like, trees, sure, like ash tree, you will find a rotation, right? Birch, that's kind of with ash tree, right? If you look into like toned wood, I don't really know why you would want to gather toned wood, but like look where they are located. This is outside of the map as well. This doesn't even exist, right?
So how would you feel about like a more interactive, like I know we have the mini game, you know, for like life skilling, but like you know how like the chests spawn on to you and stuff?
Yep.
How would you like it to where like it does take some of like your PV PvE aspects of like playing the mini game. Like if like a little mini boss spawned and you had to like beat the mini game on like 3 sides of like. You're all for it.
Yeah,
like just
like,
more
honestly,
of a like something that breaks up the monotony of just going to pack. Like you can still do that.
This existed in fucking Valencia. You can gather varagons. Why can't you like gather Olans for rocks, or like trees for timber?
Yeah,
right?
or like they have like certain golem. Well, you can gather certain golems. They're just dog water.
Yeah, you can gather like rock crabs. You don't get 5 stones.
Yeah, so there's like a in between of like you can either do like the really passive AFK gathering, or you can hunt certain mobs that give you an abundance of loot.
Yeah, like this is thing that like exists in World of Warcraft. Like if you kill a mob, doesn't matter what level it is, and like you have leather working or like skinning, right? You can skin it, right? And like certain mobs just give you better skin. It's the same like you can fucking mine like golems, at least some of them, right? If they are made of stone, you can mine them.
Yeah, you can suck trees.
Yeah. You can
Luneye
do
really
it,
likes
yes.
sucking trees.
Yes, but like this is
logs.
This is the thing, right? Like, why can't we combine the PvE with the PvP? Like with Lifeskill, like you can even make it a group activity, right? Imagine you're like a Lifeskiller, this would be a fucking insane concept, okay? I know,
Me, a Lifeskiller, ew.
Yeah. But like, imagine you're a Lifeskiller,
we're imagining hard
and
chat.
you want to like gather Olans, but you don't have the gear for Olans, so you like ask a guild. Or like ask a group if you can gather their Olans, like you will just like, I don't know, pay them for something. I don't know how you would pay them when we don't have trading, but that's fine, right? I don't know, like send them NFTs or whatever. And you would be just like combine it, you like kill a boss together and then you can gather it and like he drops like rare items. I don't know why this is not something that we don't have. Like there's a change that happened not that long ago. And it was a secret change. I don't think anyone ever talked about it. They changed the way that loot acquisition and distribution work, where now if you like, it's even if you are a group, it's still based on damage, right? So before, what people did was that like if you wanted to get like really fast hunting XP, for example, you would ask a guildie or a friend to go and like kill rhinos for you, for example, or like virgin deer for you, and you would gather them and you would very quickly like level hunting, right? If you killed, there was an option in like party loot where if you had the choice to like only give loot to the leader, right? So you could like basically grind for someone else, right, if you wanted to. And like, I don't know why these things disappeared. Like, why can't I hunt with a friend? Right? If I persuade my friend, to like hunt mobs for me, and then I just gather them, and he makes zero money from it. Like, first of all,
probably because you can pay for RMT boosting. I would assume that would be their only clause why they don't do that.
Yeah, maybe, but like still, right? Make it so, right? Make it so.
But then like they also still allow those people to roam around on carrier ships to like go bot accounts for like fish silver.
And AFK fishing, they buffed it for them as well.
Yeah, so like all those guys that are like on that like freaking Elvia server out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in the sea that are with like 6 or 7 bot accounts feeding money into a guild,
Yeah, like this is something that I would like to see, right? Like, imagine there's a group, there's a grind spot, right? And this is something that I have for World of Warcraft as well, right? If you go in World of Warcraft and someone else has killed them up, you can skin it if it's a skinnable one, or like mine it if it's mineable, right? So make it there's a spot, okay, something like Varagons, but actually more recent. So you have one guy who's gonna be like running around and killing the mobs, and then another guy who can like mine them, right? They make them mineable, but make it still like, I know it's fucking stupid when I explain that. It's like make them like gatherable, so the one guy can just like be in a rotation, and the second guy can like jump in and like maybe help a little bit. Maybe he's just playing a shy or something, you know, and then he can just gather those items. And like if they play together, they get like, you know, like the mobs respawn faster if their corpses are not there, right? Or like you get more like trash loot from like the gathered mobs, and you like share it together or something like that. Like combine those activities together, right? Bring people together, make them like want to play together. Like I think this like ties back into like what we started with, kind of, where
more group content, more meaningful group content,
more group content, and more like player, like positive player interaction, right? Like this is something that I have noticed. I know I'm going to be fucking talking about WoW a lot, right? I've been playing WoW hardcore, right? It's so fucking insane that like you can go to a spot and there is another player there, and instead of just fucking fighting to the death, they invite you to a party, and they're like, oh, you're doing this quest? Yeah, let's do it together. Oh, you want to kill this like boss mob? Let's kill him together, you know? Like it's not just like all like pre-planned, like, oh, we're gonna have like a fucking looking for group, like a party, like waiting till someone joins. It's like all like organic, like open world, like interaction with other players that is not just negative. I feel like people very often when they talk about like open world PvP, like it's interactive with like the world and like makes you like feel like you're in the world when you get killed by 3 people, right? Like I feel like that's a big problem. And
yeah, I
there
will say
needs to be positive interaction. Just make people want to like play together. Like, oh, you're grinding here, I want to Lifeskill. Let me just gather the mobs for you, like if you don't mind, you know. Or like, oh,
yeah, I will say a couple days ago, I did have like, or it's like my first organic interaction in BDO in like years. I was down in history grinding the water Elton rotation, and some random guy comes up to me. He's like, "Do you know where the tower is?" And I was like, "Follow me," you know. And I guided to the tower. I was like, "Holy shit!" It was the most organic interaction I've ever had in the past 2 years of BDO.
Yeah, and it felt great, didn't it?
It was just like, damn, new player.
Yeah, it feels really good to help other people. You don't always have to fucking kill each other or grief each other to like kill any sort of.
Oh my god.
Nope, they must die. I'm better.
Yeah,
you must kill.
There's an alternative universe where the guy was like, "Oh, do you know where the fucking direction to the tower is?" And Luna just ulted and beat him to death, and corpse came.
I don't know why, but like all my keys on my keyboard are all of a sudden just saying Alt C. I don't know what this means.
Oh my god.
The fucking eyes turn red. It's like exterminate. But then like there just needs to be positive interaction. Yes. There just needs to be more positive interaction.
What is this? They're all just Alt plus C's with the keys. They don't mean it.
Everything I do is an Alt C. Well, oh yeah, this is something that I wanted to talk about. I'm gonna skip because I feel like this is tied to this. The fucking Land of the Morning, like the pig cave. I wanted it so much to either be a group spot or like the Murovak labyrinth, where like the more people there are, the faster the thing like fills up, right? Why is it not like that? Or is it like that? I don't understand.
That is how it's supposed to be. The more people kill the golden pig, the faster it fills up. Yeah.
Okay, poggers. Good W game. Sorry.
And the golden pig is just part of the mechanical grinding there. So you grind through the mobs, and then like you grind up to the way they made it seem like you're grinding through a dungeon, and then you get to the golden pig and you kill the pig, and then you have to start over again. So you have to kill the pig a couple of times for it to fill, for it to blow up, and then for the loot to fall.
I hope it's like really like the more people are there, like it's like the same as Murovak's labyrinth, where the more people kill Murasto, the faster the boss appears. I really hope it's like that. That's like. That would be the positive interaction, right? Because this was a fear that I think a lot of people had, where it would be like another abandoned monastery, where you would be grinding there for like an hour, 2 hours, then you would spawn the pig, and all of a sudden, there would be like a red player appearing behind you, said nothing personal, kid.
Oh no, my Alt C. Oh, my whole keyboard just says Alt C. What do I do? Like, I have to press something.
Like, what am I? I was grinding a DSR. What am I suddenly doing in Land of the Morning Light? I need to get this fucking golden piggy bank.
It's like I have a
it doesn't
J's
work
on my
way,
on one shoulder just starts like fading out of existence, and then it's just like the red player you know, on my left shoulder is just like, do it, press it.
I'm really happy it's not gonna be like that from what it sounds like. Right?
Yeah, only people that grind there can do.
Which is a good idea. That's
boss.
a big W.
Yeah, kind of. They basically took the. Remember the spider cave?
I mean, you mean Muromax or?
Yeah, Muromax.
Yeah.
They basically Muromax
and
made it. Yeah, it's exact same mechanic.
Yes. I fucking love Muros. It's my favorite zone. I'm so glad that we are getting it back. That's like that was my hope. That was my hope that like it would be like a group effort, where like the more people would.
Do I see the other players too, so I can teabag them when they die? I mean, what?
What the fuck? This guy can we like ban him, you know, like put him in an asylum.
Oh,
just be like, what a gearlet. Imagine dying to Golden Pig during the boss event, man. Real dead weight here. Everybody else is hitting the thing and you're just taking a dirt nap in the corner. You better pop that pearl item, buddy, and start hitting.
Yes. Okay, I think we can.
That's toxic.
I think we can move on to the quality of life updates. I don't think there's that much. There's the item copy where like now you can like your tech
it's like
characters.
45.
That one's nice, but like I really wanted them to give a proper announcement for the tag system, not like the tag system where you can leave tag. I mean, yeah, but like
global
what people
weapons.
want is to be tagging more characters or to have global gear. Like rather
gear,
than
like I wouldn't even care if like the cost to tag another character exponentially increased per character that you tag. You know?
I mean they did say
like,
that that's
just
like a technical problem that they can't make it happen. They did say that like they would like to make it happen and they would work on it, but that it's like currently it's impossible with the way that the system works.
Wait, how did we skip this when we're talking about PvP? The resistance change and the the possible resistance change.
I'm okay with that. I'm fully okay with that.
I don't know how
if I press E on a motherfucker and they're like, as long as the resistance is set for each classes or as is, because there's just some classes that need the resistance to be able to be viable, but they shouldn't be overpowered because they can hit caps in 3 different resistance, you know, fields or all the resistances. I feel like you have to pick and choose. Like, there shouldn't be a class that like, oh, like you can go full grab resistance, but if somebody fucking down smashes you or floats you, there should be a good chance that you get down smashed or floated, you know? I do feel like
I agree.
Like, it'll be... We won't know until it's tested.
That's true.
But
I'm
I
just
do
glad
feel like
on
it
its
should
way.
be decent, yeah, because it's like, oh, this fucking, like, suck Corsair is, like, super armor in front of me, you know? If she runs full grapple resistance, I'm going to fail this fucking grab, even though she's standing in front of me, and I'm in foreguard tanking her shots. Like, I should just be able to, like, grab her, unless I'm not close enough to grab her, and then I should die, because that was my fault, that I wasn't close enough to grab her. But if she's close enough to grab, and I press fucking E, she should be
also need to...
Same thing with down smashes.
In doing all these, they need to also fix V. They need to change V to like a CC break or something, because V is a very stupid mechanic. It's always been a very stupid mechanic. It's been a bad mechanic in the history of BDO, and a CC break is just a CC break plus invulnerability is really just the best way to go about it. Every game has it right except BDO. I don't understand why V is so bad, but you know.
Like, I guess I'm okay with it. I feel like the visuals for that would have to be really... You have to have the visuals the same for every single class, because reading a V is really easy, where, oh, he disappeared, he must have V'd, you know? To where it's like, oh, I'm beating on a guy, like, there's like 29 different classes that have 29 different fucking stances, you know? Like, how am I gonna tell, like, if the V's similar to, like, fucking Striker's Roar, like, how do I know if he CC breaks iframes, you know, in front of me, or if this is his normal iframe, and, like, I'll be able to, like, wait out for it. I guess it's just...
Yeah, I'm just...
Like, the visual cue would have to be the most important thing. I'm okay with it, it's just, we need a really good visual cue, because I very much play with, like, lower effect settings, and I play looking at other characters' movements and their, like, postures of what moves they're going to throw out next, rather than what skills I see.
I play before that.
Right.
I guess the iframe would be okay over their head, but like, how would I know if that's a CC break and not a what was it? Not just their like super armor skill or their iframe skill.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
and are we resetting their CC limit, or is that going to stay capped for a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of indifferent towards V. I think that it works better in AOS, where like it's basically a resource that you use and you can only use it once per round. I have never really had any encounter with it in like in open world PvP. It's whatever. Doesn't really matter that much in large scale. Doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah.
I feel like
I guess the only place to where would V really matter, because I don't really see it affecting too much.
I mean, I think that it's only in AOS, right? Like it like gives you a second
and then
chance.
even then you can kind of skill issue it out depending which class, which I think is kind of bullshit. Like you can't V if you're down smash, and you can't V if you're re-CC stiffened and standing up. Like the stiffen animation, I'm not sure if that's is just like a bug with the visually, but I know for a fact if your character is kind of just like being tossed around still, it's like similar to like the Zerker grab, that like you can't V through all of Zerker's animations. There's certain sections of Zerker's grab that you can V in, like at the very beginning where he lifts you over his head, and there's a couple times where you're over his head where you can V, and then when he places you down you can V as well. But there's definitely spots where you can't V through that, and the same thing with certain down smash moves. Like some mystics will be able to down smash you enough to where your character will just like flop on the ground like a little fish, and you won't be able to V because of it.
Somebody in my somebody in my stream was saying that the PvP update resistance effect will be kept for PvE, but no longer applied for PvP. I mean, that was the basic idea for it.
Yeah.
So, because right now it feels like a lot of the time when I PvP personally, I PvP as if like resistance don't exist, and I have resistance. Not so much resistance. Like I'm not built resistance, but I have the neutral resistance plus like some resistance I get from Hooms or whatever when I'm PvPing. But it feels like it doesn't exist anyway, because anytime somebody touches me or does anything to me, I immediately get CC. Doesn't matter what CC it is. So that's how it feels already. I live as if resistance don't exist.
I'm not sure if that's actual resistance issue, if that could just be server lag into the mini gaps of you being unprotected too. Because there's like a lot of times where like I've floated people in super armor, I'm like, that landed. Like usually I only try to float people when they're in foreguard, and I'll try to get behind them so I can get the guaranteed float. But I have floated people in SA before, to where it's like that they probably have nothing they at least have 60% float resistance. If they have any other float resistance crystals on, they're probably hitting cap of 80 resistance, and like I'll float them pretty regularly and it doesn't feel like they have resistance.
But I mean, what do you guys sorry, finish what you're saying.
I feel like the only resistance that I actually feel that works is possibly grab resistance, and that's only grab resistance with super armor. That's the only thing that I feel like works, but I'm not like, I can't take hard numbers because there's so many super armors and iframes of other classes of like saying like, hey, my scratch is a stun stiffen, like I scratch through people all the time, and a lot of times I don't get the stun stiffen. I'm not sure if that's a resistance issue or if that's just because of the other classes. There's so many visuals. The only easy visual to actually catch, I feel like, is the grab to when people resist, because you actually see the miss on it.
I mean,
How do you guys feel about the fact that the class modifiers are being changed into traits of sorts? So like the shield classes, melee classes, range classes, and magic classes.
I
mean, we don't really know what that means just yet.
I don't know what that means.
No clue what it means. To me, it just means To me, it reads like a Fire Emblem type of system where like you have the rock paper scissors basically, but it's four things.
Yes.
That's kind of how it feels to me. In which case, in large scale PvP it doesn't matter. In AOS it probably doesn't matter that much. In 1v1 it's a fucking. I think it's pretty.
It
bad.
probably will matter in 1v1s more
Yeah.
than it will matter in large scale.
It's gonna be like
Because
the same thing that you had like before, but like I forgot which one it was, but like when DK faced a Mystic, one of them just insta lost because they just dealt less damage.
yeah, yeah, Mystic beats any magic class over super armor trading or damage because, well, any gauntlet classes beat magic classes. You need to be melee to beat magic classes, which I'm hoping the new ranger class is melee, so I can kill those gauntlet abusers. Is what I like to call them.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
like,
I
that
think
feels
they
me
need
the
to
same.
definitely. This system going away will be a big buff, and it'll be a giant nerf to gauntlet classes because the gauntlet classes have always just been very oppressive in the game, and I hope this hopefully addresses that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll have to see how it actually looks in practice, right?
Yeah.
And like, I will say one thing: what the fuck happened to that like thing that we had last year in like February or whatever it was, where like they were like, oh, you can choose one of these three things, but they will definitely happen. Guys, give us feedback, and then it was like, yeah, we're actually doing
Wait, one
something
of these
completely
three
different.
things.
It was like
What do you mean?
give grab to every class, give like more super armor.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what happened with the PvP changes that we got. That's what the DR and accuracy changes and like all those things that happened. Like the fact that every class got more super armor in their kit in general. That's kind of what those changes that followed addressed. Because I think everybody was like, give people frontal guards and let's just go from there. And instead what they did was they gave people a bunch of super armor and frontal guards, and then they made it so that we have higher DR and accuracy and lower evasion. Kind of like they didn't completely nerf evasion, but they nerfed evasion with that change, and that's why like for a while evasion was gone and everybody was DR, but a lot of people have started building hybrid, and hybrid does work with this meta. So yeah, a little bit of everything.
That's what I've heard as well. That like evasion is back on the rise as well, or like at least it's like not as dead as people
I
made
still
it out
think
to be.
I still think they should have given everybody grabs. Like every class should have a grab or take grabs away. It's one or the other. Either give everybody a grab or take grabs away from every single class except for Berserker. And just make it their thing. They can grab and that's just their class mechanic. Whatever, right? That's their class identity. But yeah, because I think every class can play around without a grab, but the fact that not every class has a grab is such a detriment to those classes that do not have one. And I've always been of that mind.
Or maybe, I don't know, there's classes that I feel like
A grab would be too much.
yeah.
Yeah, like
I mean,
I feel like
agree.
they'd scale them
But
down
then
too, because
Striker
like
exists, so
yeah. But also
yeah.
Striker, like you have to be severely outgeared somebody to like really one combo them. If you're talking gear for gear, like either you have to have BSR or ebuff to one combo them. Most of the non-grab classes can just one-shot kill you, with the exception of Nova, but her grab is kind of dog shit too.
Hey, but at least she has a grab and she can use it, kind of, sort of.
Imagine
I mean,
Arthur with
Nova's
grabs.
grab is not as bad as Corsair grab. Like it's not even Corsair grab is so rare that people forget she has a grab when she grabs them, and her grab is considered BM now more than it is useful. So, there's that. But I don't disagree with you that like every class having a grab is a bit extreme, because some classes with a grab, like I'm thinking Dosa with a grab would be a little much, but at the same time, I fight people. A fucking course.
DK
There
the grab.
is no War of the Roses again. I think NA just is never gonna do War of the Roses. Like that's just.
Well, nobody wants
come
to host it. And then, like, looking at the state of Node Wars now, for a fact, I can tell you most of the well, not most of the guilds, but like 3 or 4 of the guilds that I used to watch to run War of the Roses in house that used to be able to run it via just by their guild alone, no longer runs it in their guild alone. You know, they're in like 3-man alliances. Like, go look at who's taking a node now, like Dynasties in a
alliance,
statistics in an alliance, to where it's like just the guilds are a little spread out. Like,
there is something I was.
I have some good ideas.
Dynasty, statistics in alliance, like Vagabonds is in alliance.
I think I want them to revamp War of the Roses, but we can get to that topic later since we're talking about like other things. And I kind of like had an interlude with the resistances and stuff because we skipped that when we're talking about the PvP session. But I think like those changes are gonna be great when they come in, and I'm looking forward to them. But we can, because they did bring up War of the Roses, right? I think, or did they not bring it up in the stream?
I'm trying to get to it. He's talking a lot.
I don't know. They brought it up. I think they mentioned it briefly when they were talking about PvP.
Yeah, I think
but
yeah, I think like the PvP was a lot of words, but they didn't actually say that much. That was like
yeah.
There was like, I don't know. It was kind of weird to me. It felt I don't know. It felt like they were just saying like, you guys fucked it up, you know, like you guys made sure that like PvP doesn't exist, which I do think is kind of true to an extent. Like fucking Cho Nation existed for how long, and the fucking sieges and node wars weren't really.
Well, it was kind of just the stasis of how PvP worked and how gearing for PvP worked, you know, and it's a little bit of our fault and other people's PA's fault as well, because it's like only so like PvP, like running a PvP guild. I've said this before in like other chats. It's like running a small fucking business. If you're doing tier 2s, you're managing 50 fucking people. You know,
yeah,
if you're the guild leader,
and if you're in an alliance, it gets you're not managing multiple guilds, but you're basically managing multiple guilds.
Yeah, it's like they're expecting one person to produce and shot call and make the right calls. But like, if they're dead, it's like they either have to pass that on to the next available person. There's no like shot caller menu to be like,
or they just stay dead and shot call dead. That's what I used
to
do.
Can we have it's like if we had like a smaller menu or like mini map for like shot callers, or like guild leaders, or like have somebody assigned in the guild to be able to like do things like that and like actually shot call properly. Like how they have like the War of the Roses, you know how like they have like the big screen where like they can see all their allies and enemies and stuff. Like maybe not to that extent, but
I think they do need to have a map specifically for people in admin positions that is assigned by whoever is leading the guild or the alliance at the get-go. Kind of like how you can change colors, but something that is more. It gives people more responsibilities, and it also divvies out. I don't know. It just makes things more clear-cut. At the moment, we don't really have that, so I agree. That's actually a very good system in place for.
Because if I just had a mini map that I could control click and I could see like a wider range of view and see all my fucking people, you know, and it just covers the region and I can like zoom in and control click it. You know how much of a help that would be, rather than I have to open the map, I can't see anything that's going around me and shit. Like I have no fucking clue what the fuck's going on. If I open my map up trying to place pings because I'm trying to locate, I'm trying to see how many people are in Death Tower. It's like there's like 13 things I have to focus on.
But don't you understand?
You can't see the fact that you can't see a whole ball without being in a plat. That is also very detrimental to shot calling. Like you have hope that like. You know the 20 people you're calling are with you, but then what about the other 20 people? Unless you're looking at your mini-map, there's no way you're gonna know.
Like a fucking Node War, like the Node War roster, the people that yes up, if you're in a leadership of staff or higher, you know, guild leader, if you yes up for Node War, you should have a bar of health of all the players that are participating, because that's going to depict if I'm going to push in. If my ball, if people are still alive in my ball, I'm going to keep staying in the ball until like a certain percentage of people are dead, and then we're going to try to regroup and reform, you know?
Yep.
It's like the healthiness of my ball dictates what play we're going to make, and not having and like trying to split that up into two fucking paths of like, especially if you're doing fucking, you know, like the 50-man siege is like, okay, I need 3 monitors so I can see the health of fucking my 10-man flex, my plat 2, and then main ball and shit. You know, it's like I'm looking at 3 different screens, and it's kind of dumb that we don't have like a system of that. Like it doesn't even have to be crazy, you know? It's like you have the caps. Like if it's capped stuff, don't show health past the cap and have it just a 4-bar thing. It's like they're either above 75%, they're below 75%, or like above 50, they're above 25, or they're fucking dead. It's like I don't care what fucking health they're at, you know? If they're fucking alive, I'm going to make my decisions on the players that are alive, and shit individually, like, but I want to be able to see everybody.
Yeah, you know, real quick, we are getting dragon mounts. Yeah, we're getting them on like January 15th or something.
I could care less.
I
don't do
we're
so I won't ever be flying that. The only way I do.
But imagine when you're grinding in your fucking DSR and there's a guild leader of the fucking best guild.
Oh no!
Spewing
all
fire.
My keys say Alt C. What do I do?
You
sorry.
Can't do it
well,
because
no, hold on.
The reason fucking feet in the fucking air.
The reason I bring it up is because some people want PA to make the dragon mount a treasure item, and I don't think they should make it a treasure item, because something that clicked for me with the dragon mount that a lot of people don't realize is PA does this thing where they tend to create a system or product and test it preemptively, right? They basically do a thing where they're like, okay, well, we're gonna test this thing like for the tax system. They did something like the tax system. Right, this could be a test
on flying mounts, how stable they are in game.
Because we have arenas, we have like griffins, and people have always wanted flying mounts in BDO.
And we are getting a 14-day trial for the dragon as well before the fire.
Right, like the dragon thing we're getting, there's a high chance that the dragon we're getting is basically a test to see how it would work in the, because the skies of BDO, I don't know how many people have T10s in chat and how many people just like in this session have T10s, but the skies of BDO are not made for flying.
Yeah,
they have never been. They are so fucking hectic. Like the amount of times I have flown and immediately just randomly dropped from the sky because of God knows what is there is one too many times. And I feel like the dragon mount will basically help clear up all those issues to allow us to, you know, reign supreme over the sky. Also, whatever they're doing with the T10 might affect that. Like, God knows, we're probably going to get a flying Pegasus that actually stays in the sky. So these are possible tests. Rather than making the dragon mount a treasure item, I don't want them to make it a treasure item. I want them to give us variety. That'd be nicer,
when we talk about that, I have like 2 things. I guess the first thing is I feel like it would be easier in the sky at least, because I know the issue with the ocean content is boats are bound to like being on the ocean surface, and the ocean's conditions can change per player, and that's why there's so much desync on the oceans, is because the oceans aren't flat.
Oh, is that actually why? I mean,
yeah, you can your screen can be wavy as fuck, and your boat can be fucking dipping up and down, and on somebody else's screen it can be totally fucking flat depending when you load in onto the area. I've had Discord screens where we've compared 2 guild boats together during Vel and being like, what the fuck is actually going on? It's like this man just jumped vertically from my boat to the other boat, like miraculously. I'm like, well, on my screen, your guild boats are together. I'm like, no, your guild boat's like all the way at the nose of my guild boat. What the f you're talking about? But
yeah,
like,
people slide.
There's so much desync because the boats are tied to the ocean and the ocean is wavy. So they either need to like, I know it sounds stupid, but like, I don't think anyone would care if the ocean wasn't wavy. you know,
Yeah.
or like if it was just a visual effect, and they just make a clear cut. Your boat is at this grid coordinates of like X and Y. There is no up and down Z coordinate that it can possibly land at, because like the Z coordinate is the surface of the water, and that can fluctuate on people's screens, and I think that's what's causing the desync besides of the boat pushing and stuff, and things, because I believe boats are client side, not server side, so they're very much
That does make sense.
your character, like your character is determining the place where your boat is, not your character is telling the server where your boat is. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Client side.
Anyway, like to touch on the dragon, they should not make it a treasure item, especially if it's the dragon that breathes fire, because that would just make griefing so much worse. Like imagine
I think they should make
Tuvala Timmy.
They should limit the PvP. They should do that. They should limit the PvP dragon to PvP. Like you get the dragon that spits fire, that like does crazy PvP shit, only for PvP purposes. That way we can all just lag and cry about PvP when servers are burning, then not like all the time. Cause like imagine you're just grinding, minding your business, and then out of nowhere your frames drop from 100 to 0 because a dragon breathed fire on you and you die.
Yeah, I don't know why, but like fire in all games, just the effect is just highly unoptimized to make it look realistic, and it's just it fucking
just a
kills
generation.
Like even
I think that's why
the amount of like updated pixels that you need for fire to look realistic is like the same thing with water too. Having like super highly like realistic water also kills people's like experience and frame rates because of the render rate. Same thing with snow, which is I'm so glad that
snow and BDO is actually handled really well. They basically make it so everything turns white gradually as it snows, and they have a snowy effect. That's it. There's no actual snow buildup.
I'm glad it's just a filter on screen, though. I think the snow effect is a filter per screen.
That was smart, the way they did it. Very, very smart.
Instead of like it generated per server, like everybody sees the same snowflake instead of oh, never mind. Like I can choose to see snowflakes if I want my PC to cry, and I can choose not to see snowflakes if I don't want my PC crying.
My PC cries anyway, so it's good enough.
Oh, and then my other take was maybe do something to where like there's like a skill tree for your like tier 10 dream horses for skins for other mounts, kind of a thing that I was like thinking of.
With the introduction
to where
of
like
the
you don't
yeah.
Where like you don't lose like your effort for having the tier 10. Like there's still a reason to get it, you know? Like you still get the benefit from it, and then maybe it transfers to like certain mounts. Like, you know, you can have I'm going to call it a fucking chocobo. Those Ferricas are fucking chocobos, alright? You can't fucking change my mind.
Is there a lie?
Yes, I need them to be rideable. Please make rideable
Can I
chocobos.
please ride a chocobo in BDO?
Yes,
I will name it chocobo. I don't care.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Like, and like just say that like that takes off of the DNA, so like I can ride my chocobo through the desert, you know? Or like maybe it like swims, but it swims like really fucking slow. And if I want like a good decent swim out, I have to whip out my DNA and stuff. But like it's kind of just like a reskin that like kind of adjusts the compatibilities of like certain mounts. I don't know, like maybe I can go ride a fucking bear and it's like a doom horse and shit. Like he has like his forward stomp is just like a AoE growl around him, but he's like way slower. Like he's not meant to use for like movement. It's kind of just like a meme thing, you know. Maybe a use in Node War for like, I need to go plug a hole in my fort. Everybody.
Like a miniature elephant.
Yeah, like a miniature elephant with like just like more health.
Since we are getting the dragon mounts, does it mean that we will be able to fly the fucking airships that are in Velia and shit?
Oh yeah, you know. Let's get into that. That needed to be a thing years ago.
If the airships are flyable, if I fly up to a airship with my Trina axe.
Oh
Do you
no!
think
Stop
I
it!
could?
I'll
Stop.
see. It's gonna be an arena, man. An arena of death.
I'm just, you know, Lolly Sky Pirates. Anyone want to join Lolly Sky?
God.
Man, no,
Just
that means
a shy riding. Imagine if they
Well,
come out with the dragon, they have to come out with the Doom Pegasus donkey thing. Like, you know how fucking hilarious if you had like a Doom Pegasus like dying donkey.
hell yeah.
How funny that'd be with like little fucking wings, and you like fly up to somebody's fucking airship and you whip out your fucking pen Trina axe, and you're like, oh no, my keyboard is saying Alt C.
I'll see. I think. See, I think that because in saying all that, you guys are forgetting that you're basically doing the T11, right? The T11.
Yes, sir.
Horse is basically something that is going to take the place of A, Krugdala, and B, just the mythical horses. However, it doesn't factor in the new horses that you're planning on making, plus a new mount, whatever that means, right? We already saw the Voltaic one, what the lightning mount. We don't know what else they're trying to make. Maybe they'll make like a wind one, but I guess technically Pegasus is the wind one, so whatever different elements
Rock
they're gonna
one?
go with.
Sound?
Oh, a rock. Okay, no, that's
Or-
fair. That's fair. A rock one.
Rock horse.
Oh, fucking
Rock
lava
horse.
horse.
Technically Doom is a lava horse. I mean, it's a fire horse, but lava maybe. But point is like whatever they end up doing with that, there's a possibility they're gonna make mythical horses out of those horses, and then those will also turn into other T11s.
Where's the Alt C emote? True. You know what? I need to go commission that out to someone. The Alt C emote. Do you guys know about like the fucking, what was it, like the one that I like? I was thinking about commissioning it out. It's like the fucking little anime girl like holding her head with her arms and just shaking back and forth. I just have like Alt C in front of her. That'd be a funny emote. I'd go get that.
I get what you're saying. Like she's just been
like,
drinking
yeah,
coffee the whole time and
she just like
pressing
the Alt C emote.
Oh
True.
my god.
True.
Yeah, it would be cool as well.
Rock. Yes, rock.
Speaking of the new horse, what do you think about the new horse? I think we've kind of.
I
PvP
like it because it means possibilities. You know, it means more possibilities for different horse content. I mostly participate in horse life skills, so you know that's my jam. So I like all things horse based, and a new horse means more horses to come. And they basically made it sound like they were gonna do horses the way they do characters, and they're just gonna keep making them.
Oh, I guess
So,
quick thing.
we'll
Are the
see.
horse, so the horse races, those are queuable, right? You can queue up for the horse
Yeah.
races
Yeah.
and do whatever you want.
They
Can we
are,
please
but-
have queuable RBFs? To dear God,
That's
people
what they're
would run
doing.
RBFs.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
that's what they're
Oh,
doing.
Yeah,
They're doing that.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have.
So
MMR
basically-
system for it as well.
To answer everybody's prayers, they're doing that because we're already having issues with RBF where nobody wants to join them. So rather than have them on their own server, they make it so you're gonna queue for them, just like you queue for. It's all gonna be on Marnie 1, right? So just how
Yeah.
people queue for AOS, and I think it's gonna be instance probably. So it's gonna be with RBF. It's gonna be with I think all the different RBFs. It's not just the one RBF. So looking forward to that as well. That one's gonna be pretty fun.
Yeah.
I was
With
probably
the horse
sleeping on that.
race, with the horse race thing that you brought up, like I feel like horse races are they just
Can we use our
And
real
this is
horses,
something-
please? Can I not use this dog shit horse?
You
You
do,
know,
you
and then
know,
I
we just
think
have
just to make it more
categories of, like,
fair.
The
Just to
race
make it
is also
fair,
so
that's why.
Yeah.
What's
I
up,
mean-
Luneye?
Then just int the amount of like, but like I don't know, like just have it capped. You know how like AOS is capped. Like I want to build another horse and max out the horse gear just to do horse races efficiently and stuff. Like I don't know. I just feel like it'd be cooler if like I could just ride my horse and it
Something
just
like
be
with the
capped
personal
out.
touch.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, I gotta go make a riding horse that I only use for riding, and then I have to make riding gear that I only use for riding and stuff. And it's like, just transfer, like, let me equip my horse, like AOS, you know?
That's a lot of yapping, says Mr. Ambra from chat.
Yeah, I mean,
What do we tell him?
I'm looking forward to all the different things that they brought up. I was gonna say something, but I forgot. But horses are pretty exciting, you know, looking out for that. The possibilities of more mounts is exciting. I'm glad that we're moving away from just like the good old bread and butter horses and becoming more interesting. The fact that there's a dragon mount shows a lot of different possibilities in the future. Yep, it's just that, you know.
I think they
All
could
that is
make
exciting. I think
more-
everybody should be excited for that.
Yeah, I think that with more horses you can make more like specialized horses basically. So like make a horse that's only good at one thing. Like for example, I don't know.
I want
like,
all of them. So yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can we have a wagon that I can put all my horses? Can we have a 6-horse wagon if they're adding 3 more horses? You know.
Why not? Why not?
Actually,
Like,
hold
I
up.
can,
Yeah,
I can flex through
No,
town with my.
no, I got it.
I want
Oh
a
my God.
train.
No, we're gonna get the
I want a
fucking.
train.
We're gonna get the Santa fucking wagon. You know,
The
with
Santa
reindeer-
sled wagon, so I can
Yes!
put my 6
Yeah, and it's
horses
gonna
on it.
fly. Now we get flying mounts. You know, you can put 8 fucking horses on there, and they're gonna fly.
I hope
around.
that thing turns like a school bus.
It turns like a just wide arcs.
Yeah, just wide arcs.
Oh no. I
I hope when you can't back it up like the other wagons and you have to like you have to get off, you know, in the middle of the sky, just like step out and call it to you.
Oh
Just
no.
fucking jumped like in Crimson Desert.
He knows the pain because he AFK trades horses overnight. When the turn radius of your wagon isn't
That
high
is
enough,
funny.
so you have to go
Thank you
up a
for
little
following.
further in your looping path.
Yeah. and
It just
fucking-
reminds me of like the DNA in the water. Whenever you have to get off the DNA, you just swim in. And it's just like, well, I mean, I guess. And it just goes like into ethereal mode. And you're like, okay, well, that's great. But can you come out? I'm drowning here. I'm drowning over here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can make more like specialized horses. I don't really know what you would do with them. Like what we have right now.
Yeah, I
is,
mean,
like,
probably
horses
just make
like-
more T11s and stuff.
Yeah,
We've
like-
covered the basics of you traverse water, the desert, you traverse faster and you can fly. And now we just need the creative fancy ones just as collection fees,
Yeah, you can.
I guess.
Yeah, what could you have?
Where's my RGB rainbow horse? You know.
Rainbow horse?
Honestly,
Man, have you seen the fucking new Call of Duty like execution emote? Where you kill a person by taking a unicorn and fucking making it fart into the enemy's face, and that kills them.
oh my god. That is so
That's-
hilarious though.
That's an actual fucking Call of Duty like execution. In, like,
Yeah, you know
That
how
is
like you can like
hilarious.
capture people in Call of Duty now? Like, can we like give every class a grab, but every class that has a grab, they can just like, you know, grab
Whisper.
onto their enemy like that and walk around.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
a
make
berserker.
Oh yeah, make the horse.
because-
Make the horse like in Red Dead Redemption 2. Make it like a lasso. You can throw it at another person and just fucking ride them around behind the fucking.
Or
horse.
Basically.
can we bring
Oh
I don't know, horse combat's dead. They're like tamers, such
It is
tamer
dead,
on
yeah.
Doom horse is too powerful. You're not allowed to just drive by and run people over and cast your hailing skill and kill people.
Listen,
That's too much.
drive-by shootings were real, okay, especially with wizards and witches. But that was like old school BDO. New school BDO doesn't use horse combat at all.
Yeah,
It
because
was
they got
only
rid of
OP.
it. You can't
Yeah, it was
use it
only-
anymore. It's
I've
Well,
seen,
physically-
true.
I've seen very old fucking like I've seen the first and second trailer ever released for BDO. You could fucking herd animals, on horseback, and like like you would have like you would be on a horse, and you would have like a group of like fucking bison or whatever, like pigs, and you could just herd them around. I have no idea how that worked, but it was in trailers.
I think it was just a matter of because they aggroed to you, you would just, and the horses were really slow back then. You were able to actually get it done, but now horses are way too fast. How are you going to herd anything when you're basically just blip out of their existence?
Yeah, I'm glad that I still have the issue, but you know the Elvia fucking towers or the Kama Sylvian towers next to the road that like you'd be going a little too fast and then you'd spawn inside them and you would just be stuck there on your horse.
Okay,
Oh my god,
is
I fucking hate those things.
We have a fucking break. Oh yeah, the hardcore server.
Not sure how I feel about that. It's meh. I won't know how I feel until it's there. I do like how there's no V, but I don't think they understand the concept of hardcore though with them.
I think it's like it's supposed to be more of an extra action shooter, right? It's like Escape from Tarkov or Hunt Showdown if you play those games. I really like that concept. I will be completely honest.
I would have rather they have brought back the old battle royale for Black Desert and just made that part of the game.
Shadow Arena.
Yeah,
Shadow Arena.
It's
honestly at that point.
It feels like it's a little bit of that, but like overall, it feels like I don't know. Honestly, the only problem I have with that is it's only 2 hours a day. Outside of that, it feels like they're really good fucking content, right?
I think 2 hours a day. They're probably gonna increase it maybe to like 4 hours a day, but they don't want people spending all their time.
I think they could make it like 2 hours twice a day, right? So like once in the morning, once in the evening, for example.
Oh, okay, no, that's fair. Yeah.
Because like not everyone can play at the same time, you know. So like I understand why they do it. It's like so that everyone plays at the same time and you don't like join half the queues. But I feel like 2 hours a day is a little bit too little. But yeah, otherwise like I think like it's one of the best additions to the game. It's my favorite thing from the entire ball that was like announced. I am really looking forward to it. I like that it's like it has its own gear, so it's very approachable for new players. I like that it like teaches you how to like do PvP and PvE. I like the like ideas behind it. I like that you can't really abuse the like fucking grouping up system, because if there's too many of you at once, you have to basically kill your own friends. Or like locks you in. I like that.
I can't wait for it to be like a Tarkov thing, to where it's like I befriend a scav and then right before we extract, I get him in the back of the head and take all this.
That's the best thing about the fucking game, you know. Like I used to play Escape from
no
Tarkov
witnesses. You know how much shit people that'll cause so much BDO drama. You know what? That's probably healthy for the game.
It used to be
the betrayal.
This is what people did in EFT, right? Like back in the day, like in the early games. They would like group up with randoms, and at the start they would just kill them and take their gear and go to extract. They wouldn't even fucking care about it. They were just like, oh, you have this? Let me take that from you.
Goodbye. It's like, hey, buddy, thank you for the loot.
Yeah, nothing personal.
Click, boom.
Yeah, I think that it's, I really do like the concept of the hardcore server. I am really interested in how it's gonna like pan out, like mechanically, and I am very interested in the rewards specifically, because they didn't really talk about the rewards. That's like one thing that I don't really like, what the incentive is going to be to actually do. I mean, why would you do it, right, in the first place? I hope that the rewards are good, basically, right? I know that like you don't need to use your own consumables, which is good, right? It's very like low stakes in a way, but at the same time it's high stakes because you can only do it once. So I guess we'll have to see, but I'm very excited for it, right? I just hope it's like worthwhile, so that people actually want to do it.
Same. I mean, anything to increase population and popularity would be good, and I think this is just a new thing to allow people to come back, so you know.
Yeah. And like the fact that it's very approachable, right? Like that's the most like important thing. It's the same with like AOS, right? When AOS first released, everyone was playing it because it like you could be a fucking Tuvala Timmy and you would still have a fighting chance on PvP, right? Even if you were a
because there's other Tuvala Timmys playing, but now it's like it's only the PvPers. Like I only face 95% of the time I'm only facing decent people.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, but like that's because there's no rank system either right now, or the rank mode either, right?
I'm also facing people from like Digital Iconic, all the node warring guilds, or like a lot of people that have like siege buff, because I can tell since they have the little crown over their head. I'm like, Man.
Like, really, the only problem I have, or like the only gripe, I guess, is with the idea of it only being available for a specific time in a day. But yeah, that's kind of it. I think for hardcore server, unless you have something else to say, we're gonna be kind of ramping up.
No.
Fucking yep.
We'll see when it comes out.
Oh yeah, the
I
fourth
won't have
dungeon.
any opinions until like what brackets are in there and like what buffs that you can get while inside there. Too.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
Because it'll be like that same thing to where like I could definitely see that certain classes are going to like just play better in that scenario than others. You know, but like, you know, every class has their little niche and stuff. Like, I imagine I'd see all the range classes getting hunted down immediately because nobody wants to get ranged down by like a fucking wizard, archer, fucking ranger, you know. So
amen to that.
they're like, oh, that's a threat to everybody. We need to stop beating each other since we're all melee and go over there and kill that. Because you know that happens in fucking in RBF to where it's like, oh, I'm kicking this guy's fucking ass. Like there's 3 of us beating him. It's like, oh, there's a ranger over there. Everybody turn and chase it down. It's not in the ball.
Yeah. What do you guys think about the 4th dungeon?
No,
I'm excited for the dungeon, really. But I still want the rewards, BDO and rewards. BDO is allergic to rewards. I want them to make rewards better, and I agree with what you said earlier with the making dungeons able to be frequented on a daily basis, and also allow people to just make grindable, like grind level money from it. But I mean, they're changing it and making it so that you can just skip to the bosses and the rest of it is just grindable, which it's gonna be what, a 350 AP spot or something, right? So that's interesting.
Insane.
Like,
I was okay with running through the dungeon and stuff. Like maybe like you can do the dungeon like twice per day, and instead of what was it? Well, you can, you know, if you do the tag character system, you can run it twice.
What? My question is like, are they like the grind spots and the dungeons? Are they gonna be group spots still, or are they gonna be just solo spots? Because like, that's kind of what it was supposed to be originally. I do remember when they announced the.
Are you talking about the grinding spots themselves?
Well, yeah, inside the dungeons. Right? They said that they will. Be
I don't know.
The
they didn't say.
Yeah.
They didn't say what else going to be solo. They said you can solo the dungeons. The new dungeon when it comes out, you can solo, but you can solo all the dungeons if you wanted to just get it cleared. Yeah, but for the grindability of it, no, they didn't really specify if it was going to be group grinded. It would be nice if it was a group grinded spot, just like make them all group grinded spots.
Yeah, it would be cool. At least some of them, right? Would be cool to be group grinded spots. And like, otherwise, with the dungeons like 350 AP, what the fuck? I have 3 of them. Where am I gonna get it?
350 AP. They're probably gonna release things to make it doable. So I'm not. Usually when they release a spot, and they're like, "Ooh, this spot's gonna be this much AP or that much, whatever." They do things to mitigate that release so people can actually participate in it, right? Because 350 AP is like kind of hard to come by if you're not already full like deck.
Yeah, we're using the full whatever. Baby.
Right, so it's gonna matter. What's gonna matter more is not your AP, but your monster AP, probably. Like how are you going to get to that?
Luneye. It's not like I can run dungeons with you anyway.
I need to.
Ooh.
I need to.
You should come over to the American servers.
I need to buy.
Yeah, I mean, they just released a whole class. America, hell yeah.
Yeah, come over to the American servers, Luneye.
Listen, okay, I can speak for NA and say that the ping is shit, but hey, it is what it is. The server is also toxic, but hey, it is what it is. My friends are here, so I'm just here. I'm just gonna grind
my
it out.
alt every time I hear like
I will
toxic,
just
it's like,
I will
oh,
I
no,
mean you
yo.
don't know. You don't know. I'm still making the video on open world PvP. I would be the target of every single PvPer in like a 5-kilometer radius. Sorry, 5-mile radius for you motherfuckers.
No. Don't you dare change. Okay, stick to kilometers. Oh my god.
How many
5
clicks
mile
is that out?
radius.
How many?
Too many.
It's 13 football fields, Luneye, but American football fields, alright?
What the fuck is an American football? Just call it rugby, like a normal human being.
It's not rugby.
What is it then?
It's
American football?
football.
Like what's gonna
It's
be next?
American
American
football.
hockey? And you're just gonna be fucking American cricket? Like what are we talking
baseball.
about? American basketball? Like what? What are we talking about? No, man.
How many alt plus C's is an American football field? I don't. Who knows?
Not
Too
enough.
many. Too many. Alright, we have the new horrors, we've talked about it. What else was there? There's oh yeah, fuck, what is like Mediah anything, man? I was like kind of
Oh,
like,
Elvia?
yeah, like Elvia Mediah, like Dekia Mediah, like a rework of Mediah, like a fucking story update, like literally anything. Like I felt like so betrayed because when they were like doing this, like, oh, we're gonna look to Balanos and we're gonna look to
Mediah.
yeah. They're like, oh, we're gonna look to Balanos and Serendia and Calpheon. I was like, yes, next we're gonna look into Mediah, and then like, oh, there's like a huge break, so when we come back, it's gonna be like, oh guys, this doesn't look like Mediah, you know? And then they completely skipped it. Like, why does it even exist in the game? Just remove it. It's dead space.
I don't know why Elvia Mediah was skipped over. We all know that we got Dekia, and Dekia is the new go-to grind spot, and Dekia is easier to manage, probably for them.
Yeah.
But I feel like they don't really have like they can make Mediah and put something there, but it'll feel forced. They don't have something to put in Mediah, so that's why Mediah doesn't exist. They could just make Mediah and just make it the group grinding spot. If you want XP, you could just go grind here. If you want group grinding, just go grind here. It's just group grinding spot, period. I'm sure everybody would love that or be about that.
Actually, you know, I got a really weird hot take. I got a really weird hot take about Mediah.
Okay.
So, you know, your scrolls, instead of doing them at a tower, you know, for a group grind, what would happen if you could feed them into a zone and then the mobs just drop straight up fucking cappers or freaking whatever you want, you know, like meme frags. Like, they'll only drop the raw meme frags and shit. But like you feed them into the zone, like you're burning scrolls to grind for like silver and kafirs or like the normal.
Or make it so the whole Mediah Elvia doesn't even take scrolls. Your scrolls don't work there.
Yeah,
like it just burns scrolls in your inventory.
Do
like,
anything.
I don't know. Like I just want something other than scroll towers to run, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Like it feels like
another out. Like if I could pump my, like, if it turned into Agris, like if I could pump my Agris into, or like pump my scrolls into like a different type of Agris and then grind in the Mediah zones. It's like super chill and easy, you know, but like it's still enough to make me stay focused and grind, and the mobs just drop me straight kafirs.
Yeah, I mean,
or not kafirs, meme frags, memory frags, and like the direct correlation of like the silver with the memory frags. Yeah. So it's like you'd grind like, I don't know, like 100 or 200 mil of silver an hour, and then plus all the meme frags on top of that. But like no other trash. If like you ran out of Agris, you would just get normal trash there. I don't know. It's just something new, something different that I feel like could use a rework. Like if you wanted to do boring towers, you could do boring towers, or if you wanted to do like, I don't know, have like a, like, how many grind zones are there at fucking Mediah? Like fucking
7,
5,
9,
7.
There's a lot. There's fucking analytics shrines.
Yeah, I think there's 5.
So it's like you could make Sonils and Schultz like
oh, there's 7.
4-man scrolls.
8.
Schultz 5-man scrolls, you know? And then you could make what was it, Helm's 3-man scrolls.
Yes, a lot of there's
and you can make mains solo scrolls, and then you can make
the
wanderers
lava
solo scrolls.
Yeah,
And then depending where you are on Abandoned Mine, you could do relics there instead, you know? Like you shove relics into like your Agris, or you feed it into like a fucking lantern or something.
Or well,
and then you
what
kill
what I
stuff
think is they need to make, and this feeds into what you're saying, I think they need to make Mediah a central hub for everyone. Not like for everyone to grind and stay, because Lukita right now is a central hub for everybody that's 300 AP plus. But Mediah needs to be what Calpheon Elvia wasn't, and what Surrender Elvia couldn't be. Because like those were Elvia spots to help us get gear for a purpose, right? But Mediah Elvia should be created, and it should allow everybody from all grind abilities to grind, and it should be just a group grind spot, period, where all the spots have a grind spot there, but they should make it so right out of season you can grind dual spots with a friend, and just like you have multiple different spots, right?
like
and then you have like 2 spots that are
spot,
300 AP plus.
That's what I was kind of thinking of,
that.
like doing it like the scroll systems, to where it's like, hey, you can grind with a friend if they buy scrolls or grinded scrolls or relics, you know, it converts that over. Or if you decide to do fangs, you can convert the fangs over into Kafirs. Just like something different, like
just
drop an essential item that's used for, and it's like still have the same averages that you would do doing like, you know, fangs as a 5-man party versus Fang solo. So there's no change in how you're obtaining the item per hour, but it's just funner doing it with other people, because you're not just standing in a tower and resummoning 5 scrolls and waiting for people to do that, you know. Everybody kind of just gets their like drop loot for participation, and depending on like what buff they have on, you know, to dictate the loot they get. I don't know, it was just a real out there idea of like, give this area a purpose, you know, because it doesn't really have one. It did. It was kind of like the pre-Valencia era. Like if you were Dogwater and you couldn't grind Valencia, this is where you grinded.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
kind
know.
of thing.
It's just completely dead zone right now. Like there's no real like grinding you do. There are not really like life skills you do there.
But you're Bartali's law.
Oh, you're fucking Bartali lord. Yeah.
What happens if I want to go grind what was it, the white cedar sap?
Yeah, hell yeah, and acacia.
Hey, the cedar sap rotation around abandoned iron mine, and he goes hard.
Not gonna lie, the fucking bison fucking grind spot next to the stone tail ranch or whatever it's called. Yeah, that's pretty poggers, you know. That's a W right there. And the rhinos next to the lava Omar cave, hell yeah, poggers. Yeah, but it's fucking dog shits. But like, something needs to happen, right? I don't really like Elvia. I think is a problem with like further servers. I think that's why we don't get more Elvia. That's like very stressful for their servers, so that's why they don't do it anymore. Dekia would be kind of the like more obvious thing to do right now, but with how much people don't fucking like Dekias anymore,
I think
that's a problem as well.
It's just less. Dekia is very Dekia is very you grind over one spot, and the grinding over one spot is just not satisfactory. It's better to just feel like you're going on an actual adventure.
It's not satisfactory unless you get drops. Like that's
how
I kind of felt when Dekia spots came out. Was like when I was grinding Stars End, grinding normal Stars End felt like dog water, but grinding Stars End Towers, because I was getting 2 to 3 distos an hour, felt amazing. So like,
yeah, I mean,
it doesn't feel impactful.
I like being able to grind over rotation, but I also don't mind grinding in a spot. I guess to me it doesn't really make a difference. I just enjoy grinding.
I like
that's
grinding if there's a purpose other than like silver and knowledge too. Like
yeah.
Yeah.
Like if there was a purpose to grind here and it was a dog water zone, like I'll still occasionally go over and grind like Titanium Valley because I could build another infinite pot and throw it on the market and stuff. Like I'll grind all the infinite pot zones and stuff just because there's kind of a purpose there, the places that you can get the Arcanus element, you know? Like even grinding Jade and like Turos, you know, you can get a flame and stuff. Like there's shinies there that you can get. Like it feels like I'm grinding there other than just it there. And then like clearly all the other zones, it's like it's either having like endgame accessories or like an endgame drop. Like if the new zones over in Land of Morning Light didn't drop the new crystals, no one would be grinding there if it was just a trash zone.
Yeah.
If that's true.
You know, like there has to be some sort of purpose. I would like to see like maybe higher Kafir yields or like maybe higher meme frag yields, because I feel like that would stimulate the economy. It might crash it at first, but I feel like it would level out just because like the price to repair your gear for a newer player, especially when you're expecting them to tap so much fucking gear to get to endgame and not swipe for artisans, like there has to be like a way for them to repair their shit like a little bit more cost effective.
I also think that because the scrolls haven't been upgraded, like I have 3,000 PLFA scrolls I need to do. Ain't nobody got time for that, so I'm just kind of.
Nobody got time for that. You just take.
I am about to sell.
I'm probably going to piss people off here because this is going to get fucking clipped and patched. But you can just make a Suck Nova, throw your Suck Nova minions out, and they'll slowly just kill them while you go watch a movie, you know?
Well, I
thing,
was gonna sell them earlier today, but then I last minute decided to keep them and just like do them. So
you want to go do 3K, girl?
I mean, there's actually more people advertising to get them done now, so it wouldn't be that bad. Especially if I can find a group to run 5 at a time, that'd be nice.
How close are we to the end of the video so we can do, I guess, the giant recap?
There's only two more things, kind of, but really just one. There's the event that brings back snowboarding and like winter
nobody
fishing.
cares about that.
Nobody really cares.
That's very. I feel like.
I just wanted snowboarding to be a real thing. They
Okay, snowboarding.
Make snowboarding real again. Make it great. Make it a full-time content.
Well, why can't I?
They are bringing snowboarding back, but what
confuses
me is that, well, since we're like, no, snowboarding is gonna be, I think it's gonna be permanent. There is an event for it, but I think they're just bringing it back in general. Because
okay, so how about? Oh.
Well, what I was gonna say was I like the outfit, but also my immersion. But that's just a me thing. The second thing was that the snowboarding was cool, but I don't personally understand why they're bringing out the Demon Land before they bring out the snow, the Labretska place. I don't understand why that is. I get it's because the Abyss Tower content is not ready, so they don't want to rush it. So I understand that, but at the same time, like, I was kind of looking forward to the snow place being the first one to be released, so it bugs me a little bit that we're getting the Demon Land first over the Snowland. That's why when they did the snowboarding thing, I was kind of like, but like that would have been what you would bring out with the snow.
Yes, the entire time, right? The entire time I was like, yes, they are keeping Mountain of Eternal Winter as the last region because they're going to reveal the Mountain of Dawnbreak or whatever it was, the 100th floor dungeon, right? I was like, yeah, they're gonna talk about that, and all we got was a fucking event. It was like so fucking underwhelming, and like
I was so looking forward to that. Oh my god.
Yeah, me too. I would be playing nothing else but the fucking I love that concept of like the infinite tower or like the 100th floor dungeon. Like Palace of the Dead from FF14 or Torghast from WoW even, right? Like I feel like it's such a good concept.
it's also content you can keep updating. You don't like the floors don't have to be stuck at 140. You can keep going to 200 to 300, whatever. Like there's always content you can throw in there, and there's ways you can revamp it to make it better and better over time.
Modifiers, augments, you know, like
make it a role.
like specific, like especially doing like a dungeon system to where like you can get certain drops, like. You could stimulate the economy and people's interest to grind there if like the higher tier floors needed lesser materials from the previous floors to like make it viable to grind there, you know?
Yeah.
Like give somebody 100 bill
like,
for getting to level 100 or something. Like that kind of stuff right there. Though I think 100 bill would be a lot, but I don't.
Fuck care. No, 100 bill ain't a lot for the end game player.
Thank you. You understand?
Yes,
give me all the crons. 100 bill is like 30k crons. Give it to me. I want it.
Dude, I could blow 30k crons and get 0 gains just tapping for pen fallen god.
That's what just happened to me. While we've been talking, that's just what I was doing. I was trying to get my weapon to Sept, and I just got like 20 free taps, I guess. I can
fail, was it 40 more Tet Fallen God attempts before I hit pity, you know? Hopefully we don't do it that way, you know? Maybe it just goes on the next tap, but I've been saying that for the past 10 taps. I'm bitching, but it is my last Fallen God piece, and this armor's actually cursed. I've hit pity on this armor all the way up.
Good. Love to hear
since they added pity. So.
Love to hear it. Okay, guys.
This is not a fun enhancement for me.
There is one more thing that we need to talk about, and I want to go on a fucking giant rant because I ranted about this shit yesterday for the entire day, and it's the fucking Demon Land.
The floor is yours, okay?
Yeah,
let's go.
Can I just say, Demon Land is probably the worst concept in any game I have ever seen.
Well, they made it sound different.
They made it sound
I just want the hot succubus ladies though.
Like I just don't fucking like. There are so many unanswered questions that I just don't understand. Like, what the fuck? Like, why did they make it like a PvP place? That's like the reward. Why can you like kill people without like losing karma? It's just gonna incentivize the like extremely.
Well, it's gonna be only one person. It's not gonna be everyone. This is a one person thing.
But like that my question is like, I'm assuming that you are gonna be a person like you can only be a lord of one castle, but can you only be a lord on a single like channel? So like if you go to like Serendia 4 and Kama Sylvia 4, you will have different lords.
There's gonna be different people.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm assuming so.
Yeah, and then like so like if like on one place, like does that mean that?
Well, think of it this way. The reason I don't think so is because when you swap channels, does the person on the castle change?
I don't know. Like then it's just terrible, right? Because like you will have one person running around 25 fucking channels.
Well, okay, but like they also, so this is why I'm thinking it's weird because the concept that I had in my head wasn't what they introduced. Basically, it's gonna be a PvP zone, right? Which is cool. I like the concept they have now, but the way I imagine it, if I am the owner of one of the castles, right? And let's say that you challenge me and you fight me and you lose, right? I get to stay in the castle and just reap up all the money, whatever. But it doesn't mean it's gonna end with you, right? Let's say Luna also comes and challenges me. Luna comes challenges me.
Cooldown for it too, because I don't feel like fucking fighting 30 fucking people.
Yeah, I was like, imagine
imagine like a Timmy Turner guild, you know? It's like it doesn't matter how good I am. If 30 people consistently try to fucking challenge me for the next 3.5 hours, I'm losing that fucking castle buff one way or another.
Like, doing anything else than just dueling people. Like, imagine there's a guild that's really dedicated to bringing you down. They just give you like 100 fucking duels.
They're just gonna send everybody to
Dude, I'd fucking accept all of it, but like I do think there has to be like a certain like cooldown,
I think it's cooldown
depending
per person.
how much money per minute or money per hour it takes. Like you can only like.
I think it might be a cooldown per person, but I wouldn't be shocked if it's just a global cooldown for everyone.
Then my next question is, what happens when you are offline, and what happens when you are AFK?
I'm assuming you probably drop it.
Well, no. That's what I was going to explain. So basically, I fight you, I win, and then let's say I go AFK, right? What happens is I don't know how this is gonna work because they say you nurture, but like an NPC takes my place. I don't know if it's gonna be me as an NPC. You know how you guys I'm guessing you guys have done the what's that place called? The pirate place. The arena.
Oh, so I'm going to have some asshole Zerker that I'm going to have to fucking fight because Zerker goes AFK that has an instant death mechanic if I don't fucking CC him 3 times when he wants to get CC'd. Fuck that shit.
Yeah,
I don't think
like,
it's gonna be that
you're only gonna
specifically,
wait
but I think
until the
it's gonna be
NPC
something like
is
that,
there, so you don't actually have to fight the player.
Yeah,
you can
probably.
actually fight the computer. You know, it completely defeats the point. And like, my biggest question for the entire spot is like, if you know you can't beat the Lord, why would you ever grind there?
Well, the thing is, the Lord can also come and PvP you for free. But
Yeah,
I mean,
only in
if
that
you own
place.
the
Why would you
spot,
ever-
are you really going to discourage people from grinding and making you free money? Like,
But like, that's the thing,
Yeah.
right? Like, why would I ever go there if like I'm making money for someone else and that someone else can come and kill me? Why would I not go to like a different spot?
listen, I'm
Then
gonna
you
say
just
this
don't go
now.
there.
I'm gonna be a benevolent
Like
god.
there's a
Sorry,
certain taste
Lord?
for people because you know, like the game has to cater to a broad audience, and you don't have to like the fucking content, you know, to appreciate to do it. Like I'm happy that they're getting away from the norms because I feel like that's healthy with the game. Overall,
I mean,
like,
I'm guessing
it
that
shouldn't
spot
be
is
like
also.
you have to go grind there
My
too.
problem
If your
is that it's-
mentality,
I'm guessing
No, my problem is
that
that
zone
it's
is gonna be
content,
very
right?
spot heavy. So,
Like-
is it better if your guild owns the territory and you collect the taxes for a week? in a
My
single
only
player
question is
game?
like why would anyone ever grind there, which like kind of defeats the purpose, right? Like if nobody cares about the castle, it doesn't matter if you are the lord, and if you can't really kill anyone in the open world PvP because nobody wants to go there.
because
then-
drama, it'll incite
But
drama,
like drama
and
doesn't
it'll
exist
incite
in the game.
GVGs.
Like I've seen.
That's what I mean. It will incite drama. Like,
But, like-
that's what causes the best PvP and
But like the thing
content
is,
in
right? Like
actual
I've seen a video of like a different streamer of I41, right? And like he had like guild drama where some other person in his guild could like they wanted like to duel him, like someone else from a different guild wanted to duel him. And they showed up with like 3 other people, and they ganked his ass. And then they had like a guild fucking, like a small GVG in the middle of fucking Balenos, right?
Yup.
But like,
Yeah.
you know what was the reaction of the people? Why are they doing this? Like they are just wasting their time. Like why are they doing this? You know? Like it wasn't.
Yeah,
even
but you
drama,
can say
it was
that for
like,
almost any facet of BDO that isn't
but no,
efficient.
no,
you
it
know,
was
like
the-
you
it was
could
the reaction
you
of the
could go
people in the
gather
war.
cuckoo birds for
No.
4 hours, and
But,
then
like-
people would watch your fucking video and be like,
it wasn't
"Why
the
is
people
he
who were
doing
watching
this?"
it. It was
There's
the
no-
people. It was the people inside the guild war. Like it was fucking I41 and his guild. They were like,
Then that's just
oh, they
stupid.
are.
Then, well,
Yeah.
is his guild PvP?
I don't know. I think so.
That's up to his guild. That's the way
Right?
that
But
he
like,
manages
that's what
his
I mean.
guild and
Like
stuff.
that's like people fucking cried all the time about like, oh, the game has no drama. But when they get it, right? When that was like perfect place for drama. They're just like, oh, these guys suck. They are just wasting our time. Why are they even here? Why are they?
Yeah, that's the
trying to
excuse
fight
because
us?
they lost. All right, they took the L. When people from your guild are like, "This is dumb," you took the L. I've been there
Yeah.
once, you know,
Yeah,
because
like,
we really did
it's so
take the L.
weird.
I've gotten to DVGs on Arsha before, to where it's like, oh, it was only going to be like 5 or 10 people that shows up and shit, and then somebody brings over like a fucking 800 DR shy that we can't kill that's perma buffing the other side, and we don't have one. You know what? What happened? They suck. We lost, and we did lose. That's just how it is. That's the drama. That's the fun of it.
I
You
mean, I
learn
don't know.
from
Like
the-
it just to me, it didn't really feel like like dramatic maybe, but fun not really. Like when the
It's-
people
it's
inside it
Per
don't seem to
player
have
though,
fun.
like not everybody can have the same type of fun as you. That's why there's
Yeah,
different types
true.
of people in Rust. Some people role play in Rust, you know, and other people's join a big Zerg and all they do is raid, and then other people kind of like, you know, roam around and try to do their own little journey. Solos, duos, trios, and big groups.
Okay,
Everybody
so,
walks
like,
a different
So
path, but like
if
it's
that's the
still
case, then like what are the rewards for grinding there? Like is it gonna be the same as like DSR? Because if that's the case,
We don't know.
You can't like this is my
We don't know. That's all up to speculation.
right. But like,
if you're,
you can't then go like the route of like choice document, right? Where the PvP thing is like the most money per hour, because then you are gatekeeping people out of it. You're gatekeeping people
why
out
though?
of it.
It's the only thing that you would ever need pen gear for. Once you hit 350 AP, what's the point of going farther?
This is the problem, because it's circular, right? You need the PvP gear to do PvE, but the way to get the PvP gear is through PvE. Therefore, the rich get richer, and the poorer get fuck all. Sorry, right? Like that's my problem with it. It's like it's just a way for the people who already have the gear to have even more gear, and to me, that just feels like if I was the person,
I don't know, there's not much more
like,
gear you can go to. It's just a money sink of them throwing it into like.
But like, then you will just then you will just hoard the gear until they release another sovereign weapon, and you will just spend like 2.5 trillion to get instantly fucking tech.
Well, I mean,
and then they don't get content, and that's just the.
But
that's
they
just
don't get
the
content, but nobody
game.
else does either, because they're gonna still keep grind there. And everyone else who's like below them can't grind there because they get instantly killed because they just don't have the gear.
Well, yeah, but if you need 350 AP to grind there anyway, you've already spent fucking years of the game.
You need it for PvP.
I don't understand where you're trying to come from.
Okay,
because it's like, if it's an endgame spot and the top 5% players are willing
are the only ones that can grind there,
how is it affecting the rest of the populace when they can't reach it? You know, because that's like saying like, oh, dang, I really hate the charges on a Lamborghini. Like having to pay car insurance for a Lamborghini fucking sucks. They should lower the car charges for a Lamborghini, even though I can't afford one. It's like, but I could eventually afford one sometime in my life. But the car insurance for that stuff is ridiculous.
Yes, but when you make Lamborghini, you make it for a very specific.
Yeah, so when you make fucking good gear,
you make an MMO for the most people possible. So when you are gatekeeping people,
yeah, but there has to be some type of endgame content to push content creators. Not for everyone.
For everyone, yes.
Everyone can't be a winner.
Everyone should be able to do it.
I love how
everyone should be able to do it.
Everyone can't be a winner.
I don't agree that everybody should be able to do it, but I think that everybody should be able to work up to it. Not everybody should be able to do it.
Everyone shouldn't be able to do it.
This shouldn't be your gear is capped, and now because you're
then you believe everybody should just
be able to. No.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
Everyone should be able to do fucking savage raiding.
Listen, I'm not saying that like not having everybody doing it is a bad idea. What I'm saying is it's fine that it's gated behind gear because it's gonna give people something to work towards. There's nothing for people to work towards now. Everything is just
what do I do? Why would I? After I hit 350 AP,
why would I grind for gear when the same guy who's against me will grind for more silver, will have better gear than me at all times?
Okay, but like that's
if I can never catch up, what is the point of trying to catch up?
I think that zone. I think you might be over. I don't want to say overreacting, but let's say overreacting to how that zone is meant to work. How many servers do we have in BDO right now? Right. Let's say that I own this castle and I own it. It doesn't matter where the server is. There's gonna be certain servers that I exist in, and that's it. There's a chance that if what you said was true, the idea you're saying that might be like different servers have different people, there might be a possibility that that's a thing. Because I only live on Mediah servers. I don't really go to Kamasilvi or go anywhere else. Right. I'm always only on Mediah servers and Arsha, and that's it. So unless somebody's grinding on Arsha in my zone and I just feel like PvPing, I'm probably not going to be all that interested in going to Kamasilvia just to kill people. There's gonna be people who are red that just do nothing but PvP all the time, and you know they might own a castle, let's say, or they might own one of the zones, and that's where like your worry becomes valid. Okay, well I want to grind and this person's here just hunting me all the time, they're not losing karma, there's nothing. That's valid, but at the same time that person is also going to have to be challenged by all these other people, and eventually they're going to be knocked out of the castle, meaning that the leader of the castle is going to rotate a shit ton for a while, maybe, unless like we have like devios or some like the stupid geared people are the only ones
exactly
sitting in
what
all
I
four
mean. You
castles,
will have
and that's it,
one castle
right?
for like fucking.
Yeah, but
choice,
even
one
the
for
stupid
DPS.
geared people still fucking die. You know, enough
Yeah,
people.
and they're gonna
fucking...
get it back eventually, like the next day. You know, they're not gonna be alert for a day.
If that's
then,
how they
like-
want to
Like-
play their BDO experience, you know, it's like, I don't know. Like, if the game had the same popularity in Cap that we had back in, like, when, let's say, like a prime example, I'd say, is when Stars End first released and all the servers, all the Stars End rotations were fucking taken, and, like, it was actually
There was
hard to find a
PvP
Stars End
mania.
rotation, you know? It's
Yeah.
just PvP, you know? There's no difference. It's like, well, if you didn't have gear, you couldn't grind there anyway because somebody would flag up and fucking roll you.
Yeah,
Like, it
and
didn't
was
fucking
terrible.
matter.
It was dog shit as well. It was fucking terrible losing a spot because someone just came over you and just said, yeah, do for spot.
It's true. I mean, that's how
Yeah.
all the Guild Wars started. That's how Guild Wars ended up working. But I still think that I'm still like a proponent of considering that even though that might be the case, there is
like, you have to give them, like, I know how much you fucking hate PvP.
I don't hate PvP, I just don't think that uncapped PvP is good enough. Because all you're gonna get is either dead content like you have with fucking Arsha. Like Arsha is exactly the same thing. It's like, oh, you're gonna get more money from Arsha, you know? Like Arsha is for the, like, where you don't lose karma when you PvP people. How many people do you see on Arsha? Right, that actually,
I don't know, I
like,
have people
PvP.
roll up on me.
Like, how often?
I say,
I don't know, pretty often still.
How often is that?
Probably like
Wiki Ranger is good.
every hour that I've grinded, like 1 or 2 hours, I've at least had 1 or 2 people roll up on me.
And where are you?
Not
I
everybody
don't-
fights, but it's like I still
Yeah.
pretty frequently see people on Arsha, especially around this time, you know. And then it's also dependent on like another, I don't know. I'm okay
I don't
with
think-
it because I don't feel like it affects the majority of the gameplay or anything.
I agree, yeah.
Because it's
Same. I
like-
mean, I don't think it's going to affect that many people, but I do think that the people
It's like,
that
so what if the rich get richer? The rich are going to get richer anyway because they're just going to grind Olins, and they can grind Olins. If you're bitching about the rich getting richer, they can already grind the spots that you can't
But the
grind.
problem is that you make
So
a
they're
fucking
already getting
situation-
richer than you.
No, the problem is that you make a situation where there are the haves and the have-nots, okay? You have the person who's the fucking lord and the person who isn't. The person who's the lord will obviously get more money. And if you
Yup.
can't
Okay.
kill the lord, then you're just shit out of luck.
But you're
This-
still getting
this
something. I don't see
indirectly-
the issue with that though.
Okay, this indirectly segues into something that I wanted to talk about earlier. This has to do with War of the Roses. What you're kind of saying is you want there to be an even playing field when it comes to lords for the castle, but the problem, like, there's a double-edged sword to everything, right? And the problem with that one specifically is, regardless of who, if let's say it's gear based, right? If I have all the gear, I should be allowed to sit in the castle for as long as I want until I'm knocked out of the castle. That being said, if it wasn't gear based and it was equalized, if you came and knocked me out, how long do you think you'll be able to stay in the castle after that?
It doesn't matter because at least there's more people, right? If it's uncapped, it's more
It
dynamic.
does matter though.
No.
Yeah, it
there are-
does.
no.
If it was
there's-
skill
there's
based,
one
the highest
person-
skilled player just holds it longer. All right.
Okay,
like,
so
if
it's gear
Divio,
based, if it's gear based, then the higher geared player just holds it longer. Like, it's the
Yeah.
same thing. Except now, when it's skill based, I actually have a feeling that I can actually compete. And I can be like, yo, that guy's trash. I'm gonna fucking.
I feel
fuck
like
his ass.
it's
When it's
way
about
different
gear,
because if
when it's
the
about
dog
gear-
shit person has better
No,
gear
when it's
than the
about
more
gear, it's
skilled
like,
person,
that
the
guy
dog
has
shit
better
person
gear. What
wins.
can I do?
So-
Like when it's just like a numerical difference, right? It's like imagine we are playing Valorant, right? You have an operator, I have a fucking classic. How many times do you think I'm gonna be peeking mid to like challenge you when you have the fucking operator? Twice, maybe 3 times maximum. Right? After that, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna go out somewhere else because
Well,
I
then
have
if
no
you're
chance of
talking
winning
about
this.
skill based, then how do you balance that? Because there's some inherent classes. If you want it balanced, then you have to balance all the classes to where all the
Okay,
classes can
cool.
kill each other,
It's
and
easier
then that
to
means
balance
Shy's
classes
viable
than
too.
gear.
But the issue is you have a problem without a solution, though.
Yeah, because
That's
it's a
the
terrible
issue,
concept.
is because
yeah,
they...
the solution is get rid of this shit. That is the solution. Because it's
getting
bad. It's just a bad fucking concept. It's one of the worst concepts that's never been proved to work.
I don't see it as that bad, and
I
probably
think
won't even touch it. I honestly probably won't touch it.
Of gaming.
Like, Why is it? Is it because it's? I'm trying to comprehend and understand your side. Is it because it's content that you don't feel like you'll ever be able to touch because somebody is more geared than you? Is that the sole reason why?
By default, it is content that is designed only to appeal to 5 people in an MMO that requires thousands of players.
And I feel like that's a lot of content, though.
It is posed as content that is like, oh, this is the new expansion, and like people had problems with sovereign weapons being like only for the 10% of the player base or whatnot, right? And like, oh, I can't do boss blitz because I don't have enough gear to do boss blitz. Like, imagine what the people are gonna think when like, oh yeah, unless I'm literally one of the top 5 most geared players in the entire game, I can't do this content. Like, what is the point of it? In an MMO, I could understand it in like other games, but not in an MMO, right?
I don't know. Because I could. Then what else would you add? Okay, if we were going to get rid of this content, what else would you add for Endgame? The Endgame player, the player that has spent 10 years playing this game, that has deck everything. What other content could you provide for him? Like, you would have to figure out a solution. You can't come up with a problem to get rid of something. You create the problem of this content you don't like is bad. You need to find a solution because you can't
very simple.
have
you
a
don't
one-sided
cater to the
argument.
People who have finished your game. You don't cater to people who finished Elden Ring.
So you basically want your
that's
game
super
to...
jaded.
No, you don't.
That's
you don't
super
cater
fucking
to
jaded,
people,
though.
You don't cater to
well,
the
not
5
cater
people.
to that.
You don't cater to 5 people over the fucking entirety of the rest of the
but
fucking
this,
player base.
wait. Luneye though, I don't think you're thinking thoroughly about this, because this is not catering to just the people that are at Endgame. Sure, they're at Endgame now, but this caters to everyone. This is an overtime thing. This is not
this is what you strive for. You need something to strive for, because
overtime is gonna be even worse, because then the Lord is gonna be someone with 900 gear score, and you're gonna be like 750, 780.
You think there's people that aren't 900 gear score already? Like, all the famous Fevers are severely undergeared.
Maybe 800. Maybe 800.
No, there's
790 is more common for like the top 1%. More than 800 is. 800 is, yeah, no, 790 is more common. I know a lot of people that are around 790 to high 70.
I know 2 or 3 people that have like 10 fucking.
And like the point is that in the future the people will be moved elsewhere, so there's no real point, right? If there's like, if you have a lord that's 900 gear score in a content that's made for 750, like there's.
I mean, maybe one of the zones will.
You're just gonna skip it completely at that point.
There's a possibility that one of the zones is going to be like they're gonna be geared differently, right? So
they might be gear capped in different zones, you know?
Right. So like one of the zones is gonna be uncapped, let's say. Well, if you think about that,
but you still need some form of, like, I know you fucking hate it because it sounds like the game's ending, you know, but like, you have to be able to at least cater to the end game, you know? Because you want people to play your game to reach the end game, and if you don't have like.
But the end game is there. Like, it's like saying that like, oh, we need something else that ultimate rates or mythic rates in World of Warcraft, because people have cleared ultimate rates. Like, we need to cater to the people who have cleared ultimate rates in FF14. Doesn't matter if it's like the top 5% of the fucking player base and nobody else will even touch it, and some people will never see it in the first place. Let's cater to only to the people who have ever
that's
played.
Fine. No,
like, you don't do it because like why create content that nobody sees?
This does. I think like this is probably just a difference in opinion, but
yeah, I think
both Luna and I can agree that this caters to everyone. I think
I don't think
for now it does.
But the top good players. I just don't think it
right
caters
for
to anyone.
now.
You
it does cater to people. But okay, but you're basically saying what you're saying, and I'm gonna use your thought process. You are saying that I just started playing BDO. I'm in Tuvala gear, right? Great. I don't know what's what. Great. I should be able to grind Dokebi right away. That's basically what you're saying. That's the equivalent of, because I don't have the gear, I should be able to be a lord of. Well, that's kind of the same thought process though.
Yeah,
No,
you're like,
the thing is,
I should be able to do all content as soon as it comes out.
No. You are misconstruing the point. The point is, if I can do the content and I want to do it, and the only reason I can't do it is because there's someone who has higher gear than me and makes sure that I can't do it and gatekeeps me out of that content, that's bad content. It's the same reason we don't have open world PvP.
But that's like
anymore.
Node Wars though. That's literally like Node Wars.
It's the same reason. Like
you won't take a node if you burn too many.
No, Xarka was the PvP zone. Why did they remove it? Because people gatekept it. People didn't fucking want you to get Xarka weapons. Like, gatekeeping is just bad in games. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but this isn't endgame weapons. This is just money per hour.
You don't know what it is. They didn't say what it is.
Yeah, you don't know either. Yeah. And I don't know why you're so against.
Technically, it's not content that's out yet, so there's really no way to, like, all we're talking about is possibilities, right, of how it could actually come out. All we know is that there's gonna be these are the facts. There's going to be 4 different castles, and there's going to be 4 different people that can own these castles. One person can't own all the castles. On top of that, you can duel people, and if the people are unavailable or AFK, then they have substitutes that you can duel instead, and those substitutes can be like cultivated or some shit. That's all we know. That is all we know about it. We don't know if the rules are going to change. We don't know what it means right now. We don't know if any of the zones are capped. We don't know what the gear requirements for any of the zones even are yet. None of that knowledge is out, and all of this is probably going to be out probably next year around August. So I don't really know anything until summer. Or they could just scrap the
idea too, because remember they talked about like, oh, the Elvian grind zone is going to be a zone where everybody loads into, and you can steal people's loot in order to get like enhancements to increase like your black star.
Yeah, guess
from
why they removed that?
Pet to pen. Yeah, but I'm saying it's like.
Guess why they scrapped all of these systems that were negative fucking interaction with players. Like that's the thing. Like you can't just.
I feel like it's only negative if you make it out to be negative.
No, it is always negative. How is it gonna be positive that I grinded a place and I just get killed and I have nothing I can do because
you team up with somebody, you find somebody over there, be like, hey, this guy is like killable. Like we can kill him if we work together,
And then he respawns and we can't even grind at that place at that point. And like, why would?
Well, I'm looking forward to it because
what happens when that guy calls his friends?
Either way, we understand how you feel. I can kind of understand where you're coming from. It doesn't make sense because it sounds super backwards to me.
How?
Because if it's endgame and you have the gear to do that, I feel like if you want to do it, it wouldn't affect you because you would have enough gear to fight them.
Like 730 gear score is endgame.
That's not endgame.
Like, okay,
that's not endgame anymore.
Okay, you can grind fucking DSR is what, 770?
I'm pretty sure what we're classifying as endgame for at least most siege guilds now is currently like.
But this is not a siege.
780
this is a grind spot, so it doesn't matter. This is a grind spot. So if we want to go by endgame,
so like 340 AP and then like 420 DP.
Okay,
would be like the very cusp of endgame.
Okay, does everyone who grinds at that place have the same gear score? Does everyone at endgame have the 760?
Probably.
They have more, right? And there is a difference between 768 and 800, right?
Depends.
Well,
and there is difference between 760 PvE and 760
It depends
PvP.
which bracket you're talking about too. Because I'm talking about the overarching status of like Endgame for like if you're clear to run Dolans 2 with a group and hold your own weight and pull max trash, you're going to be the DPS carry and not a shy, is roughly around 340 AP and 420 DP.
Okay. So
And that's kind of what you're expected to bring to the table, grinding Dolans 2.
Okay, but there are
That's
people who are more
usually
geared than
regarded as the baseline standard for most groups. Some groups will drop
Yeah,
it
there
down
are a few.
further to like 330 AP, but most people keep a standard of 340 AP plus.
that. Okay, what is the
with
most? What are the
420
most geared players that exist in BDO?
Probably like
Most
Lid
gear-
Duck.
And what are their gear scores?
I honestly don't know names. I just feel like
I
the
got
most
a-
gear player in NA is probably 800 gear score, and that's it.
Yeah.
So
I've-
if you have a spot that's 760, and you have
They
a
don't
chance.
PvP. They're PvE.
yeah, they
and
they don't PvP. Everybody that PvPs
Okay,
is
so there's
probably
a difference
averaging
between
around,
760 and 760 and 760, right? One's PvE, one's PvP. There's a difference, right? If you only want
Well,
to
it's also
push
brackets
PvE,
too, because it's like you could just be 1,000 DP shy and just never get killed there.
which is another problem with the fucking Lord. Like, you're just gonna be 1,000 DP shy, Lord. You're just gonna be fucking unkillable.
What if?
It's gonna be a war of attrition.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it would
That
be
is
based
true.
off of I don't know. We don't know. We don't know enough. I don't see it as a bad system if
I
worked
don't
correctly.
either. It's interesting.
Like
for-
I
see it as a
don't
bad
I
system.
don't see it as a bad system if worked correctly. I could like I don't know.
I don't see how.
I usually go by if the content is too hard or if the content is gated by people, you either grab a conglomerate of people and make a change to it, or you find a solution that works for the both of you, but you don't get rid of the content, you know?
But
Unless
then
there's something.
There's the question: do you lose karma when you kill the Lord? Because the Lord doesn't lose
No.
karma.
No,
from
you don't.
No,
Well,
no one
because
loses
the Lord
karma
doesn't
there.
lose karma
a
when they
PV
kill
yeah.
you.
But do
You
you
I think it's
lose
like
karma
the
Lord-
when you kill the Lord?
Well, that's the thing. Are you talking about a normal PvP session
in
when
open
it just
world, like
Lord
let's
comes
say
and
he
PvPs
wants
No,
to.
Oh,
no, it's
probably,
a
yeah.
PvP zone. It's a PvP
Well,
zone. It's
the
PvP
thing
there.
is the Lord doesn't
said
lose karma. They can
specifically.
flag up on you
Yeah.
and like not lose karma. That's the thing. So they're the ones that are going to be flagging anyway. So why do you need to flag? So you're not going to lose karma regardless, unless you're flagging on them constantly. Like if you're in if there's a Lord in a zone and the Lord isn't even fighting, other people are PvPing, of course they're going to be losing karma between themselves. But I think individually between them, like if the Lord comes and PvPs you, because they're not going to lose any karma, because to them it's just every part of the zone on every channel, quote unquote, hopefully, it's gonna be like Arsha to them. They're probably gonna stay flagged, so there's no need for them to ever unflag.
And then if you're grinding with somebody else, you know, unless they severely
you grind
outgear
with someone
both
else?
of you. Like, I don't know. I just see that there's like solutions around what you're saying, you know, besides of just getting more gear. And then it
Such
doesn't
as?
really affect 90. Wait, grind with other people.
Why would
No
you
one
grind
says
with
you
other
have to
people in a
follow the
solo zone?
rules of courtesy there.
Why would you grind with other people with soul zone? Why would they grind with you? If they can
Because
go
I have
somewhere
friends.
else.
I don't fucking know. Like,
Yeah, so like, why would they go there? That's my
People do.
question. Why? Why would
for
anyone go there?
PvP!
If you need,
kill the guy.
but you don't.
I
go
wanna
there
kill
for the
him
PvP.
and make
you
fucking
go
money.
There, you go there for the money. You don't go there for PvP.
I
That's
don't
the
go there
problem.
for
It's
the
not-
money.
it's
I
not
go
a
there to
fucking
kick his
arena.
ass and then go
Hold on,
grind
hold
on
on,
top
If you
of
want
him.
to kick his
Like,
ass, then just duel him in the fucking and become the Lord.
I want to fucking
Like,
duel
what
him in
is
an
the-
arena. I want to make
then-
money while PvPing, so I'm
Oh,
going to kick
so
him.
you're there for the
throw
PvE
my
then. You're
huge
not there for the
fucking banner
PvP.
over
If you
my
want to-
head and
if
be
you
like,
want to make
"Fight
the
me
money,
if you dare."
if you want to make the money, then go to Dolans. Like, you're not there for the PvP. If you want to make money, like, come on. Like,
No, I want
Oh my
PvP to be profitable. I would be there
This
for
is
PvP
great.
and money. I don't understand what's wrong with having PvP be profitable. If I'm
Because you're
consuming...
not making money when you're PvPing. It's just that simple.
Yeah, so if I
think-
take lordship, you know,
So,
and I have to
yes,
fight
but
all
you're
these
not gonna
bastards
get
off,
the
and
Lord
they're
if you just
feeding
kill-
into me.
You're not gonna become the Lord when you gank up on someone with like 7 people. You don't become the Lord.
Yeah, so it's,
You
you
have
know,
to
rock,
duel him
paper,
in a
scissors, we
1v1,
trade
you
it
know, like
off.
fucking...
I think there's probably gonna be some form of like an arena, and whenever you do a lord, it's gonna teleport you into the arena, and then you have to do all of them there.
In
Probably.
which case,
Maybe-
you can't
maybe
bring
not,
multiple
who
people,
knows?
right? Like this is the biggest question I have is why would anyone go there?
I would. I mean, I don't care that it's about
Yeah,
money or
I was gonna
not.
say I think
The
there's a
thing
lot
is-
of PvPers that would at least like go there and test it out, or even live there. You know,
Yeah.
because let's put it this way, Luneye. Like I know how
So,
much
yeah, there
like
are-
you dislike PvP and you dislike red players and you
saying
dislike
it,
people
okay?
griefing.
Stop
You
saying
know,
this, like,
but
you're
you
just
need
fucking-
to give
you're just
them their
threatening
own
me.
little. You need to give them their own little cesspool of enjoyment. You know,
No,
you have to
no,
throw
no.
them a bone too.
They have
Because
Arsha.
like,
they
even-
can stay on Arsha. They got fucking two
Okay,
Arsha
I mean-
servers.
Then you
know what
can
they said?
you can stay out of their zone. You can use the same exact argument for
Yes,
you.
because I
if
have
they
no reason
don't
to go
grind
there,
any,
because
if
it's a
their
fucking
money
dog shit
per hour,
place.
then why do you care that it's being made? I don't understand.
my
It's going
Because
in
what if I want to
This
go
is
there for the money?
ridiculous.
What if they make it like a fucking 3 billion an hour spot, and now I'm just feeling like I fucking grieve myself because I can't go there.
This is specifically for you, and they said
suck
this
gamer.
during the call. What they said was, you can be sneaky and you can grind there, and
And the guy can poach my money.
person, whatever. You can go there and you can grind and you can be at peace and still grind there. Nobody is going to come hunt you, okay? The
Luneye would
person that
hate
owns-
New World. I tell you
The
that
person-
now.
I am max level.
If he
That
had to
owns
go
all
hunt down the
interests.
balloon chest in the PvP zone and get
I
ganked,
played New World. What do you mean?
have you never
But-
been
but
to the
the point
PvP
is-
I
zone
have
in New
been.
World?
What do you mean? I played New World. What the
Is-
fuck?
That's how I imagine it being. You know, it's like
No.
oh, you want loot? I don't
I'm
even
not,
have
I'm
to
not looking
up
at this from like fucking my angle. I'm looking at this from why would anyone go there that's not a fucking hardcap PvPer like you guys? Like, why are we creating?
wouldn't.
Why are we? Fucking
I don't
putting,
think somebody in Tuvala should go there. First
Yeah,
of all,
I
And
don't
know-
understand
I
why
don't
we.
think so either. But why would a 760 gear score player who would realistically be able to grind there go there? If
You-
they're
you
gonna
could say that for
encounter
the-
someone who's
you could say
800
that
gear
for-
score. You can't say it for
I'll-
anything
Well,
else
not-
because
That's the thing.
other places are not
There's
designed around it.
multiple spots, so I'm going to be able to check out the multiple spots anyway. Depends on which one is which. But also, I know for a fact that all these people that are going to be PvP in there, they live on very specific channels, and unless it's channel specific, then the lords are going to really vary, right? Like, we don't really have enough information about how the lords are going to be divvied out. We just know there's 4 different zones and there's going to be 4 different lords. Whether it's channel locked, meaning whether it's going to be on Serendia, Calpheon, Kama, whatever lords, we don't know that yet. But if that's the case, it means that whatever the lord is, they're going to have their one channel they stay on. Mind you, I already said this. I only grind on Med 2 unless like I go to my spot and there's somebody there, which all the spots that are 310 AP plus, they're not that popular. Not many people grind those spots anyway, so it's very easy for me to find a spot every single time I want to grind. And if I want to grind Arsha, I go grind Arsha. Sometimes I grind Arsha, sometimes I fall in PvP. It's not all the time I fall in PvP. But I also know that PvP will follow if I go to Arsha, so I'm already ready to either pick up the pace in PvP or keep PvE in and change channels and go continue my PvE somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't see how it affects the large amount of player base.
Exactly.
Like,
The same thing is going to
it
be
doesn't
applied to
affect
these
that many
zones as
people.
well.
It only affects the endgame
Yeah.
people,
So,
and
okay,
I
so-
don't see if that's. I don't see how that's a bad thing if you give content to the endgame
Because
people.
you are giving
The
content
people
to the
that are
endgame
done with the
people,
game want
you
to
are
go around
giving
in
content to the
PvP and
endgame
duel.
people over everyone else. That
It's
is the
not over
problem.
everyone else.
Because
Everybody
it's the
else
major
is getting different
expansion.
zones and-
It's the major expansion. You don't get anything else. What do Lifeskillers get from that place? What do regular fucking Tuvala teams get for them? What does anyone
Nothing.
get?
They
really
Lifeskillers
don't.
got
When
player
Lando
changes
Morning
and stuff.
releases,
That
when Lando Morning
you could use the
release,
same. You could use the
No.
same
What do you
argument for all the
mean?
Lifeskill gear. Oh, they're working on Lifeskill gear. They're not improving
It's
PvP.
not a major
What are all the
expansion.
PvPers
It's
getting?
not a major
Yeah, but it's a major
expansion.
rework.
No, it's not an expansion. It's the same thing. Like it's like so like when Land of the Morning Light released, right? People were complaining that there is no PvE, right? Right. So like,
Sure.
if people complain there's no PvE in Land of the Morning Light, why the fuck would people not complain that there's like the fucking Demon Land only appeals to like a specifically like incredibly small, like a fraction of a percentage of players, right? Like if Land of the Morning Light appealed only to the new
because
players,
the
like,
small percentage of players that it appeals to should be what people are striving for their gear as.
No.
And if you can't show off the gloriousness of getting to the end game and getting gear that high, then there isn't an incentive to grind for it, which ruins people's motivations to grind.
You can just as easily make the 100th floor dungeon, make the 100th floor and like a 850 fucking AP requirement.
And who says they're not going to do that too? I don't understand why you're so against this little piece
because
of
that
content.
appeals to more people. Not everyone wants to be fucking like nobody wants to be.
Yeah, but why can't I don't understand why you're so against this content. It blows my mind.
Because it's a terrible
It's content. It's an update.
It's not a content. I will never experience that content. It's not content.
So that's like the fucking Panioxian boat. It's content that I would never fucking experience.
Nobody was like me, and nobody who's like anything below me will ever experience that content ever, because by the time they will get there, it will be abandoned. Because the people would have moved on.
Yeah, so then you can experience it when you get the gear score for it.
The same way you don't see people PvP in fucking Stars End nowadays. You will never see people PvP there. It's a dead on arrival content. It only appeals to fucking 5 people in the entire server and nobody else. That's why it's a terrible concept that should be scrapped entirely and fucking replaced with something else.
Okay, we've come to whatever. We've come to our views and stuff.
Like, it's just like that simple, right? Like even
we're not going to get
content,
anywhere.
like,
we each have our differing opinions.
Yeah,
all right.
We can
Everybody's
have opinions, right? We can agree to disagree, but like the thing is, like even endgame content in other fucking MMOs, right? Like if you look to like Savage raiding and Ultimate raiding, there's still a lot
but
of
you
people
throw
who
out your
try to do it.
gear. You throw out your gear for that stuff, though.
What do you
like?
what
You
do
get
throw
the
out?
end game gear. You all those games you don't progress with your gear.
You what? You mean you don't grind for best in slot gear in like FF14? Or like World of Warcraft?
Once you have best in slot gear from the old raid, you go grab the next best in slot gear from the new raid.
Okay, but that's still getting best in slot gear. Like people very clearly people still fucking love FF14 more than BDO. Like way more people play FF14 than BDO. I wonder why that is. It could not be that people just don't like getting killed when they just want to fucking chill and PvE, right? It could not be that the entirety of the MMO market, or almost the entirety of the MMO market, is about PvE and like bosses and shit. And I'm not saying that you can't make a game that's not about it, but like there is a reason why the market is the way that it is, right? And to say like it's okay to like appeal to 5 people in a server over the thousands and thousands of other players who will never get to experience the content, and that's your major fucking expansion for the entire year, in my opinion, is just extremely stupid. It's like, imagine only making like expansion for Lifeskillers, right? Everyone would be fucking rioting. Like,
I'd be fine with that. I don't think everybody would be rioting. You'd be happy about
the same way that like people complained about Land of the Morning Light having no content.
Yeah, people complain, but it's not everybody that fucking complained. Not everybody and their mother fucking cared about that.
The majority of people complained, didn't they? Like, so like that's the problem, no? Like at least with Land of the Morning Light, it had a purpose. It attracted new players into the game, right? Like,
yeah, and then this has a purpose where it's going to retain the value of older players and the players that are in game.
All
give them a reason to keep.
Like you're trading 20,000 players from Land of the Morning Light 1 for 5 players now. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Matt Poppins.
I don't think it was that many players, but then it's like, oh, okay. So when you hit that gear score, 89 gear score and stuff, well, you're a bad example. I can't use you because you don't PvP. I think it's just different games. it's weird because I'm totally fine with them coming out with just pure life skill content. If they came out with a new zone that was only life skill, I'm totally fine with that. I don't understand why you're not fine with them coming out with a purely only PvE concept zone.
Well, because first of all, we never got a life skill only content. That's like major part of that. So like PvPers just fucking complain more, so they get listened to more, you know? Like my biggest question is why would anyone go there? You know, like
because people want to go there.
Do they?
I don't know. Like, why do people play BDO?
For vast variety of reasons.
So for vast variety of reasons, they would go over there.
No, there's only one reason why you would go to that place, and it's to become the Lord.
I'd go over there to PvP and grind.
With whom?
You know? I don't know. I feel like it's different mentalities.
I'm just like this is different mentalities because you are endgame people. You are the people who it appeals to, right? So like I will never get to see that content. It's completely dead to me. By the time
all the other content that like isn't in the or like it has been in the game that like there's no point of me doing is all dead to me because they don't revamp it.
But you have experienced it. You have experienced it, right?
No, there's a lot of content that I just skipped over and didn't fucking experience.
Well, you skipped over it because you decided to skip.
Because it's pointless. Who would ever do that content?
Yeah, because you decided to skip over it. And the same way people will decide to skip over the fucking Demon Land.
So then why would you care?
Because, once again, it's the major expansion for the year.
So if it was a little small update, you wouldn't...
It takes content from me. Do you understand?
What content are you going to be doing?
That the content, that the fucking developer resources that would normally go to a different expansion that would appeal to a larger portion of players, now all goes to the content that only appeals to a very specific small amount of people. Do you understand that there are limited resources and they choose to only cater to the most hard-capped of the most hard-capped PvPers only? The BDO's player base is not just PvPers, right? And even with PvP, you have PvPers who only do large scale, you have only PvPers who do AOS and capped content, you know? So even it doesn't even appeal to all of PvPers. It only appeals to a specific a portion of players. That is my biggest problem. It's this. It's supposed to be the major expansion.
So if it wasn't a major expansion, you'd be okay with it?
Yes. If it was just like.
So that's your only issue is that it's a major expansion and you don't like it because it's a major. So you don't actually have issue with the content. You have issue that was their key point.
But the issues are made bigger because it's the main content. It's the main expansion. There are issues with the fucking content itself, but
so if that was the easier stuff to produce and they just did,
yeah, they could have.
So you don't have an issue with the system itself. You have an issue that was the only thing that they produced out as their main viewpoint of the new zone.
No, you need to understand. It's not just the one or the other, right? There are issues with the content, and those issues are made bigger because it's the only content that most people will get as the major expansion of the game, right? There are problems that need to be addressed, there are questions that need to be answered, and even after they are answered, it's still the problem of only appealing to a small portion of the player base, right? Those, it's not one or the other. It's not oh, it's the main content, therefore it's the problem. It's the main content, and it has these problems. It's both of those things at once.
Sure.
Right, so that's what I think.
Okay. but you at least see the side to where it's like, even though that it caters, like you have to at least join the bridge to where it's like it can somewhat, you can see to where it can kind of cater to endgame people, where it makes them want to push their gear from like 780 to like 800.
No.
It kind of gives them the drive to like go for Pen Fallen God, even though it's 1,000 clicks, you know.
No, I understand. I understand.
Okay, I just want to hear that. I'm okay with your opinion. I'm okay with my opinion. I just want to hear that from you so we can build a bridge.
Yeah.
Everybody's entitled to their own opinions and their
like,
stances.
Yes.
Thank you.
Like, if
I love you too, Luneye.
Yeah, I love you too.
I love you too.
Yeah, like again, like if you just want to be the Lord, if there's like something that really spoke to you, be my guest, right? Like,
yeah.
But
like I feel.
Like,
I don't know. It's kind of like what is it, like the Stormtrooper title? It's like if you're playing as a Shy, there's no way you're going to get a Stormtrooper title, you know? But are you going to gate that and be like, oh, everybody should be able to get the Stormtrooper title on like any class that they take? And it's like you need so many kills in this in RBF, you know, to get the Stormtrooper title, or in well, I guess mean, it could be slightly different in Siege because you could get really lucky, but like you know, like a really
titles are a little bit like smaller, right? It's just like, because my biggest problem is that it's like gatekeeping, right? Like it's the same with like Throne and Liberty, right? Like everyone likes the content of like, oh, there's the like PvP fucking like giant bosses, you know? And after a while, people just decide to like, okay, yeah, this boss, ours now, you know, can't get this. And then the other people are just like left out of the content, and I'm trying to look at the bigger picture, right? It's not even about just me, right? I'm like looking at the person who like tries to go there, gets killed. It's like, oh, I can actually try to like take his place, gets killed, you know? And then it's like, okay, I guess I'm never going here again, because the only like reason why I would ever go here is like silver, and I can get the silver elsewhere. Like provide like. Obviously, we don't know what the rewards would be if it ever makes it to the live server, right? But let's assume it's just silver or like some other like item in the form of silver, right?
Yeah, like, but if it's nothing, if it's nothing exclusive there, then I don't see what would be wrong there.
Yeah, the problem is, right?
Like I see it because it's different for the bosses, you know, because for TNL, for the bosses, you get certain set gear that you can only get there for doing a certain amount of damage to the boss, and it's boss specific for builds that you need in endgame. Like that stuff gives you actual stats that are highly better than the brackets that you can reach without it. So that's understandable. If it did something like that, yes, I would be upset with it too. But we don't know yet. I don't think BDO will go that route. I think it's more going to be like more or less of a silver sink, you know? Like it has to be able to make enough money to where people are willing to use their consumes and elixirs off of respawn.
Is that it's a catch-22 for me. Yeah. It's a catch-22 because if it's just silver, there is not really a reason for anyone who's not really interested in PvP to go there, and therefore that zone will slowly die out because the interest will also die out. And if it is exclusive, then you are gatekeeping, right? So like, no matter which side you choose, there are like inherent problems with that decision. Like if it's just about silver, like okay, let's say it's silver,
like
right?
it does have that, like I could definitely see where it has a scaling issue. Like for example, like I could see where you could come to terms on it to where like Node Wars, like hey, if all the bigger guilds do tier 1 Node Wars, nobody wants to do Node Wars, and it becomes dead content, you know. Yeah. But like it's also in a sense of like, hey, if you can push more people to these zones to get out of the lower zones, you know, it's like, well, if we funnel up all the geared people that want to PvP and do that content in that zone, then more people can grind on Arsha and grind and fight in their own AP brackets, you know. Like there'll probably be less people trickling down if you make it good enough to where only the endgame players want to grind there.
I mean, yeah, I like the biggest problem for me is like, problem. Like we just don't know how it's gonna look, right? Like, but I think like the concept is just not that great, right? Like my biggest problem is with the concept itself, because it just has too many questions, Like,
I don't know.
For
It's
example,
like, yeah,
right, like,
there's a lot of stuff. It's like the trading rework or whatever when it came out that they got rid of. Everybody thought that was going to be amazing fucking content. You know, they're like, yes, land trading is going to be amazing, and then everybody really, really hated it and stuff. So we'll never really know until it comes out. I don't think. I feel like it's better to let them make mistakes of PvP stuff, especially since it's only affecting the 5% of the player base rather than the whole player base itself that it can screw over.
I think like the biggest problem, I mean, the bigger problem with that is like if they make the mistake for like, if they make the mistake of their like screwing the PvPers, right? At that point, you just made content like, who is it for, right? And like, if that's like, if that's the only content that we will get for the next year. Right, if like it's the major expansion, maybe we will still get the 100th floor dungeon next year, who knows, right? But like, provided that we get it, and it's bad, honestly that's even worse, right? Are we talking about BDO now, Mr. Shoki? Yes, we are. Yes, about the Demon Land. What do you mean PvPers are 5% of the player base? How much are they, Mr. Shoki? Sorry, Mr. Luna. Yeah, Mr. Papalicia, he died in real life, I think. We got too cringe for him.
Yeah, but we came to a settlement. But
wait,
anyways, either if the content does, it will come out. We'll see how it comes out. Past that topic, do we have anything else do you want to talk about before I guess we do our recap?
Yeah, there's Mr. Shoki who's saying anyone who plays BDO for anything else other than to PvP is playing the wrong game. I absolutely, wholeheartedly disagree. I think that like the idea that BDO is a PvP game is a complete fucking farce that the PvP community made up.
I feel like BDO should be like, you can play it for any reason that you want to play it. You can play it for PvP. If you want to solely play the game for PvP, the game allows you to do it. There's no wrong reason why you can't do it. If you want to play the game for PvE, you can do it. There's no wrong reason to do it, you know? When content comes out and changes, you know, it's like the issue with, I feel like a major issue with pushing out PvE content is there's not a big enough PvE community that really cares about it like PvP, because in PvE you don't really react with a lot of people because it's not really a social thing to do.
Why would you
grant
play this
the
game
mindset
PvE?
of
Like,
it's a very soloable thing. I'd say the most interactive of PvE content you do is probably Sally's, you know.
I mean,
other than that,
I think
all the other PvE content is very much a solo grind by yourself.
Yeah, that's why
like you can collab and talk to other people, but
right, that's why I feel like they should add more. Like, that's why I feel like there should be more group content and shit.
Yeah, then you need to make a community to talk about group content.
But the community exists, right? Like, I think that like it's
but they're not united. Like the ones and twos complain, you know. But there's no solutions being made because not enough people care.
I mean, I think that's the same across like the entire game, Also, why would you play this game for PvE? Like, why would I play this game for PvP, Mr. Shoki?
Like at the end of the day, like, would I be salty if like because there was a time when PvEing used to make more money per capita than PV like Lifeskilling used to make more money per capita than it would be grinding, you know?
Mm-hmm. I know.
And stuff. And I was like, I still PvE. Or I still, like, you know, I still hit mobs. Even though during the high times of PvE, it didn't kill PvE, like hitting mobs and stuff, because it was entertaining and there was a community behind it. And it was like, you know, the amount of trash you can pull in per hour. It's like, I agree that PvE needs more content, you know. I think it's just coming down in waves and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like,
which is why I think it's
the squeaky wheel currently is the loss of all the major guilds and stuff, because of a collection of what BDO has done for the better, and then the changes that they did do that people didn't agree with that could have been for better or worse. Like, We're still looking at the ramifications and outcomes of all the changes still from the past year as well.
Yeah.
And the game is still changing and evolving, so we'll never really know the outcome until, it's 5 or 6 months down the line. Like Tier 1 Node Wars, we didn't know, like, it was still pretty much thriving until they made the 15-minute fort rule. If you hold it, all the fort comes out with you change and stuff. And everybody in the Tier 1 Node War community said that's a horrible idea. Like, Node Wars are going to be 15 minutes. They still came out with it, and they reversed the changes. If it's a bad thing and enough of the community says they don't want it, that's just how it is. But I don't feel like they should gank that content. Like, even though I knew that system was going to be fucked, I still was like, okay, I'm okay with them pushing out the change, because they need to have player feedback with changes.
I'm just gonna answer to Mr. Shoki, who said that BDO has the best combat system in any MMO. It's still an MMO. And I'm sorry, but MMO combat is dog shit. If I want to play a PvP game, I go play fucking League of Legends, or Valorant, or Street Fighter, or literally any game that is actually made for PvP, and not a fucking game that is riddled with desync issues, where half of my fucking iframes don't work, where if I grab a person, he's actually in a different place than where I grabbed him, and it doesn't go through, and then I die. Like, I'm sorry. It might be the best PvP, it might be the best combat system in any MMO, but it's garbage compared to any actual PvP
I was gonna say,
game.
but BDO was a PvP game, It's evolving out of it and more into a PvX game. But it was mainly
it was always about
PvP.
grinding and life skills. Like, it was arguably more a PvE game before because you had less PvP content.
No, before, when the game first released, you could kill people and downgrade them a level. And that was true gatekeeping.
Thank you for
That's how PvP worked. You didn't flag, you could literally just go out and kill anybody.
Yeah, just because you could doesn't mean that it makes the game dead, right? Just because you, in the same notion, you could go in a fucking wagon and trade all day. Does that mean it's a trading game? You could grind mobs all day. Does that mean it's a grinding game? Right? Just because you have the option to do it doesn't mean that the option is the only option.
It was very much when the game first released, it was meant for combat.
No, it was meant for being living an open world with a fucking vast like things to do, right? You had like life skills, you had farming and fishing and gathering and like whatever and trading, and then you had combat and PvE, and then you had your fucking sieges and shit. Like, it was one of the things you could choose what you wanted to be. It wasn't like this is what you do now. It was like you have all of these options, and yes, one of these options is maybe a little bit more popular with the players because like it's a little bit more exciting to PvP, right? But it doesn't mean that the game is a PvP game.
Yeah.
All those stuff was used to progress your gear for PvP. Yeah. How is a fucking how is a Manos Gatheres close gonna help me in PvP? Like, what do you mean?
I could go about that questioning it the roundabout way, or give you the straight truth.
It doesn't.
I spend less time gathering for the elixirs that I need to PvP.
I mean, cool. And you can do that with everything else. So you can actually spend less time gathering for the elixirs you will use in gathering and PvE. Why else would you want to progress your gear in this game? To maybe fucking see more of the game. Because last time I checked, you don't start the game with 780 gear score and all the zones unlocked. I'm so fucking tired of people pretending that this game is something it isn't. Like, it was all you ever did. You fucking grinded and then you like killed someone. Like, but it doesn't mean that like, okay, like, which is the most important part? The like fucking 5 minutes of PvPing or the fucking 5 hours of PvEing?
Both are equally important.
Yes. So why are we pretending that PvP is somehow the more important part? You know?
Because it's the only surefire form of interaction that you get from other people that isn't like.
Yes, but that's not the point of the game.
what, interacting with other people? It's an MMO.
It's not the only thing you do with the game. Like, okay, so you are telling me that I can't go to like Kamasovia 2 fucking Velia rooftops and interact with people there if I want to.
You could, you know, but
yeah, so that's interaction. So at that point, it's not PvP, right? Like,
yeah, but then I
again,
could use
like,
your thing. Why don't you just play like a chat room game, like VR chat, if you're going to just chat with people?
Because I can Lifeskill in a VR.
Get that stuff out of
my VR chat.
My PvP MMO game.
Chat. I can
Yeah, you can fish in VR. They have maps to fish in VR.
Okay, cool. I can Lifeskill in VR.
You can be like a cat girl in VR too. You can become the real you, Luneye.
I mean, you can kill other people.
You can do the thing.
You can fucking
do the thing that you say in Hideout.
What we are doing right now is PvP. Yeah,
you can say the thing that you do on Hideout highlights and
so VR shit is PvP game, guys. You heard it here first.
You can have your gay sex on VR.
Yes, and it's gonna be PvP. It's gonna be me versus the other guy, and who fucking puts it into the other guy's ass first.
All right, somebody from chat, please clip that and send it to the highlights, please, to God.
When the game was alive, PvPing would last for hours, especially if it PvP with another guild. Okay, cool. That doesn't make it a PvP game, I'm sorry. League of Legends is a PvP game. Counter-Strike is a PvP game. Games where you are forced to PvP.
Any game where you can fight another person is a PvP game.
So Elden Ring is a PvP game.
Yeah,
Real life
Ring's
is
a PvP game. Yes, real life's a PvP game.
Hell yeah. So like, if we are going to broaden the fucking horizon to the point where everything is PvP, like Minecraft is PvP, right? Like,
yeah, Minecraft's PvP.
Yeah,
they have dedicated servers and dedicated game
modes. Is PvP, guys. Like,
of course, have you never been like ran through by one of those little slimes in the dungeon, man?
Yeah,
hey yo, like you're out there, you're in like level whatever, like fucking floor 67, and your fucking sword broke, and you just have a shitty copper sword, and you're just trying to get to floor 70 so you can get back up, and you're like, man, this slime is fucking me up, man. I wish I had some iframe.
League of Legends is the worst example for a PvP game. League of Legends is a Gamba game that forces you to carry 4 other dogshit pairs to win. Yeah, this is the reason why we don't have PvP in BDO anymore.
Oh, is this Lunaye's clip?
Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Like, if you're gonna pretend like the game that's actually centered around PvP is not PvP, but your fucking dogshit ass game where desync and fucking class unbalance and fucking gear checking is a thing, is more PvP. I'm just sorry, like we just have to fucking agree to disagree.
I'm gonna save that as a redeem of, yeah, me and him are going to PvP.
Fucking
I'm gonna say that as Luneye.
BDO is not centered around PvP. It has never been centered around PvP. BDO is centered around fucking grinding. It's an MMO RPG. It's not a fucking battle arena. Okay? It's just not. I'm sorry. Just because you can't do PvP in the game doesn't mean it's the main thing. You can literally play the game until you are fucking hard capped and never PvP another person. That's not a PvP game. You don't grind in League of... Oh my god, man. If I grinded in League of Legends the same way I grinded in PvP in fucking League in
Okay, can we?
Like, if I grinded the same way, right, I would be, like, farming in mobs all the time and would never fucking encounter another champion in the entire game. I would not have to fucking destroy Nexuses. Like, you just don't understand, Mr. Shoki, that BDO and PvP and fucking League of Legends are not the same games. Because one is an actual PvP game and the other one is BDO.
Okay, can we finish? Okay, is there anything else? We're done with Demonland. We've gotten our columns aside.
Yes, I love you. Okay.
What?
I don't think there's that much else. So
Kingfisher says either Luneye farm mobs or other people's asses. True.
Yes.
True.
Yes, that's all I do. See, so it's not the.
What are you talking about? Luneye is getting his ass farmed. You know.
Balance in League of Legends is even worse than BDO. Okay. Cool. But it's still more of a PvP game than BDO has ever been in its entire run.
Okay, we're done with this. We're done with the topic.
Yes, I'm just talking to fucking guy in chat. Sorry.
Oh, so what else are there? There's, I think it's just after Demon Lands. It's just the free stuff that we got. How do you feel about the free tier 10?
Free tier 10, I like it, honestly. I think that it was I saw it coming. That's what I'm gonna say. I saw it coming. I don't think that it's such a big deal for people. Like, you just get another horse for another one of your alts if you already have one. Or two.
Or you sell it, or you vendor it for 30 bill.
Or
like
that.
It is worth.
Yeah, like
30 bill if you imperial
worth a lot of money, right? If you don't care about it.
I know quite a few people that are a little butthurt about that, but it is what it is.
I think that like
other than that, how do your thoughts on the rewards? Anything else about the rewards? We'll keep that slim because I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that stuff.
Yeah, like I don't
like I see both sides. I think it's overall beneficial for the player base, you know, because it's like everybody that's joining now, if they make it a permanent thing,
I think that like
everybody will be able to be like Node War ready with a tier 10 horse.
Yeah, I think it's just another catch-up mechanic that's like, again, catch-up mechanics in my eyes are always beneficial to the game. I don't think there's ever gonna be a catch-up mechanic that is actually going to make the game worse. Unless they like...
Well, I guess the thing was, for a lot of people was, you didn't really need a tier 10 horse. It was kind of just a glorified thing to get, and they kind of just handed it out, and it kind of ruined the.
Sure, like I feel
it's like for the people that like have had their tier 10 horse or like recently gone their tier 10 horses. It's like 30 bill, but like the amount of time that they took to like push that horse was worth way more than like the 30 bill of,
I mean, yeah, I can get that, right? Like, it's not really something that you really need. I think that like some things, you know, like you mentioned PvP, right? I think like walking on water and like being able to like get to like certain...
No, the flying thing is like almost essential that you need for like Node Wars, I'd say, to a certain extent, of like you not getting clipped by terrain while trying to move to the next point's really important.
Mr. Shoki actually had a good point. They gave away tier 10 and added an horse that is really glorified to get the new tier 9. That's true. Like, you have something new to like work towards. I think that's fair, right?
Yeah.
I don't like... My thing is like... everything is just about
I call
time.
it a little bit glorified, you know, because like you can still put your Krogdalos gear. So the only real use for a horse is just to get you from your well to your grind zone.
Yep.
There's not very many places to where a tier 10 outperforms a tier 9 Pega.
Yeah.
Into doing that. You could argue a little bit with the dying for going to, what is it called? Sakraya. Somewhat, you know. But even then, if you play your cards right, you can just map to Ilya Island and then go down there via swim and then escape. And then Doom's kind of just the thing for your friends to flex. So I don't really have too much of an issue with it. I do see the points of the horse trainers, the people that tried really hard and worked really hard to get their Krogdalo Sanctuary, and to where they kind of view it as like, wow, they're just kind of handing these people that like worked halfway to their Krogdalo Sanctuary just the full thing.
I don't know.
But I don't think it's that bad of a thing because they have like 30 grand to gain from it.
Yeah, I think it's always gonna be like that, right? Like every single time like this happens, like the next time they hand out something, the people who had the fucking tier 10 will complain that it's like too easy, right? It's like whenever you make something easier to obtain, right? Whenever you make something easier to obtain, the people who had to work harder for it will complain, right?
So I do wish they would do something. So like, for example, you remember when they changed the pot pieces to pities?
Yeah.
And you could convert your pot to being like the old version, or like the antique, the ancient. I wish they did add that to where like your horse could be distinguished between when people were given free dream horses. Just for like, you know, more of the flex for the player base of like, hey, this person they earned this. They weren't just handed it. I wish there was something of that, of like, hey, if you like, you know, made a tier 10 Pega, you know, you get an exclusive title. But if you were just given it through an RNG box, you don't get that title.
I mean, yeah.
You know, but if you decide to go enhance another one, you'll get that title.
Yeah, I mean,
like it has to be something enhanced. Yeah. Like I do feel like there should have been more of a forgiveness of we're handing this item out that took a lot of time for these players to get, but nothing else for the players that have already like earned it, as like such as title. Like I understand 30 bills is a lot of silver, but that's not a lot of silver for putting in a time of tapping a tier 10 horse. And giving out for free with nothing to give the people that already have their Krugdala Sanctuary probably feels really bad. If you don't have your Krugdala Sanctuary, you're up huge. If you do, it's 30 bill and it's kind of just a bad taste in your mouth. And I understand why that it's a bad taste in your mouth.
My like general idea with this is that like if you already have it, then I don't really think like, how do I fucking say it so it doesn't sound like extremely terrible, right? Like, if you already have it, then you shouldn't really care about it that much, right? Like, again, we are going back to like the idea of like people climbing a mountain and then someone building a fucking zip line to it, right? It's like, why should your experience now be lessened retroactively when like someone else did it easier? Like it's like the idea of like, if I play Elden Ring, right, and I play it with like a melee only build, and I'm only allowed to use like fucking, I don't know, like the starting dagger, does that mean that the guy who used the fucking larval tier and summons and casted magic the entire time, does that mean that like my experience is now worse or like somehow lessened because we both finished the game, right? We both killed the final boss, right? It's like, why should someone else's experience worsen my experience when like it really doesn't matter? Like oh, the guy has a horse that I already have.
It's mainly just prestige of like, this person, I know that they worked really hard to get this horse. You know, like I know. Like,
is this your first MMO? This always
like they at least had to do something other than hit mobs and actually get 2 dream horses, you know, either buy off the market to smash to actually go for it, and it wasn't just something handed to them. It's kind of like similar to where if you see somebody with the archaeologist map title, the compass title, or any of the rare drop titles, that you know that person has spent a large amount of time in the game to achieve what they got, to where I feel like it just means less if it comes as a handout with nothing else in return.
But it doesn't mean less to you because you still have to fight for it. Like, you still have the experience of it. Is this your first MMO? Because this always happens in all MMOs and it was faster and faster when it's dying. This is not my first MMO, this is one of my last MMOs. I've played MMOs for fucking longer, like more than half of my life. And I can tell you that catch-up mechanics are always a good thing and they're always appreciated. And they always happen in every single MMO that I have ever played.
As long as it's not like, yeah, I feel like all the catch-up mechanics were pretty fair this time. Like, for your Pen Black Star Alpha seasons, you still have to play seasons and get your, your weapon to deck or whatever per season. So I feel like that was super fair of them to do that, to where somebody has to log in and still play the game in order to get that. And it wasn't just I type in a code and I get gear.
This was my first ever MMO, Mr. DEC Tuvala. I played 4 story. They didn't give any handouts and the game died because it was too pay to win. This was my second MMO. It's called Metin 2. They never gave out any handouts. The game died because it was too pay to win. Okay, this is my first MMO. Third MMO, sorry, not Slay. Okay, then I played World of Warcraft private server. Then I played Nostalrius. Then I played FF14. Then I played World of Warcraft. Then I tried a bunch of other games like Guild Wars 2, fucking EVE Online, Warframe. and I settled on BDO. I can tell you BDO is the best game I've ever played.
So now that we're done, it's the reward. So I guess we'll go for the, what was it? I guess just the general overview of what we talked about.
This took us like 5 hours.
Yeah, Jesus. Okay, so new class. Pretty interesting. No real qualms about it. I guess it feels a little weird for the lore, but overall, we feel like it's a decent addition to the BDO roster list. For just like a range thing. What was the next thing that we talked about? It was the catch-up mechanics, the free gear changes of the Tuvala gear. Overall, we're thinking it's a good change.
Yes.
And stuff. We don't see any qualms about that.
Yeah, I think that the catch-up mechanics are always good, like I said. Then we talked about life skills.
We still need more life skills. We need more improvements to life skills. We need something to do with all the useless life skill items. Either a way to follow them into silver better, or just in general more actual content besides just increasing mastery for life skill would be nice on their part.
It was PvP.
Besides that, boat changes were pretty good.
Boat changes.
Is there any
the fishing
other
changes was good, like the tournament.
Fishing changes, boat changes.
Even
life skill changes were mid. We just need more content. They'd feel a lot better if it came with more content. I feel like.
Yeah, the horse changes was good. The fucking 4 horses tameable at once because of the wagon is nice. The new horse is also pretty cool. Gives out gives space for the creation of other horses as well in the future maybe. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. But as it stands out, the life skills right now are leaving a little bit to be desired.
I guess PvP mixed feelings. We're not going to know until we see it in global labs about the resistance changes when they do come, and stuff like that. Because that was the only thing that they really mentioned were the resistance changes in PvP, I believe. I'm just trying to stick to the what they showed at the ball, and then we'll do a small overview of the things that we think would help and improve and stuff. What was after the PvP changes?
It was, I believe, it was the new spot in the dungeon as well.
The Demon Realm. Okay, we talked enough about that. Mixed feelings. We'll see when it comes out.
Yeah, we'll see if it comes out.
Yeah, if it comes out. But overall, we don't know anything. I guess the last thing is just the recaps of things that we feel like they could improve or do better.
Yeah.
I know that we talked about CP, like the use of CP if houses didn't cost CP.
Yeah. There were also some things that were missing from the ball that we didn't touch on. The 104 dungeon is the absolute, like, the most one. They should have at least said something like that is at least like worked on, or at least show some concept art or anything. They don't say anything. Trading rework completely skipped. I am starting to believe that the soul, the palace management is the trading rework, just because, I guess. And then Altar of Blood completely skipped through. Didn't talk about it at all. So I'm leaning towards thinking that it might be scrapped, because it's something that was announced last year on the Calpheon Ball, and I guess they can't make it work, or at least they can't make it like feasible. Oh yeah, there was the hardcore server as well. Fuck, I forgot about it.
Oh yeah, hardcore server. We don't know too much. Hopefully it'll be some okay content. But no real thoughts on it till it comes out again. Yeah.
I am
no real thoughts till it comes out. And then I guess it'll just be the review changes. So like we said again, we hope that they add more life skill content, do something with a bunch of the dead life skill items. Hoping for a Mediah revamp on like give that zone a purpose, because it's kind of dead water. On like nobody goes there for any reason. Maybe I guess there's one place people go there for, and that's for if they ever have that event again for the rares, they might go to Ancient Ruins to grind out a what was it, their piece?
The fucking treasure item. That could be true, yeah. What else? I don't think there's that much else, actually. What else is there that... Yeah, we've talked about the fucking Demon Land. That's
So Lifeskill changes to address that issue, and really just a bunch of unknowns, but at least we're getting content. I'm happy that we're getting some form of content, good, bad, anything, you know. Changes are good as long as they're in moderation, they don't come too fast.
yeah,
They talk to us.
And Jay is going to be riding a Gundam on his 30th class in BDO. Mark my words, it's gonna be, you know, the next class is Jay riding a fucking giant Gundam. He will come out of hiding from his basement, wherever he was hidden the entire time. I wonder that I hope that he's good. Oh man. I guess he was tired of being put on every single fucking guild's banner and pranced around. Man,
but anyway, I think that wraps it up for the podcast. Yeah, it took way too long. You're gonna have to shorten all the dumb stuff out, but you better if you make the video, you better keep all the gay shit that you say in it.
Man,
you know.
Fuck.
That's the funny part. People are watching your videos for you to say the gay shit. All right, you're going to be known as
I will say
as the sussy.
My YouTube guys,
sussy.
They have no idea that I'm like this. Okay, I do my best to keep them separate.
Sure.
You guys are my oomfies. They are my students. Oh my god, man, I can't. Oh yeah, that was long. We need to fucking streamline this the next time. Poor Mr. Papalicia, he literally died midway through. He couldn't take it anymore. And
it is what it is. But
yes.
anyways, thank you for having me on the podcast.
Oh yeah,
maybe we'll try to maybe do this. I don't know if you want to do it like every 2 weeks or every week. I guess it depends how much new content they push out and how many changes that they do.
Like every time we have something to talk about, right?
Hopefully.
If you have ideas as well, then shit me up. Like I think that the Calpheon Ball is the obvious one, right? Everyone's gonna be making content on Calpheon Ball.
Hopefully I'll have like my streamer set up to actually host like the Discord voices and stuff, so it's not as scuffed.
Yeah, I mean, this is just gonna be me fucking watching the ball and then fishing AFK. Since that's yeah. My fucking OBS was something, but it was like weird.
I've been queuing up to this OBS game or this I said OBS, you said OBS AOS game for 33 minutes. What the actual?
Good to know that fucking BDO is still doing well. Good to know that
I think people are just grinding. They're grinding for their freaking crons. I should be grinding. I'll probably do some Dolans.
Hell yeah. Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
But
I guess.
Anyway.
Yeah. You make sure to.
Anyway, thank you for having me on here.
Yeah, say who you are. We'll probably raid you because it's fucking late.
LunaCrimzonVT. D before the T, like Jacob.
You're just stealing his fucking.
Oh yeah, okay. But it's LunaCrimzon, guild leader of Variable Hearts, NA servers. I tried to host PvP events. We used to be super into Node War, but we went through some guild restructuring, guild drama, so I'm currently building back up so I can start doing weekly Node War content. Hopefully I'll get to push out more content on that. I've also been thinking about making maybe some new player start guides as well, since I haven't seen anything recently come up new. I guess it really depends how busy my IRL work schedule is and how lazy I get about that stuff. But if you ever catch me out there in the NA servers, go ahead and say hi, or if you see me on Twitch, don't be shy and drop by and say hi in the channel.
They will see you on Twitch very soon because it's actually
for me?
past midnight for me, so I will be raiding your ass. I'll be ready for it.
Sure. I'll probably be doing Dolans for the next 2 or 3 hours. Actually, I don't work tomorrow. I took the day off. But... It doesn't matter. It's not going to be a day off for me. I have a bunch of stuff to do.
At least
Other news: I got into a car accident, so my whip is totaled. So I'm dealing with.
Who did you hit?
Dealing
Some
with
PV ear.
acquiring.
Poor guy was.
Yeah, I hit some PV ear. I pressed Alt C and just somehow like the gas accelerated in my vehicle.
Yeah, my man was just lifeskilling on his fucking horse. It was AFK training, and I just was like, bye bye.
Yeah, but I've been a little inactive this week for streaming just because of some IRL, what do we call it? IRL drama of that stuff. So hopefully things will turn around for the better. I don't see me stopping streaming for that. For this incident, it's just a pain in the butt because I got to do a bunch of paperwork and acquire a new car.
That's well, at least you can grind in real life. You can do a lot of PvE.
Yes.
But yeah, it was nice having you on, even if it was kind of, volatile in the middle. I guess.
It's fine, we came to agreements,
Yes,
we had discussions. It just means we're passionate about the game that we love,
Yeah.
It's good to have people like that in the game.
Some people say passionate, other people say toxic, but we'll take passionate.
Hey, if a guy rolls up on me, flags up, kills me, and is like, "You're dog water," I know he loves this fucking game, alright? He wouldn't be playing this game if he couldn't do that. He loves the fact that he can do that. And I'm happy that he's able to do that, even though that it ends me time to time.
That's why I make videos calling PvPers stinky. That's how I know how to fucking rile them up, together. I will be their common enemy.
Reverse flaming. Have you ever watched that meme video where it was like how to reverse gaslight somebody, and this guy was like, as soon as I snap my fingers, you'll forget that you were gay, and he snaps his fingers, and he was like, I was never gay. I was like, see?
Exactly.
He's like, I was never gay. The reverse gaslight.
Hell yeah. Alright, my man, I'm just gonna finish up this house cleaning in my chat. I hope that Mr. Shock is still here to fucking get his life skill advice in this PvP game. And yeah, I'll see you very soon, Mr. Luna. I still have no idea how to call the fucking podcast though. That's the fucking the Lulu podcast. That's gonna.
Are you looking for the a stream title?
I mean, the title.
Or I mean, not stream title, like a video title.
Yeah. I mean, if it's fucking 5 hours, fuck.
2 loons and a papa,
2 loons and a papa.
2 loons and a papa malding about BDO changes.
Hell yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be fun, man. But yeah, thank you for hanging around, man. Thank you for being my content, and thanks for making me yours.
No worries.
Yeah, anytime,
I'll catch you later, Luneye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye.
Goodbye. There he is, my darlings.